Bad times, bad people. Mix in a little bit of wealth and power, and things can get quite disastrous. Of course, the Middle Ages too have the images of chivalry and piety, but also history's most despised tyrants. And so, just imagine a medieval banquet hall filled with the poor and hungry. They think they're there for a meal, a bit of relief from their ordinary lives. But then the doors get barred, and the entire hall gets set on fire. Or envision an invading army halted in horror before a forest of impaled, suffering people. Thousands of rotting corpses on stakes lining the landscape. No dark fairy tales here, just real history. Medieval chroniclers, poets, and later historians have singled out a handful of such secular rulers as the definition of what a tyrant is. In an age when rulers claimed divine mandate, these individuals were instead branded as monsters, even demonic. Their notorious deeds, murdering kin in cold blood, torturing and executing subjects en masse, or even massacring entire cities, shocked the people of their own time. And while a lot of the stories remain ghastly to this day, some of these stories we will encounter have been sanitized a little, cleaned up, and even some of the figures, like the one we mentioned first, the Impaler, well, nowadays there's a few different opinions about them, and those we need to take into account as well. So, what follows is our exploration of about 5 of the most hated secular tyrants of the medieval world, with a little bit of a pinch of salt to the mix. And so let me welcome you first. Any newcomers, it's good to have you with us, and for those returning, good to have you back. Once again, I will just begin with the customary thank you to those who are supporting via Patreon, the merch store, and the donations, as well as YouTube memberships. That's the reason why the entire channel is ad-free, because there's nothing more tyrannical than advertising, at least I think, in the modern day. We hate it as much as you do, so we don't really have it here. If you want to become a part of that prestigious group of heroic individuals, you'll find the links in the pinned comment, video, and channel description. But otherwise, just enjoy your time here, and maybe tell a few of your friends. We are growing the channel at quite a good pace lately, and it's always nice to have some new subscribers come along for the journey. Now, with all that being said, we only say it once, we'll no need to harp on about it. Let's get to the individuals in question. And the first one that we're going to look at is King John of England. In fact, in the halls of hated English kings, not to get too modern, John I, who reigned from 1199 to 1216, stands pretty much unrivaled. Now, later generations actually gave him a quite disrespectful nickname, Bad King John, and even his own court chroniclers and barons considered him to be a tyrant. The verdict of one 13th century monk, Matthew Paris, was particularly scathing. Here's the quote: "Foul as it is, hell itself is defiled by the presence of John." Doesn't get much worse than that, doesn't it? Quite a 1-star review. Well, this comment suggests that in the eyes of contemporaries, John's sins were so great that even the underworld would be made worse by having him around. Which, of course, the next question is, why? How exactly did John earn such a hated reputation? Well, to begin, in the simplest terms, John was seen as a treacherous and cruel man in both personal and political life. He was the younger son of the revered Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, and the brother of the celebrated Richard the Lionheart. Quite a roster of characters. Yet, as they say, the apple falls far from the tree. John's character contrasted sharply with his predecessors. Almost immediately after taking the throne, he faced accusations of murder within his own family. In 1202, during a war in France, John's teenage nephew Arthur of Brittany, who by the way was a rival claimant to the throne, was captured and thrown in prison. According to a chronicler's account preserved by Roger of Wendover, John first ordered that Arthur be blinded and then castrated to neutralize him. Could have just sent him on a retirement, but I think they probably wanted to make sure that he was never going to come back. Poor old Arthur. Well, when the custodian, however, refused to harm the boy, not wanting to carry out such a grim deed, John allegedly took matters into his own hands. We got a contemporary report about it too. It claims that, quote, "When John was drunk and possessed by the devil, he slew Arthur with his own hand, and tying a heavy stone to the body, cast it into the Seine." That is the Seine River, of course, they're talking about. Now, whether or not John personally wielded the weapon, Arthur was well and truly gone, most likely murdered either by John or on John's orders at the most generous interpretation. The killing of an imprisoned close one of kin shocked Europe, and it helped cement John's sinister reputation quite early in his reign. In terms of popularity, he was not off to a good start. John's tyranny was also exercised against his subjects, especially anyone who opposed his will. He quarreled bitterly with the powerful barons of England, extorting them with heavy taxes and harsh punishments. Those noble families who defied him could expect merciless retaliation. A notorious example is the fate of the de Braose family. Lord William de Braose and his wife Matilda, also known as Maud, incurred the king's wrath over debts and a couple of insults too, which were in those days taken quite a bit more seriously. So William fled abroad. The problem was, John captured Matilda and her young son in 1210. They were then swiftly locked up in a royal dungeon, and they never came out. Chroniclers report that John had Matilda and her son deliberately starved to death while in captivity. Later legend even claimed that, driven mad by hunger, the mother began eating the flesh of her own dead son. It's a pretty grotesque detail. It might not be true, and if it is added in, it is probably done so just to emphasize John's cruelty, more of a reflection on the cruelty of the king than the mother who was just driven mad by these terrible circumstances she was put in. So, in any case, the core fact remains that John chose starvation as a method of execution for a noblewoman and her child, an act so cold that once again it appalled contemporaries. And here's the thing. Mass starvation was, in fact, one of John's favored weapons against his enemies. Another detested crime, long overlooked but infamous at the time, was the starving to death of 22 knights in 1203 to 1204. These knights had been captured in Normandy during John's conflict with King Philip II of France. When some of John's French territories rebelled and demanded the prisoners' release, John had a different idea. He instead dispatched the knights to a secure castle, Corfe in England, with secret orders. As one monastic annalist at Markham Abbey recorded, quote, 22 of the noblest and strongest in arms were starved to death in Corfe Castle, so that none of them escaped. John's deliberate choice to kill high-born prisoners through slow starvation broke all chivalric norms of his era. It was virtually unheard of for a medieval king to willfully execute noble captives. They were normally ransomed, or at least kept alive as bargaining chips. John's brutality in this case was so extreme that it ranked as one of the king's most detestable crimes, alongside the murders of Arthur and Matilda, of course. Even in an age of violence, such cruelty towards one's own social peers, well, that was seen as monstrous by anyone's reckoning. His oppressive rule spurred an alliance of angry barons to rebel, and eventually they compelled him to put pen to paper on the Magna Carta in 1215, a document that was meant to curb his abuses. You see, the very creation of the Magna Carta, essentially a long list of complaints and restrictions against the king, shows how widely John was seen as a tyrant by his own nobles. He reneged on the charter almost immediately, plunging England into a civil war. It was during this chaos that some barons invited Prince Louis of France to invade, preferring a foreign prince to their own king. John's death in 1216 from illness, amidst rumors of poisoning, perhaps people were crossing their fingers that was the case, well, it was greeted by relief for many. Monks at Worcester, where he was buried, they did pray for his soul. But the legend recorded by Matthew Paris that hell was defiled by his spirit shows how irrevocably foul his reputation had become. Another chronicler commented, "The only good thing he ever did for England was die." Well, of course, we do have to note that modern historians sometimes defend John in part, suggesting he was an unlucky ruler who came into the throne at a time where there were big problems, like the loss of Normandy to France, for example, and that monastic chroniclers were biased against him. Yet, even in these revisionist terms, they admit that John's personal rule was marked by arbitrary justice, greed, and cruelty. Indeed, the clergy of John's day despised him for his defiance of the church. He was actually excommunicated for a time too, which is quite a big deal. While the common folk spun tales of John as the villain in the Robin Hood legends, his own barons called him John Softsword. No, not for that reason, but rather for his military failures that would have readily agreed with the label of tyrant for his governance. Perhaps a double meaning. Who knows? Well, the accumulation of anecdotes, executing prisoners, murdering his own nephew, and abusing women, by the way. He was rumored to have tried to seduce or take barons' wives by force. He also extorted money, and even allegedly plotted the assassination of his own mother, Eleanor. It all painted John in the darkest of colors. It's little wonder that after his death, chroniclers like Roger of Wendover and Matthew Paris unleashed their full scorn, once they knew he was out of the picture, that is. Not brave enough to say that while he was around. Can't really blame them. In any case, he left England so unstable that it was said that he attempted to tear up by the roots the very kingdom he ought to have governed. A verdict, I think's pretty befitting of a hated medieval tyrant. But I dare say, most people would have heard of King John, whether it be through a historical sense or a lens of fiction. But on the medieval peninsula in Italy, an even more terrifying figure was rising to power. Ezzelino III de Romano, reigning from 1194 to 1259. Now, Ezzelino was a feudal lord, and a warlord at that, in the turbulent era of the Guelphs versus the Ghibellines. If you're not familiar with that, basically the papal versus the imperial factions. His career unfolded in the March of Treviso and Lombardy, where city-states fought bitterly for supremacy. By the mid-13th century, Ezzolino had carved out a dominion over Verona, Vicenza, and Padua, and he ruled it with an iron fist. His contemporaries viewed him not just as a ruthless man, but as virtually inhuman in his cruelty. And it was so much that later writers outright claimed that he was not human at all, but sired by the devil. In his own lifetime, his atrocities were the stuff of horrified whisperings. He was a staunch ally of Emperor Frederick II, and with imperial backing he suppressed any dissent in the cities under his control. Ezzolino was the first medieval Italian ruler who sought to found a throne by wholesale murder and seemingly endless barbarities. His use of torture and mass executions was on a scale that Italy had never before seen, even back in the old days. Ezzolino had maintained a network of dungeons and constructed what amounted to a Tower of Death in Verona, where political prisoners were locked up in windowless cells and left to perish slowly from hunger and thirst. According to multiple chronicles, he routinely had prisoners and suspected plotters tortured, blinded, and executed in gruesome fashion. By 1254, disgust at Ezzolino's cruel behavior had become so widespread that even the Pope, Innocent IV, by the way, excommunicated him and preached a special crusade against the Christian laymen, denouncing him as an enemy of humanity and God. The breadth of his cruelty can be seen in a few particularly hair-raising stories. One legendary one says that Ezzolino grew tired of the numerous beggars in his cities in Padua, whose poverty he saw as a blight. In an episode eerily reminiscent of one attributed to Vlad the Impaler, whom we will talk about a little later, Ezzolino invited all of the beggars, sick, and homeless into the city for a great feast at his palace. The paupers came eagerly, and they ate their fill of rich foods and wine. Then, once they were all sated, and perhaps a little drowsy, he ordered the doors to be barred, and the hall set on fire, burning hundreds of those defenseless people alive. As the flames engulfed the screaming crowd, the tyrant supposedly remarked that he was merely cleansing his realm of those who contributed nothing to it. A pretty callous sentiment echoed in later tales that quote him saying, "These men live off the sweat of others, so they are useless to humanity." Whether this specific event occurred exactly as described, it was widely believed at the time, and it certainly shows the terror that Ezzolino inspired. The fact that such a story was plausible to his contemporaries, well, that speaks volumes about the reputation he already had, and it's not a bridge too far for people to believe that something like that would happen in regards to Ezzolino. But unlike King John, whose brutality was somewhat limited to the nobility and immediate political sphere, Ezzolino's cruelty was often directed at the general population of entire cities. When the people of Padua rebelled against him, the retaliation was so much in scale that it was almost biblical. In 1256, during a campaign to recover Padua, which had briefly thrown off his yoke, Ezzolino reportedly massacred thousands. One source claims that after recapturing the city he imprisoned the entire adult male population of Padua, many thousands of them, and that most of these unfortunates died in their captivity. Essentially, he exterminated an entire generation. An early 20th century historian summarized it like this: "He laid whole provinces waste and murdered men by thousands in his Paduan prisons, creating horror throughout Italy." Another contemporary remarked that Ezzolino dominated everyone through violence, cruelty, and torture, so much that his name became a byword for arbitrary, sadistic power. The reaction to Etzalino and his error was understandably quite intense. The Church cast him not as a wayward monarch to be corrected, but as an outright monster to be destroyed. Pope Alexander IV continued to crusade against him, framing it as an almost holy war of good versus evil. And by 1259, a coalition of Italian forces finally defeated him in battle. Wounded and captured, the 65-year-old tyrant was taken to prison at Sonchino. But true to form, he refused all medical treatment and sustenance, essentially killing himself by starvation rather than giving in to his enemies, no satisfaction of a parade or execution. It is said that when guards came to inspect his cell, the dying Etzalino glared at them with such ferocity that none dared approach until he died. In the year of his death, a chronicler wrote that his fall was greeted not merely as a political victory for the Guelphs, but as a triumph for humanity outraged by the iniquities of such a great monster. His posthumous infamy only grew. In literature and history he was transformed into a near-mythic figure of evil. Dante Alighieri, writing half a century later, placed him in the 7th circle of hell, among those who were violent against their neighbors. Dante's Inferno portrays these sinners as submerged in a river of boiling blood, and he singles out Etzalino by name, as up to his lashes in blood as punishment for his own massacres. In Paradiso, Dante even has Etzalino's own sister, a spirit in heaven, allude to her brother's ferocity, calling him a firebrand who brought great devastation to his region. This poetic immortalization shows how notorious Etzalino had become in northern Italy. His very name symbolized tyranny. Another early 14th century writer, Albertino Musato, wrote a play called Equerins in 1315, that is, Equerinis, in which Etzalino is literally depicted as the son of Satan, with his mother testifying that a demon impregnated her. Such works may be allegorical, especially that last one, but they were grounded in genuine collective memories of his extraordinary cruelty. All right, well, let's go over to Castile now. If you're not familiar with that term, we're pretty much talking medieval Spain, 14th century. And there was a king that was so brutal that he earned the epithet the Cruel. King Pedro I of Castile, that is, known to his supporters as the Just, but to many others, the Cruel. It's a study in how political turmoil and personal ruthlessness combine to forge a tyrant's reputation. In fact, I talked about him in the Spanish medieval serial killers video. And yes, for good reason. Don't want to give any spoilers. Well, he was a contemporary of the early phases of the 100 Years' War, and he became entangled in that conflict, but most infamous were his deeds committed at home. We've got fratricide, judicial murders, and a general reign of terror against the Castilian nobility. Well, let's start from the beginning. He inherited the throne of Castile in 1350 at the age of 16, upon his father, Alfonso the 11th's death. Well, almost immediately the kingdom was riven by factional strife. Not a good transition. Pedro's father had many illegitimate children, a bit too cheeky with the girls, and Pedro's half-brothers, led by Enrique of Trastamara, challenged his right to rule. Medieval chroniclers like Pedro Lopez de Ayala, who chronicled Pedro's reign for a few decades later, describe how the young king soon earned his fearsome reputation. One of Pedro's first acts was to take revenge on the family of his father's favorite mistress, Doña Leonor de Guzman, who, by the way, was Henry's mother, or Enrique. We can use both names interchangeably, I suppose. Now, Leonor had to be a sort of shadow queen while Pedro's father lived, and many nobles actually favored her children. The teenage Pedro, swayed by his own mother's advisers, ordered Leonor de Guzman arrested, and they executed her in 1351. Not a popular choice. It was quite a shocking act that effectively meant he was murdering his father's long-time lover. But really it sent a clear signal that King Pedro would eliminate any rivals without mercy. Word like that spreads pretty quick, but it also ignited the hatred of his half-brothers. And just like that, civil war was about to begin. As Pedro grew into his kingship, he displayed a volatile mix of viciousness and charm. Contemporary accounts acknowledge his intelligence and boldness, but also note his paranoia and cruelty. Ayala's Cronica details how Pedro could be personable one moment and a complete murderous psycho the next. He had his famously passionate liaison with Maria de Padilla, his beloved mistress, and often claimed that influence of love tempered him. Yet even Maria's pleading could not always stay his hand. There's only so much she can do. One anecdote has Maria de Padilla secretly warning Pedro's half-brother Fadrique, master of Santiago, that Pedro had indeed marked him for death, but even her intervention could not save him in the end. Fadrique was murdered in 1358, and it became one of the most notorious episodes of Pedro's rule, described by chroniclers and later historians for its treachery. According to Ayala, as quoted by later writers, King Pedro lured his half-brother Fadrique to the royal Alcazar in Seville under friendly pretenses. Fadrique arrived, unsuspectingly of all of this, greeted the king, and even spent time playing affectionately with the little daughters of Maria de Padilla in the castle nursery. But all the while, Pedro was setting a trap. He gradually dismissed Fadrique's armed attendants, and he closed off all the escape routes. At one point, a monk reportedly approached Fadrique outside and warned him cryptically of danger, but the master of Santiago paid it no heed. Finally, as Fadrique was preparing to leave, two of Pedro's henchmen barred the way. In a sudden, brutal stroke, Pedro gave the signal. He shouted the order, "Seize the master." Fadrique was grabbed, and before he could fully react, royal crossbowmen, called ballesteros, by the way, rushed upon him. As Ayala writes, quote, "The master stood silent, full of dread, realizing too late the betrayal." In the hall called the Room of Iron, Fadrique was stabbed to death at the king's feet. Legend has it that Fadrique's blood spattered on the walls. Some of it even stained Pedro's clothes. The king then coolly stepped over his brother's corpse and proceeded to his dinner plans. In one lurid and perhaps apocryphal detail, it said that later in that evening, when another courtier innocently asked what caused such a bloodstain on the king, Pedro answered that it was the blood of a traitor. Such stories repeated in chronicles cemented Pedro's image as a pitiless and treacherous tyrant, violating the sacred bounds of kinship and hospitality without a second thought, and not to mention dirtying up the walls. Now, Pedro's catalogue of cruelty did not end with Fadrique. He systematically eliminated other siblings and rivals. Another half-brother, Don Tello, barely escaped a similar fate by fleeing. Pedro also executed Don Juan, a legitimate cousin from Aragon, and even a former close friend, Juan de Hinestrosa. When he suspected them of plotting against them, he turned to the knife to sort out any of those problems. Now, high nobles who fell out of favor were also swiftly imprisoned or killed. The courts of Europe were well aware of Pedro's bloody deeds. Chronicler Jean Froissart, writing not long after, noted that even Pedro's erstwhile allies were wary of him, citing his reputation for great pride and cruelty. In fact, the Black Prince of England, Edward of Woodstock, that is, who intervened in Castile to help Pedro during the Castilian Civil War, was warned by his advisers about Pedro's cruelties and the opprobrium attached to his name. These warnings proved to be quite justified. Although the Black Prince restored Pedro to his throne at the Battle of Nayera in 1397, he found Pedro ungrateful and still quite savage as an ally. Froissart relates that Pedro failed to pay the English and kept indulging in vindictive violence which disgusted the Black Prince and continued their alliance breaking down. But perhaps the most infamous act attributed to him, one that rang out beyond Castile, was the treacherous murder of Abu Sa'id, the deposed Muslim ruler of Granada. In 1362, during a period of truces in the Reconquista Wars, a Granadan prince named Abu Sa'id, dubbed the Red King, sought refuge with Pedro after being ousted by a rival. Abu Sa'id came to Seville laden with treasure, including a legendary giant ruby. Greed and cruelty intersected. Pedro decided to kill his guest for both political advantage and plunder. He invited Abu Sa'id and his retinue to a banquet, and there, at Pedro's signal, the guards fell upon the Granadans. Abu Sa'id and his nobles were bound to stakes in the ground. A royal herald proclaimed this was punishment for their alleged treason and killing of their own lord. And then, one by one, Pedro's knights hacked the Moorish princes to death, a grim parody of justice. The colossal ruby was taken, of course, and later given or sold to the Black Prince as part of the bargain. It is believed to be the very gem that ended up in the British crown jewels, known as the Black Prince's ruby. Well, by the late 1360s, his tyranny had alienated nearly all factions in Castile. While he had moments of effective rule, he was an energetic administrator and could show clemency when it suited him, but his paranoia and vengefulness ultimately prevailed. Civil war engulfed Castile as his half-brother Enrique, with substantial support, challenged him for the throne, and in 1369, Pedro was cornered at the fortress of Montiel. According to Froissart and other sources, he died in a dramatic melee. Lured into Henry's tent by a double agent, Pedro was met face to face by his rebel brother. After an exchange of curses, apparently calling Pedro the son of a Jewess, referencing the mother's lineage as a converso, Pedro continued to insult Henry as a bastard as well. And this led to the two getting into quite a vicious grapple. But Henry was aided by a French knight, and he gained the upper hand, and he stabbed Pedro to death. With Pedro's corpse on the ground, the chroniclers say Henry II took the throne there and then, and most of Castile was pretty happy with the change. Even many of Pedro's former supporters accepted Henry, for Pedro's extremes had exhausted their loyalty. In any case, his legacy is encapsulated by the very double-edged way his name is remembered. To some Spanish historians, especially later Romanticists, he was Don Pedro the Just, a king who defended royal authority against unruly nobles and did dispense justice. For instance, he protected the rights of commoners and the poor at times. It earned him a little bit of folk affection. But this was few and far between. Overwhelmingly, the verdict of history sides with the epithet of the cruel. Ayala's chronicle, though written under Henry II, hence hostile to Pedro, provides a litany of Pedro's violent acts that is pretty hard to dispute. Generations of Spaniards took these stories as truth. In the late 14th century, storytellers and balladeers composed the Romance of Don Pedro, a cycle of ballads painting Pedro as a tyrant undone by his own evil deeds. Even foreign writers like Geoffrey Chaucer alluded to the tragedy of Pedro of Spain slain by his brother, assuming that readers knew his cruel reputation. Or a little bit Shakespearean, isn't it? He firmly belongs in the list of the most hated tyrants, standing alongside the likes of John and Ezzolino in infamy. Well, of course, we can't have a video like this without mentioning Vlad III of Wallachia, better known by the epithets Vlad Tepes, Vlad the Impaler, Dracula. Vlad's inclusion is a bit unique, though, because one, his deeds border on legendary, inspiring Bram Stoker's vampire count, and two, he's kind of seen as, well, to a lot of Romanians, a bit of a hero these days. But we're going to talk more in contemporary terms. In any case, behind the later folklore we have from Bram Stoker lies the very real 15th century prince, whose methods of punishment shocked even the hardened sensibilities of those of the age. Vlad III ruled the small principality of Wallachia in modern Romania during a time of near constant war with the encroaching Ottoman Empire, and not to mention the internal noble strife, which was pretty constant and I'm sure you can imagine was not helping the situation. Now, in any case, there is this split legacy. You see, in Romanian history, he's sometimes admired for resisting the Turks and enforcing order. But the Ottoman Turkish historians and a few European sources of the time, well, they're not as kind. He appears to be an incarnation of cruelty. The consensus among those who knew of him was that Vlad was delighting in inflicting terror of all kinds, and the preferred execution method, of course, was impalement, so gruesome that it earned him that eternal epithet and that spot in the annals of horror. His infamous cruelty was well documented in contemporary letters and later pamphlets. In a letter of February 1462, written in the middle of his war against Sultan Mehmed II, Vlad himself boasts of the scale of his killings. Reporting to a Hungarian ally, he writes pretty matter-of-factly, quote, "I have killed peasants, men and women, old and young. We killed 23,884 Turks, without counting those whom we burned in their homes or the Turks whose heads that were cut off by our soldiers." End quote. Pretty precise number. In any case, the tally was provided by Vlad to impress his Christian allies. It gives a sense of the body count he racked up. And notice something, too, that Vlad enumerates victims down to the last person, 23,884. A pretty specific pride in mass slaughter, kind of like he was making a collection. Well, he also casually notes the methods. Some were burned alive, others were decapitated, as people are generally powerless without their heads. And, of course, that is on top of the tens of thousands who were impaled. If it was me, I would probably be choosing the decapitation. At least that's quick. But fingers crossed we'll never be in that situation. Well, indeed, later in that campaign, when Mehmed II's large Ottoman army invaded Vlad's territory, they were met with a scene straight out of a nightmare. As the Turks advanced to Vlad's capital, Targovishte, they found, according to the Greek historian Laonikos, an expansive field transformed into a field of stakes. And, well, about 20,000 captive Turks of all ages, men, women, and apparently even infants, had been impaled in rows stretching for miles. One chronicler described it, quote, "Babies were impaled on the same stakes as their mothers. Rotting corpses sprawled with birds nesting in their entrails." Now that's horrifying, that's for sure. Regardless of wars, leave the kids out of it. Now as for Sultan Mehmed, who was one of history's conquerors not known for his squeamishness, he was allegedly dumbstruck by the ghastly sight, and decided that it was probably time to go home, rather than face an enemy who could do such things. And so, the Forest of the Impaled, as it became known, became Vlad's most infamous atrocity, a gruesome propaganda of terror that worked exactly as intended, in this case, to save his throne by frightening a superior army away. But what exactly is impalement? Well, you might have a bit of an idea, but for those who don't, to impale a victim, a wooden stake, sometimes sharpened or sometimes deliberately dull, is driven through the body, either vertically, often inserted into the lower body and exiting near the neck or head, or horizontally through the torso. The executioners in Vlad's service were reportedly skilled at avoiding immediate fatal blows, meaning that the victims could languish in agony on the stakes for hours or days high above the ground. One Ottoman witness noted that some of Vlad's impaled victims were actually still alive. Quote, "Their horrid screams audible, while others had expired, their corpses slowly rotting." Unimaginable suffering, that is for sure. But Vlad would arrange these grisly displays as both punishment and a kind of psychological warfare. In one case, he impaled an Ottoman general and had the stake raised higher than the rest to signify the man's elevated rank. The cruelty of Vlad extended beyond wartime atrocities against the Ottomans too. He was equally brutal towards his own people, especially the nobility, the boyars, whom he distrusted. Early in his reign, Vlad invited the boyars of his realm to an Easter feast in 1497, under the pretext of celebration, and once they were gathered, the trap was sprung. He accused them of disloyalty. He had hundreds of these noblemen and their families seized, and what followed was a purge. The Chronicle of Vlad recounts that Vlad impaled the bulk of the boyars on the spot, sparing only the stronger young men and women whom he forced into servitude to build his mountainous fortress. The sight of some 500 noblemen and women impaled in his palace courtyard sent a clear message that feudal opposition to Vlad would mean a hideous and disturbing death. Now, this episode, the massacre of the boyars, is often cited in Romanian history as a harsh, if effective, measure to break the power of corrupt nobility. But think about it in human terms. I know we shouldn't get too sentimental, but it is wholesale butchery of an entire elite class. And, well, in Europe at the time, this was virtually without parallel. The common folk and foreigners also fell victim too. Saxon merchants from Transylvania, who had commercial quarrels with Vlad, wrote accounts of his cruelty, likely embellishing a few things, but somewhat based on real incidents. The German pamphlets printed in the 1480s include tales such as Vlad nailing the turbans of Turkish envoys to their heads because they had refused to remove them in his presence. Kind of a grim irony, making them wear them forever. And there was also the anecdotes of him cutting off the breasts of women and forcing their husbands to eat them. Cruelty just for cruelty's sake. Of course, there is that story, too, of Vlad inviting the poor and sick of all of his land to a grand banquet in the city of Targovist, and after they feasted well, he had apparently asked, quote, "Do you want to be without cares, lacking nothing in this world?" Of course, the guests cheered at that idea. It sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Well, it was technically true. They were without cares after the hall was boarded up and set on fire, and they were all burned alive. In fact, they couldn't feel anything after that was over and done with. Once again, grim ironies. Now, he commented that he did this to end their miseries, and also to rid his realm of the burdensome poor. Maybe there's a bit of dark humor that Vlad had in those days. In any case, the anecdote mirrors the one attributed to Etzalino centuries earlier, and while it may have been a bit of a trope, it was widely believed as characteristic of Vlad's rule. In any case, stories like that earned Vlad an unshakable notoriety. Within his lifetime, news of the Impaler Lord spread through the Ottoman Empire, and mothers would scare unruly children by telling them the Impaler's gonna get you if you misbehaved, which, geez, Mum, you could have went with something a bit gentler than that, but all right. Well, how did Vlad justify all of this, How did he get away with it? Well, part of it was the brutal context of Europe at the time, especially 15th century Eastern Europe. Rough place, by anyone's standard. And Wallachia was a small principality squeezed between two hungry neighbors, the Ottomans pressing from the south, the Hungarian kingdoms from the west. The meat in a very bloody sandwich. Treachery and violence were commonplace in Balkan politics too. Vlad himself had spent years as a hostage to the Turks, and he saw his own family members assassinated. But he had developed a grim philosophy. Terror could secure his rule and fend off enemies. He cultivated a reputation for a kind of draconian justice, and one oft-cited example, Vlad allegedly placed a gilded cup in the public fountain of the capital. The cup, valuable and tempting, was free for travelers to use for drinking. Yet under Vlad's reign, not a single person dared to steal it. So fearful they were of his punishment, and the cup, it is said, remained completely unmolested throughout his rule. Well, maybe that's made up too. Who knows? But it does show the order through fear philosophy that Vlad achieved. And indeed, some chronicles noted that Wallachia had less theft and crime under Vlad, simply because people knew that even minor infractions could result in impalement or other horrific tortures. Perhaps it's best to just go back to farming. But here's where things get a little bit complicated with Vlad. Contemporary opinions vary sharply. It all depends on the perspective. The Pope and Christian allies at times praised Vlad for his staunch resistance against the heathen Turks. He was seen as a bulwark of Christendom on the Danube. But even these praises came tinged with unease about his methods. Of course, on the other side, the Ottoman chroniclers and many Transylvanian Saxon accounts depict Vlad as virtually a satanic figure, an inhuman butcher who exceeded all norms of warfare. One Byzantine chronicler, after describing Vlad's atrocities, wrote that he was, quote, inhuman in his cruelty, and God eventually delivered Wallachia from him. Pretty telling that after Vlad's eventual death in 1476, he was either killed in battle or assassination, we're not quite sure, the Ottomans took his severed head to Constantinople as proof, and displayed it on a stake. Poetic justice, perhaps, a symbol to assure the world that the Impaler was truly gone. But in the centuries later, it all turned into a dark legend. But we're here to talk about primary sources, his own letters, the reports of envoys, testimonies, compiled by German pamphleteers shortly after his death, albeit colored by their own biases, of course. They do leave little doubt that he perpetuated acts of extreme cruelty. His moral calculus appeared to place no value on human life, if it stood in the way of his authority or security. He has been called by some modern writers a sadist in the clinical sense, given the apparent glee, or at least cold-bloodedness, with which he devised ever more morbid punishments: impalement, burning, mutilation, skinning. A famous woodcut from 1499 shows Vlad dining calmly among impaled bodies, purportedly based on the Nuremberg pamphlet's description of him taking meals amongst his victims at Brasov and dipping his bread in their blood. I don't know if I believe the latter part. That seems a little bit cartoon villain sort of thing, but I suppose maybe there's a little bit of truth that comes from somewhere. Perhaps it's exaggerated propaganda, but it does show how Europe remembered him. In any case, he lives on in folklore as Count Dracula, and to the Romanians a real character, albeit they see it in a different way. Everyone has their different spin on it, especially when it comes to nationalist spins and that sort of thing. There is lots of different opinions. Regardless of your opinion on him, I don't think the legacy of Dracula is going anywhere soon. The son of the dragon. Indeed. Now we've bounced around Europe a bit, from England, Spain, and Italy, Romania. Let's go a little bit further afield, and it spans a broader stage than any single kingdom. Genghis Khan, the founder of the Mongol Empire, and a conqueror of unparalleled scope, and his legacy includes being one of the most fearsome and reviled figures in many different medieval cultures. While Genghis Khan is often celebrated in Mongolia as a national hero and an astute leader, after all, they built that huge statue of him. It's really something to behold. The peoples on the receiving end of his conquest were not so kind. They viewed him as an agent of apocalyptic destruction. Unlike the other tyrants we discussed, Genghis did not rule a settled Christian Rome, and he wasn't called a tyrant in the European feudal sense. Yet if we're going to judge things in terms of mass violence and terror, his actions really did exceed any single European king's. Contemporary observers across Asia and Europe, from Chinese Confucian scholars to Persian chroniclers to Russian monks, all recoiled in horror at the carnage wrought by the Mongols. One Persian historian famously estimated that Genghis's campaigns, quote, killed millions of people and left whole cities as ghostly ruins. Indeed, modern historians often label the Mongol conquests as genocidal, and it's really hard not to label them as that. But to appreciate why Genghis was so hated, or rather feared, by his contemporaries, we can look at a few representative episodes in his campaign of conquest. Genghis emerged from the steppes of Mongolia, and after uniting the Mongol tribes, unleashed them on the civilized centers of the 13th century world. Between 1211 and 1227, he led devastating invasions into North China, Central Asia, Persia, and Eastern Europe. Now, the Mongol strategy was often to offer a city surrender, promising them relatively merciful treatment if no resistance was met, but to utterly annihilate those who resided once they got in. In practice, even surrender did not always save a population, and resistance virtually guaranteed mass slaughter. One notorious example was the destruction of Merv in 1221. Merv, in present-day Turkmenistan, was a thriving Silk Road metropolis, sometimes said to be one of the largest cities in the world at the time. When Genghis Khan's sons and generals took the city after a brief siege, they carried out a slaughter that left even hardened observers aghast. Medieval sources record that Genghis himself sat on a golden throne outside the city to watch it all as if it were entertainment. The population was driven out and systematically killed. According to Juveni, A Persian chronicler writing a few decades later, the Mongols counted the dead by requiring each soldier to execute a certain quota. Khan apparently ordered each of his soldiers to kill at least 300 people. One source put the death toll at 700,000, while Juvayni soberly estimated 1.3 million. So many that he wrote, quote, "It was a memorable day for shrieking and weeping and wailing, that the very air filled with the cries of the doomed." The numbers are likely exaggerated. Medieval chroniclers often inflate figures like that. Perhaps it's carrying on the old Herodotus tradition, but they convey the perceived scale. Essentially, the entire city was emptied of life. The Mongols piled pyramids of skulls to commemorate the victory. But this was not an isolated incident. City after city across Central Asia, also known as Khwarezmia, met a similar fate. Bukhara, Samarkand, Urgench, Nishapur. Many others were ravaged. Now, the siege of Nishapur in the same year of 1221 provides another illustration of Khan's ruthless retribution. Nishapur in Khorasan, northeastern Iran, resisted the Mongols, and in the fighting, a son-in-law of Genghis was killed by an arrow. Enraged, Genghis reportedly promised his daughter that she could exact vengeance. Well, that's the slain man's widow. That's that daughter, you know. So, when Nishapur fell, the Mongols butchered the inhabitants with methodical thoroughness. Chronicles say that not even a cat or a dog was left alive. The victors made 3 great pyramids of skulls outside the city, separating the heads of men, women, and children into separate piles. A gruesome accounting of genocide. It is recorded that 170,000 people were killed at Nishapur. Again, likely an inflated figure, but still a total annihilation. Genghis's commanders followed his order that nothing should remain. They even hunted down animals and smashed buildings to ensure the city was utterly obliterated. This level of deliberate extermination left a mark on the cultural memory. Decades later, travelers would pass ruins in Central Asia and still see the bones littering the ground. A reminder of Mongol passage. But the shock of the Mongol conquests led many to see Genghis Khan as divine punishment, or a sign of the apocalypse. A famous quote from the Arab historian Ibn al-Athir, who lived through the early Mongol era, captures the despair. After long refusing to write about the Mongol horrors because they were too traumatic, he finally broke his silence. Quote, "This deed encompasses the greatest event, the most awful catastrophe that has ever befallen anyone from the time God created humans until now. Histories contain nothing that even approaches it." He essentially asserted that the Mongol invasion was unprecedented in all of history, a cataclysm beyond any compare. Many in the Islamic world called the Mongols the scourge of God, a term Europeans had once used for Attila the Hun. To Islamic commentators, who saw flourishing cities of the Caliphate reduced to smoking ruins, Genghis's campaigns appeared as an existential calamity for civilization itself. The fall of Baghdad, though that was by Genghis's grandson Hulagu in 1258, only reinforced his view, with accounts that the Tigris River ran black with ink from destroyed books and red with the blood of the learned. Genghis set this template of terror, and his successors just continued. Now, even in Europe, where Genghis himself never reached, his generals reached Eastern Europe a few years after his death, the frightful news traveled quickly. In 1241, Mongol armies invaded Poland and Hungary. Chroniclers like Matthew Paris in England reported these events with horror, calling the invaders detestable Tatars from hell. There was a play on words circulating too. The Mongols were called Tatars, which in Latin sounded like people from Tartarus. Tartarus, of course, being hell in Latin. Interesting little fact there. I love Latin. Latin is so cool. We ought to bring it back. Anyway, one European letter even stated, "The race of the Tatars, coming from Tartarus, poured out so much human blood that scarcely anyone can contemplate it without tears." Now this reflects how the Europeans processed the reports as something infernal, beyond human. Well, a Franciscan envoy, Giovanni de Pian de Carpine, who actually visited the Mongol court shortly after Genghis's time, wrote that as he traveled through the devastated plains of Kiev and Kievan Rus, quote, "we came across countless skulls and bones of dead men lying on the ground. Evidence of Mongol destruction in the land of the Rus as well." But from the perspective of China, Genghis was likewise remembered as a brutal conqueror, though later the Mongols did form the Yuan dynasty, and that's a story for another time. Northern Chinese chroniclers wrote of cities that were utterly wiped out and populations enslaved or massacred. One Chinese source recounts of how after a battle Genghis Khan had piled prisoners onto the ground and a victory banquet table was set upon them, so that he could literally use living men as his dinner platform. Maybe made up, once again. Still, it is worth noting that Genghis's primary aim was conquest and submission, not just wanton slaughter for its own sake. You see, in Mongol ideology, those who submitted became part of the empire, and they could even be treated leniently. Cities like Kaifeng or some trading centers were spared if they opened the gates. But because so many cities resisted or rebelled, the Mongol response was often total destruction, a circle of atrocity that never ends. Genghis also utilized terror strategically, by spreading fearsome tales of his cruelty ahead of his armies. He sometimes induced other settlements to surrender without a fight. However, this strategy also cemented his legend as a cruel tyrant in the eyes of the vanquished. Well, most people who came across him were too dead to remember, in any case. But here's an ironic twist of history. Genghis himself apparently died in 1227, apparently of illness or a fall from a horse, and his burial has been a secret ever since. And, of course, the brutal legends continue after his death, that the funeral escort killed anyone they encountered on the way to the secret burial ground, ensuring that no living person knew of the site. Maybe exaggerated, but it's a nice little epilogue to the ruthless Mongol story. And so, for generations after, subjugated peoples long remembered Genghis Khan with a shudder at the name. In the Middle East, mothers would hush crying children by invoking his name, another boogeyman, kind of like their version of the Impaler. In Russia, the period of Mongol rule, known as the Mongol Yoke, left a scar on the national psyche, and Genghis was the distant originator of that trauma. In Persia, writers like Juvayni and the later Ibn Khaldun analyzed the Mongol conquest as a brutal whirlwind that destroyed ancient cultures, albeit sometimes acknowledging that a new order eventually arose from those ashes, but still growing pains. But emotionally, the tone of most contemporaneous accounts is one of horror and lamentation. There was even one Armenian chronicle that put it this way, quote, "The multitude of those that were slaughtered by the Tatars is as the multitude of stars in the sky. Who can count them? Neither pen nor tongue can describe the greatness of the calamity." And I like that last sentence. Neither pen nor tongue can describe the greatness of the calamity. No song or tale can explain all the grief. Thus, while Genghis might not fit the classic mold of a tyrant, ruling over unwilling subjects since he was often on the move campaigning, His impact on medieval peoples rivals or exceeds that of any stationary tyrant. He was hated and feared as a destroyer of worlds, a reputation that arguably only Attila before him and Tamerlane after him have approached in pre-modern times. An Islamic historian from a century later perhaps summarized it the best. Let no one be surprised at the loss of so many lives at the hands of the Mongols, for they are the flail of God's wrath. Indeed, the scourge sent upon mankind, a name synonymous with merciless slaughter. Even if he did not relish cruelty in a personal way like Vlad the Impaler, the scale and the cold-blooded nature of the Mongol devastation under his command rightfully place Genghis Khan among the most feared, and thus the most hated figures of the age. And of course, once again, the Mongols might tell you a different story, and you'll find plenty of Mongol restaurants in China or Mongolia itself, with a nice little portrait of Genghis Khan up on the wall. A strange kind of national pride. But who are we to judge that? A young, noble lad in the high Middle Ages, not yet a man, but no longer a child. He rises at dawn and the household is already stirring. There's horses to feed, there's armor to polish, a lord's commands to obey. He's not a knight, he's not a slave or a worker. He is a squire, apprenticed to a knight, and his day will be filled with hard work and earnest learning. His hands are blistered from sword practice. His back is sore from hauling water and lifting mail. But his eyes, they gleam with ambition. In the courtyard he watches his knightly mentor train, and dreams of the day where he, too, will earn spurs of his own. The life of a knight's squire, in medieval Western Europe, was a unique blend of menial servitude, rigorous martial training, and the cultivation of chivalric ideals. A pretty demanding journey, but ultimately one that transformed a boy into a knight. So spend the next hour with me, and we can find out all the little steps that a young squire had to take. But before we begin, how about you leave a little comment telling me where you are in the world and what time it is, and hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't yet. Also, thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation in the merch store, the reason why the entire channel is ad-free and uninterrupted. It's really helps us keep that trend going, because nobody likes ads, so we don't have them here. Anyway, with all that being said, if you want to find how to join that prestigious crew, you'll find it in the pinned comment video description. Now, let's get on with it. In feudal Europe, the road to knighthood was long and exacting. Beginning in boyhood, a noble son destined for knighthood typically started his training around the age of 7 as a page in a great household. During these early years, the page performed light chores and learned the basic social etiquette under the care of the lord and lady of the castle. He might wait at table, carry messages, and learn proper courtesy by serving the ladies and knights of the court. Pages were often taught to read and write, especially if they were of high birth, and they were also introduced to the basics of religion and chivalry. They learned prayers from the chaplain and manners from the ladies, how to behave with humility and respect. They also absorbed courtly skills like music and dancing, and perhaps practiced reciting poetry or epic tales of the old heroes. Amidst all these gentle arts, however, a page's play often included wooden swords and mock combats, He would observe the older squires and knights at their training, dreaming of that day where he too could join them. Around the age of 13 or 14, if a page had proven trustworthy and capable, he was elevated to the rank of squire, formally becoming a knight's apprentice. This transition marked a significant change in the boy's responsibilities and daily routine. No longer was he just a servant of the whole household. He was now attached closely to a specific knight, often a distinguished warrior, or sometimes his own father or a kinsman, whom he would serve and learn from directly. It was both an honor and a heavy obligation. As a contemporary description from the 13th century put it, "Every man who will come to knighthood should learn in his youth to carve at the table, to serve, to arm, and to adobe or equip a knight." In other words, the squire was to learn by observation and doing, by acting as an assistant in all things to the knight. This apprenticeship could last roughly 7 years or more. Many medieval texts envisioned the ideal knightly education as a 2-stage apprenticeship. First the page, then the squire, typically culminating in knighthood around the age of 21. While the age thresholds were not rigid, some knights might be knighted earlier, for example if they were exceptionally brave, others later, some never at all. Bad luck if you're in that latter category. The page to squire to knight trajectory was a common pattern across most of Western Europe. A few little differences here and there, but pretty much the same thing. Now it is important to note that knighthood in the Middle Ages was generally reserved for those of noble birth, or at least those of significant wealth. Training a knight was expensive. You needed horses, armor, weapons, and a network of noble connections. And most squires were younger sons of aristocratic families, sent to serve a greater lord in hopes of advancement. In England and France, it was customary for a boy to be fostered in another lord's household. This not only spread the cost and burden of training, but it also strengthened alliances between families. For an example, a young noble from a modest manor might become squire in the retinue of a powerful earl, thereby gaining patronage and experience that he probably could not get at home. There were rare cases of commoners raised to knighthood for extraordinary valor, but those were the exception. The vast majority of squires came from the knightly class itself, essentially knights in training, and they were expected to uphold the same social class values. In fact, the very term squire, which comes from the Old French esquire, probably pronouncing that wrong, but Old French, give me a break, it literally means shield bearer. It shows the role between the martial and noble associations, but it also derives from the Latin scutarius, shield man, emphasizing that originally the squire's primary function was to carry the knight's shield and equipment. Across languages, the concept was pretty similar. In French, he was écuyer, in Spanish, escudero, both likewise meaning a shield carrier or perhaps an attendant to the king, or the knight rather. Now the term squire thus became synonymous with a young noble in apprenticeship, essentially a stepping stone to the esteemed rank of knight. But not all squires would ultimately become knights. There was no guarantee. There was no 100% pass rate. It's not like the modern everybody gets a trophy sort of thing. If you fail, you fail. Back to the potato farm with you. The progression was merit-based, to a degree. You see, a youth had to prove his courage, skill, and loyalty to be deemed worthy of knighthood by his lord. Some might remain squires or men-at-arms for lack of opportunity or finances to be knighted. Of course, money always plays a role. Some things never change. By the later Middle Ages, the term esquire even came to denote a social rank in its own right. Think about a class of gentry just below knight. Pretty high up. And many landowners were content to remain esquires without seeking formal knighthood. But still, in the high medieval period of the 12th to 14th centuries, the ambition of most squires was to earn the spurs, to be dubbed a knight, and to join that chivalric elite. And so, with this goal ahead of him, a squire threw himself into mastering every skill and duty that was expected. So once a boy became a squire, his training intensified dramatically. If the page years provided the foundations, the squire phase was the true school of knighthood. A medieval treatise, Ramon Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry in 1279, emphasizes that a knight must personally train his squire in the arts of chivalry. According to Lull, it is disconvenable, fancy old word for inappropriate, for a squire to learn knighthood from anyone but a knight, which makes sense. Therefore, the squire should have a master who is a knight, for a squire should learn to keep a horse and to serve a knight, that he go with him to tourneys and battles, and behold the school of the order of knighthood. Tourneys, of course, being tournaments. In essence, the knight's household and the battlefield itself were the squire's classroom. Martial training was at the core of the squire's education. Under the knight's guidance, the squire practiced endlessly with the weapons of war. Swordsmanship was paramount. A squire sparred with his wasters, that is, wooden swords or blunted blades to drill strikes and parries. He learned not only one-on-one fencing, but also how to grapple in close combat, since knights in battle could end up wrestling in full armor. The young apprentice trained his muscles to handle a heavy sword and lance, sometimes using intentionally weighty practice weapons so the real ones would feel lighter and easy to handle by comparison. A 14th century English source notes that a squire, quote, learned to handle a sword and lance and to bear the weight of the heavy armor of a knight. And indeed, part of the training was simply conditioning, becoming strong and resilient enough to fight effectively while encased in mail or plate armor. A well-to-do squire might even don an old suit of armor during drills to grow accustomed to its bulk. And then there was mastery of horsemanship. That was pretty important too. A knight was first and foremost a mounted warrior, so a squire spent long hours in the saddle. He had to learn control and the skills needed to manage a powerful warhorse with his knees and body weight, keeping his hands free to wield weapons. Squires practiced riding maneuvers at various gaits, sharp turns, charging at targets, etc. They exercised horses to build the animal's endurance alongside their own. Many castles had a tilt yard or an open field for training with the lance, where a squire would gallop toward a quintain, that is a rotating arm with a shield target, and try to strike it cleanly with a couched lance. If his aim was off, the arm would spin around and possibly knock the rider. A painful but effective way to learn. Squires also trained with the pell, a wooden post used as a dummy target for sword blows. By striking the pell repeatedly, they built strength and technique in sword swings. But beyond these, any skill that could prove useful in war was part of a squire's repertoire. They learned to handle a variety of weapons, mace and axe for crushing blows, dagger for the coup de grace, bow and crossbow basics, though archery was often left to the common infantry. A knight still was meant to know how to use it. You never know when it comes in handy. Some squires might practice archery or throwing spears to round out their combat skills. They also trained in unarmed combat and wrestling, since knights could be unhorsed and needed to fight on foot. Mock battles or Bayord tournaments between squires were arranged to test their mettle in group combat. These could be pretty rough affairs too, essentially sporting melees where injury was quite possible. But they taught the young fighters how to handle the chaos of real battle. While martial drills occupied much of a squire's days, his education did not neglect the courtly and intellectual skills that befitted a noble. He was not just a meathead. A proper squire was expected to be literate, or at least familiar with noble pastimes and knowledge. Many were taught to read and write Latin and French, which were at the time the languages of learning and aristocracy, by tutors and clerics in the household. They studied the basics of heraldry, learning the coats of arms of lords and knights, a practical skill for recognizing allies and foes and for the rituals of tournament. Music and poetry were also surprisingly important in a knightly upbringing. A squire often learned to play the lute or harp and to sing songs of chivalry. Medieval aristocracy valued a well-rounded warrior who could entertain or exhibit refinement. Chaucer, in the late 14th century, famously describes a squire who could, quote, sing or play the flute all day. He could joust and dance, draw and write, and love ardently. Well, this literary portrait, though idealized, reflects the expectation that a young noble should excel not only in combat, but also in the arts of polite life. Chivalric ideals and moral instruction were woven into the squire's training at every turn. The code of chivalry, a loosely defined set of values like courage, loyalty, mercy, and honor, was held up as the guiding light for knighthood. Squires learned these values partly through sermons and direct teaching, and partly through stories. Epic tales and romances were often recounted to them to illustrate virtuous behavior. So we can imagine a squire sitting in a great hall after supper, listening wide-eyed to the castle bard or an older knight narrating the exploits of Roland at Roncesvalles or King Arthur's knights. Tales like that glorified bravery, piety, and defending the weak, a pretty good role model for a young squire. The lady of the household might also play a role in this aspect of education. She could teach the youth courtly manners and the proper respect between man and woman, instilling the gentler side of chivalry. A well-bred squire was expected to be courteous, humble, and helpful. Medieval literature often stresses these virtues. Chaucer's squire, for instance, is described as, quote, lowly and serviceable, and always eager to serve his father, who was the knight. Well, this combination of fierceness and combat, along with a gentility in manner, was the ideal that squires were urged to attain. But it is worth noting that the quality of training could vary. In elite households, for example, a prince being trained for knighthood, the squire might have the best arms masters, jousting coaches, and educators. But in more modest settings, the knight himself might be the primary teacher, and the squire learned by just doing what he did. In any case, by late adolescence, a competent squire was usually formidable in fighting, and an emerging gentleman. He would have developed strength, martial skill, and the comportment expected of his class. But alongside training came real work, for a squire's life was not all drills and lessons. Much of it consisted of personal service to his knight. which provided different but equally important kinds of education in duty and responsibility. So what about the typical day of a squire? Well, no sleeping in, I'm afraid. You'd be up at the dawn, and it wouldn't end until the knight was comfortably asleep. In many ways, a squire was an elite version of a servant, required to attend the knight's needs in peace and war. But it was not mere drudgery. It was considered essential training in discipline and loyalty. A 15th century English translation of the knightly manuals, one of them, bluntly states that a young noble must learn to serve and be the first subject of his lord, so that he will later understand how to command. Thus, performing his duties for a knight was seen as both a squire's job and a character-building exercise. The range of a squire's duties was broad, covering every aspect of a knight's life. Some of the typical tasks and responsibilities are as follows. First was the care of the knight's horses. Every knight depended on them, from the powerful war horse to palfreys and pack animals. A squire ensured that the horses were fed, watered, groomed, and that their stables were kept in good order. He would lead the knight's charger out, saddled and bridled, whenever needed, and be ready with spare horses on campaign. In battle, a squire might hold the remounts behind the lines, prepared to rush a fresh horse to his master if the primary mount was injured or killed. A knight's armor was also his lifeline, but it was pretty expensive and prone to rust or damage, so the squire was responsible for cleaning and polishing the lord's armor until they shone. This could mean scrubbing mail with sand and vinegar, oiling metal plates, and checking straps and rivets. Weapons, too, had to be sharpened and oiled. You could imagine a squire spending many hours by the armory fire, honing swords and lances, or hammering out dents in a battered shield. Heraldic devices on shields and surcoats also needed upkeep and repainting, often another duty of the squire. Then there was the assistance in the knight in his dressing. Armor in the Middle Ages was not a one-man affair. Knights needed help getting in and out of their gear. A squire's morning routine might involve strapping his knight into a coat of mail, or later, by the 14th and 15th century, helping fasten pieces of plate armor. He laced up gambesons, which are padded underjackets, buckled breastplates, greaves and cuirasses, and placed the helm upon the lord's head. In fact, the word squire, originating as shield-bearer, hints that carrying and managing the shield was the key part of the role, as we mentioned before. The squire would hold the knight's shield and weapons until the moment they were needed, both in daily practice and on the battlefield. Then there was household service. In a castle or camp, the squire acted as the knight's personal attendant. This included serving at table. It was a classic duty of a squire to carve meat for his knight or lord at mealtimes, and carving was a skill in itself. Slicing and serving meats with elegance was expected of a well-trained squire. He poured wine, presented dishes, and ensured that his lord's cup was never empty. Such service reinforced hierarchy, but also gave the squire a chance to demonstrate courtesy before high company. Chronicles note that a proper squire was always courteous, modest, and helpful in hall, anticipating all of his master's needs. Additionally, a squire might manage some of the knight's belongings, pack his gear for travel, and keep his quarters tidy. If the knight was journeying, the squire often rode ahead to make logistical arrangements, or carried his luggage. Finally, there was the mentoring of pages and junior servants. You see, as a squire gained experience, he often became the leader to the younger pages. A castle boy's pages would look up to the squires, and a knight might task his squire with overseeing them in minor chores or basic training. This both lightened the knight's load and prepared the squire for command. It was a practice in instruction, and by instructing the pages to behave or showing them how to hold a practice sword, the squire would take on a proto-leadership role. In any case, these responsibilities grew even more intense whenever knights took to the field for tournaments or war, which we will explain next. But even in peacetime, the squire's life was far from idle. There's an account that sums it up from contemporary times. At age 14, he became a squire. In addition to his other duties, he had to carve the meat at the dinner table and to accompany his knight to war. He assisted him in putting on his armor, and other arms were polished until they shone. That's pretty much it. The squire essentially made sure his knight was always ready for action and comfortable in daily life. This constant service required humility and obedience, traits drilled into the youth, so that one day, as a knight, he would know how to command loyalty from his own squire. But it's worth noting, and dispelling a romantic notion, being a squire was hard, often mundane work. You see, popular imagination might picture tournaments as gallantry, but much of a squire's existence was sweaty and dirty. Cleaning a knight's armor could leave one blackened with soot and grease. Tending horses meant pitchforks and mucking out stalls. A squire fetched water for his master's bath, carried his messages across long distances, and even stood guard at night if needed. There was an old saying that a squire slept with one ear open, ready to spring up if his lord called. Through these labors, however, the squire did learn the endurance and practical know-how required of him. After all, a knight in the field might have to do without servants in a pinch. A former squire would not be helpless, as he'd already done all of these tasks himself. But despite the workload, the position of squire was a respected one. He was addressed as dominus, or master in some contexts, acknowledging his gentle birth. Now, within the noble household, squires ranked above ordinary servants, and often ate at the lord's table after the knights. They wore the livery of colours of their lords. For example, a squire of a great house might don a tunic bearing the knight's emblem or distinctive colours. Now, this not only marked their allegiance, but it also gave them a sense of identity and pride. By the 14th century, many squires even had their own coats of arms, typically a variation of their lord's arms with small differences to show cadency or their lower status. Being allowed a personal heraldic device was a sign that the squire was considered of the arm-bearing class, a gentleman on the path to knighthood. And so ultimately, all of these distinctions set squires apart from the common soldiers or grooms. They were recognized as almost nobles, nobles in training. Now, when it came to battle, that was really when the squire's role became critical, but also perilous. A squire accompanied his knight into war, not just a mere observer, but as part of the fighting unit. Medieval chroniclers often list how many knights and squires a lord brought to a campaign, indicating squires fought alongside knights, or at least in their support. In Western European armies of the Middle Ages, heavy cavalry units were typically composed of knights and their retainers, including squires and other men-at-arms. For example, a 15th century Polish cavalry banner. Each noble knight led a retinue that included at least one squire among the other fighting servants, all mounted and armored up. Now this shows that squires were not simply left back at camp. They rode to war and could engage in combat, though usually just in a support role to the knight. They usually would not be in the front line, you know what I mean. So before a battle, a squire's duties were to ensure his knight was fully prepared. He would check every strap of armor and secure the knight's helmet. He held the knight's banner, or pennon, ready and made sure that the war horse was armored and ready to go. As the knights formed up for a cavalry charge, squires often stayed close behind their masters. One medieval account describes that a squire, quote, stood by to give aid in conflict, should his lord be overmatched, and to lend his horse should the master lose his own. This really does encapsulate the squire's twin responsibilities in the fray: support and rescue. You see, if a knight's lance shattered or his sword broke, the squire dashed forward with a replacement weapon. If the knight's horse was killed under him, the squire would either bring a spare mount or even yield his own horse to his lord. Squires might carry multiple lances and spare shields for their knight, since tournaments and battles could quickly splinter these items. During the melee, squires tried to stay near their knight, but not to impede them. Medieval battles were chaotic and didn't have neat little sidelines for squires to wait safely. Instead, a squire would ride or run in the orbit of his knight's combat, ready to intervene. If his knight was unhorsed, the squire's moment would come. He would rush to help him back to his feet and defend him if necessary. Chroniclers note that it was the squire who raised the knight when he fell on the battlefield, and in the deadly press of combat, this could mean the difference between life and death. For a knight knocked down in heavy armor, it was pretty hard to get back up without help. Squires also kept an eye out for their lord's well-being. Should the knight be wounded, the squire would strive to drag or carry him out of danger. In dire cases, the squire was charged with bearing his master to safety, or bearing his body away if he were wounded, or in the worst case, killed, which is a bit of a grim job. Ensuring an honourable burial for a fallen knight was explicitly listed as one of the squire's duties in some sources, and this reflects the deep feudal loyalty that was expected. The squire's service extended beyond death, to see that his lord's body was cared for and according to knightly honour. Amidst these responsibilities, squires themselves could and did fight. Many were armoured, and armed similarly to knights, perhaps lacking only the full knightly panoply or the great war horse, and they would engage enemy soldiers. Who knows, perhaps squires from the other side, In the heat of large battles like those of the 100 Years' War, the distinctions blurred. A courageous squire might end up in single combat with an enemy knight. There are notable anecdotes of squires proving themselves in such fights. Jean de Helens, a French squire at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, was initially fleeing the defeat when an English knight, Sir Thomas de Berkeley, pursued him. The squire turned on his pursuer. He cleverly avoided the knight's lance, counterattacked, and wounded Sir Thomas, unhorsing and capturing him. Jean de Helens then bound the knight's wounds, took him as a prisoner, and later ransomed him for a hefty sum. With the fortune earned and the valour he demonstrated, this squire was promptly knighted, his battlefield exploit having effectively earned him his spurs. This dramatic tale shows that squires could be formidable combatants, and that the chaos of war sometimes gave them a chance to vault straight into knighthood. But it also shows the practical partnership between the knight and squire. They had roles that, if they would have been reversed, and the knight had captured an enemy, the squire would have been the one to guard the prisoner, and see him safely to camp. Squires were often tasked with holding any prisoners the knight took in battle, freeing the knight to continue fighting on. Well, in more organized circumstances like tournaments, the squire's role was just as vital, but it was a little bit more controlled. Tournaments were mock battles or jousting contests that were a centerpiece of knightly culture. A knight entering a joust would appear with great pomp, attended by his squires. The squire would carry the knight's lance, shield, and helm as they paraded before the crowds. When it was time to tilt, the squire passed the lance up to his mounted knight at the start of the run. If the knight was unhorsed or injured in the joust, squires ran to his side to help him up, just as they would in a real combat situation. In the grand melee events, squires initially stayed at the sidelines with spare weapons and horses. Medieval accounts of tournaments often mention squires scrambling onto the field after a bout to retrieve their knight's splintered lance or help untangle horses. The heraldic display was also managed by the squires. They bore their lord's banner, and sometimes their own, and would cry out the knight's name and feats to the heralds. A well-known scene from a 15th century tournament chronicler describes how after a vicious joust, a knight's squire galloped onto the field waving the knight's banner in triumph. In essence, tournaments allowed squires to practice the same support tasks as war, but with a little bit less danger. That is not to say that fatalities and serious injuries did not occur in tournaments too, but, it wasn't the goal. But there were also moments where a squire's pride had his... They also were moments where a squire's pride in his lord and his own aspirations would be on full display. One could imagine a young squire in shining livery, eyes fixed on the jousting list, yearning for the day he would compete and have a squire of his own by his side. Ultimately, the bonds formed between knights and squires in battle could be incredibly strong. They trusted each other with their lives. An example of loyalty is the story of Sir James Audley at Poitiers in 1356. Audley, a knight in the Black Prince's retinue, went into battle accompanied by his 4 personal squires. He fought with extraordinary bravery in the front lines, sustaining grievous wounds. His squires stayed by him throughout, even when he could fight no more. According to Froissart's chronicle, as the battle wound down, Audley's 4 squires, quote, took him out of the field and laid him under a hedge to tend his injuries. Audley luckily survived, and the Black Prince, admiring his valor, awarded him a rich annual income of 500 marks. In a remarkable act, Sir James Audley summoned his squires and gave the entire reward to them, saying that his honor that day was due to their valiantness and loyal service. He effectively shared his glory and wealth, crediting his squires for saving his life and helping him fulfill his duty. When the prince heard of this, he reportedly doubled the reward, showing how exemplary chivalry was celebrated. The Audley episode is a pretty powerful testament to the camaraderie and mutual devotion between a knight and his squires. It also highlights that squires, though lower in rank, were integral members of the chivalric community of arms. Their bravery and service, essential to the knightly feats we read about in the chronicles. So from the stories above, it's clear that the squire's experience was not only about acquiring skills, but also about internalizing a code of conduct. The elusive chivalric code. Can't have a video like this without that, right? Medieval writers often stressed that knighthood was as much about virtuous character as it was martial skill. And this teaching began in squirehood. Squires were immersed in a value system designed to make them honorable, pious, and loyal knights. Well, this all happened through formal instruction, and daily example. Knights were expected to be a model for chivalry and their squires. A squire learned honor by observing how his knight treated others, whether he upheld oaths, showed mercy to vanquished foes, and how he defended the helpless. Many squires served knights renowned for their piety and generosity, which left a deep impression. Good role models, you know. Additionally, lords and knights imposed discipline. A squire caught lying or acted cowardly could face harsh rebuke or even punishment. There was social pressure too. Squires often trained in groups. For instance, several squires in a great lord's household would train and do drills together. Healthy rivalry and peer influence encouraged them to embody knightly virtues. No one wanted to be seen as craven or dishonorable among their fellows. Religious faith underpinned chivalric ideals, and squires were educated in the church's expectations for warriors. They attended Mass with their lord, prayed before battle, and were taught to see themselves as Christian knights to be, defenders of the faith. The rituals of knighthood later on, like the vigil in the chapel before dubbing, were foreshadowed by a squire's religious life. In many households, squires and pages memorized knightly maxims. For example, the 10 Commandments of chivalry that included protecting the weak, speaking the truth, and being loyal to one's lord. Historical documents like the Ordinances of France from the 14th century list such duties. And while not every knight lived up to them, that's for sure, squires were certainly instructed in the ideal norms. And, well, I suppose you have to be reminded that you shouldn't romanticize this too much. Remember that squires were young teenage men. Doubtless some got into mischief or brawls. Medieval accounts occasionally mention unruly squires, perhaps overindulging in wine or quarreling when unsupervised. Part of a lord's task was to discipline these impulsive youths. The tough regimen of chores and training left little idle time. Intentionally, that is, to curb youthful excess. As the old saying goes, the devil makes work for idle hands. But when on campaign, the dangers and hardships quickly matured the apprentices, a trial by fire in the proper sense. By facing adversity at their knight's side, squires learned fortitude and the stern reality behind the chivalric veneer. In literature and chronicles, an exemplary squire is often depicted as courteous, brave, and eager to prove himself. The chivalric epics sometimes feature a loyal squire character, a young man who might perform a heroic deed to save his master. These stories were both reflections of and influences on how squires were expected to behave. A squire, knowing the tales of Lancelot or Roland, would strive to mirror their loyalty and courage on a smaller scale in his own life. The peer pressure of chivalry was real. Knights and nobles prized their honor, and a squire who disgraced himself would bring shame upon not just himself, but his master too. Thus, the knightly estate was keen to uphold the standards. In any case, by the end of his tenure as a squire, a young man was typically well versed in knightly culture. He could quote a bit of romantic poetry, comport himself with grace in a noble court, and debate the finer points of heraldry or tactics he had learned. He understood the feudal ethos of loyalty, having literally served at a lord's feet, and ideally, he internalized the knightly duty to protect those of lower station, as he had seen his own lord do. The character-building aspect of being a squire was arguably as important as combat training. Knights wanted comrades who were trustworthy and honorable. The squire system was how they tried to ensure the next generation of knights would uphold the same values that bound their martial society together. And so, after years of service and training, a squire's journey reached its culmination in the knighting ceremony, often called the dubbing or adubment. This ritual was both celebratory and solemn, the moment where a squire crossed the threshold and joined the Brotherhood of Knights. But the transition was not automatic with age. It had to either be earned or conferred by someone who was already a knight or lord. When a lord decided his squire was ready, perhaps around the age of 20, though sometimes earlier for those worthy, plans would be made for the ceremony. It might be timed with a major feast day, a royal coronation, a wedding, or on the eve of battle, occasions that lent special honor to the dubbing. In many cases, multiple squires were knighted together in a grand event. Oh, I'm sure you'd be friends for life after that, wouldn't you? Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, the ceremony had acquired a religious character. Later medieval chronicles describe a process that began with a ritual bath. The squire would take a bath to purify himself, symbolizing the cleansing of sin. He would then don special white garments and spend the night in vigil at chapel, praying over his sword, which was placed on the altar. This night-long vigil tested his dedication and reminded him of the sacred duties of knighthood. The following morning a mass would be heard, and a priest might bless the sword and spur that the squire was to receive. The dubbing itself typically took place in public ceremony, often in the castle courtyard or the main hall, witnessed by assembled knights and nobility. The presiding knight or lord, sometimes a king or prince for high-born squires, would fasten gilt spurs to the squire's heels, hence the phrase, to win one's spurs. The squire's sword was buckled onto his belt, and a knightly belt or baldric might be given. The crucial moment came with the accolade, originally a sturdy blow to the neck or shoulder with the flat of a sword, or even a hand. By tradition, the lord would deliver this blow and say words akin to, "In the name of God and St. Michael, I dub thee a knight. Be valiant, loyal, and true." Something like that. The newly made knight would then rise, and all those gathered would from then on greet him as Sir. Medieval sources note that earlier, in more rough and ready times, the ceremony could be quite simple, just the accolade of and a brief oath, but in later centuries it became more elaborate, sometimes including dressing the new knight in symbolic clothing, a white tunic for purity, a red robe for the blood he might spill, and black hose for death, each color imparting a moral lesson. After the formal dubbing, there were usually celebrations, trumpets sounding, heralds proclaiming the knight's name and lineage, and often a lavish feast with dancing and jousting to display the new knight's prowess. It was not uncommon for the freshly dubbed knight to perform a ceremonial feat, like riding about the lists or cutting cleanly through a suspended helm, to demonstrate his skill to the crowd. Importantly, the squire-turned-knight would also swear oaths as part of his transition. He swore to defend the church, to be loyal to his lord and the king, to protect the weak, and to uphold justice, the core promises of knighthood, often sanctified by the utterance before God and the altar. These oaths formalized the ideals the squire had been taught all along. Now he was expected to live by them in his own right, and without the master's supervision. For the squire, being knighted was a moment of profound change in social status. Overnight, he went from a follower to a leader. He might receive a fief or reward from his lord, some land or income to support his new rank. If he was knighted on the battlefield, a practice known as knighting on the field or chevalier banneret, if allowed to carry his own banner, it was often in recognition of exceptional bravery, and the ceremony was swift, a quick accolade amid the army, sometimes by a general or prince. Many knights were made this way during wars and crusades, skipping the pomp but retaining the honor. For me, I think I'd rather be knighted on the field, with all of the boys, all the other lads, and just cheering at the end in recognition for some great deed, without all the pageantry, without all the good manners. I think it'd be far more fun to have a boisterous knighting. Anyway, I'm not sure if I'll ever get the chance. Be nice to be knighted. Maybe I'll set that as one of the goals. In any case, after knighthood, the former squire would usually in turn take on squires of his own, if he had the means to do so. And the cycle, just like that, continued. Yesterday's apprentice becomes today's master. Some knights, especially those of high nobility, might have multiple squires attending them, as noted earlier. For example, a full medieval knight is likely to have had at least 2 squires underneath him. Now, having achieved knighthood, the young man would rely on his squires to perform the same duties for him that he once did for his own lord. His perspective, no doubt, was enriched by his own past. The best knights remembered their squirehood with empathy, and treated their own squires with a firm but fair hand. But it's worth noting, too, that not every squire's story ended in knighthood. Those who didn't get dubbed might continue serving as men-at-arms, professional soldiers of slightly lower status, but often quite formidable in fighting skill. In the late medieval era, many nobles chose not to knight every single squire, because knighthood came with certain feudal obligations and costs. Knights owed military service, and were expected to maintain an expensive knightly appearance. It wasn't easy. Being a man-at-arms was a little bit more manageable. Thus, some squires remained esquires, and served in administrative roles or as household officers for the lords. Still, the training they received as squires equipped them for a range of occupations in the noble milieu, from castle stewards to commanders of archers. The title esquire became an honorific for distinguished service, even without knighthood. And, well, maybe while it wasn't the top job, it was certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Now, for those who did ascend, the moment of knighting was the crowning achievement of their life. One can imagine a newly made knight, perhaps just 20 years old, riding out the next day with spurs jangling, finally addressed as Sir, and eager to prove himself worthy of that title. All the years of discipline, instruction, and toil as a page and squire suddenly crystallized into this new identity. Yet with that honor came the weight of expectation. Now he must exemplify the chivalry that he had been taught. And so the life of a knight squire in medieval Western Europe was demanding but quite a transformative journey. It took a boy of noble birth and tempered him through work, study, and combat into a member of the chivalric warrior class. And as we have seen, a squire's days were filled with a mix of the humble and the grand. 1 hour he might be scrubbing armor or serving roast meat in the great hall, and the next he could be training at the joust, or riding into battle at his lord's side. He learned to obey, to endure, and to excel. Through the squire's eyes, we glimpse at the reality behind the romantic ideal of knighthood. The gleam of the armor owed much to the squire's elbow grease. The knight's victories on the battlefield owed a debt to the squire's steadfast support, holding the knight's horse, handing him fresh weapons, and even shielding him from harm if need be. While the chivalric virtues the knights are praised for were first instilled in them as squires, through patient mentorship and sometimes harsh lessons, and in this way the institution of the squire was the backbone of knighthood. It perpetuated the skills, knowledge, and the ethos of the knightly class from generation to generation. Standing at the threshold between boyhood and knighthood, the squire embodied both possibility and responsibility. The medieval world entrusted him with carrying forth the knightly tradition. And so, today, by learning about the squire's life, the early mornings, the hard trainings and fierce battles, we gain a pretty good understanding of how the medieval knight was made, not born. I think it reminds us that behind every knight was a squire, quietly toiling away, learning and growing into the next hero. And, in the words that may have been spoken at a dubbing ceremony, be brave and loyal, a charge first taken to heart in the long formative days of life as a knight squire. We all know how the Black Death devastated Europe, with previously unheard of mortality in the middle of the 14th century. But amidst all this, a new character appeared on the stage of the medical field as fear and destruction increased: the plague doctor. These doctors, or nominal doctors as they were sometimes called, were specifically assigned to treat bubonic plague patients and attempt to stop the spread of the disease. They were out there, on the front lines, fighting a terrifying malady, during a time when the causes of diseases were not well understood, and as for the cures, they were mainly ineffective. Although the iconic costume of a dark-robed figure wearing a bird-like mask only became popular in the later centuries, in the 1340s, at the time of the bubonic plague, the doctors were still a very real thing. They worked in an environment of death and despair, frequently employed by rulers or cities in need of any kind of relief, as desperation sunk in. And today, we're going to talk all about them. We're going to draw on a lot of sources, things like Boccaccio and diaries of the time. And we're going to get to the bottom of what a plague doctor actually did. We are mainly going to be concentrating on the time of the Black Plague in the 14th century. We're going to explore the medical practices, official responsibilities, social roles, and also the public interactions of the plague doctors during this time. But we're not going to go into fantasized or romanticized accounts of them. We are just going to be sticking to these primary sources and some contemporary sources to piece together what was really going on. Finally, we'll look at the development of the role of plague doctors in later outbreaks and show how their reputation and role evolved over time. So if you like this sort of content, like and subscribe, and maybe check out the Patreon. Shall we now begin? First, we're going to talk about medieval medicine in general. Of course, that's a good place to start. Medieval theories and, well, a lack of practical experience still dominated medicine when the Black Death struck Europe in 1347 to 1351. The ancient humoral theory of Hippocrates and Galen of much earlier times, which maintained that imbalances of the four humors, that being blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, were the things that caused illness, and this was what was taught to physicians. It was the best they had at the time, and being cut off at this time from the rest of the world, at least eastward, it was very hard to get any new information. The Islamic world and the Asian world, particularly China, were developing their medicine at a pretty decent rate. Europe, unfortunately, did not quite have as much of an acceleration, but they certainly will in later times. Now, that being said, very little was known about contagion in that sense, and there was very little, well, there was no germ theory at all. Many medical professionals thought the plague was a type of pestilential fever, which is basically a diseased state of humors brought on by miasma. Now, miasma is effectively poisoned air or other environmental and cosmic factors. Indeed, a significant report that was published in October 1848 by the Medical Faculty of Paris ascribed the plague to a 1345 conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter that tainted the air and caused the disease to spread through different regions, which is an interesting theory. So, in order to combat the poor air quality and negative humors, early responses concentrated on changing lifestyle and surroundings. They were onto something, but just not quite there. But even the most educated doctors were perplexed by the epidemic's unexpected surge. Giovanni Boccaccio, a contemporary chronicler from Florence, noted that, and I quote, "The ignorance of the physicians did not know how to cure it." Or, in another section of his work, "To cure these infirmities, neither the advice of physicians nor the power of medicine appear to have any value or profit." Doesn't sound very promising, doesn't it? But he also speculated that the disease might be simply incurable. The Decameron, the work by Boccaccio which describes the events between 1333 and 1349, documents this candid observation, which emphasizes the helplessness of the medieval physicians in the face of this new plague. Few infected patients indeed recovered, and conventional medical wisdom completely failed. Boccaccio went on to state, "No doctor's advice, no medicine could overcome or alleviate this disease. Faith in conventional medicine was weakened by the plague's virulence and mystique. A large number of men and women without any training in medicine began to invade the profession, which meant that folk healers and even charlatans coexisted with actual medical professionals. Society continued to look to anyone with the title of doctor for assistance in this fear-filled environment where all human wisdom and foresight were vain. Doctors dealing with the plague had to work in this chaotic medical environment." And you imagine being a doctor, trying your best in those times, and your patient turns around and says, "Well, I heard that if you rub an onion against your forehead 3 times a day, that will cure the plague." Don't listen to them. Listen to the real doctors. Well, of course, science is not a democracy, but we must try to listen to professionals where we can. Of course, during the Black Death, plague doctors became a separate profession due to necessity. The outbreak's scope overwhelmed the standard medical infrastructure in city after city. There was a medical care void as many reputable doctors fled affected cities to protect themselves, or just simply succumbed to it themselves and died before they could really treat anyone else. Of course, don't rely on the governments to protect you from that. For instance, there were 18 doctors in Venice prior to the plague. By 1848, there was 1. The other 12 had probably fled. The other 5, well, they were probably dead already. As for municipal governments and rulers, well, they started employing doctors expressly to treat plague victims and perform plague-related tasks in order to deal with the crisis, drawing once again from that miasma theory. These contract doctors, simply known as plague doctors as they were a completely different classification, specialists, I suppose, were frequently outsiders, young medical professionals just beginning their career, or at least less well-known practitioners. Of course, being new to the game, they were willing to work in dangerous conditions for a set wage. We have an early example of this from Italy, where in 1348 the city of Orvieto paid a physician named Matteo Fu Angelo 50 florins a year. It doesn't sound like much, but that is 4 times the average physician's salary. Pretty good wicket. Now this high salary is akin to hazard pay, I suppose, reflecting the dangerous nature of the work. Similar to this, Pope Clement VI of Avignon hired more medical personnel to care for the sick after he encountered plague in the papal enclave in 1348. As many others fled, Guy de Chauliac, the Pope's personal physician, continued to treat victims in Avignon. His writings and presence show the papacy's support for continuing medical care in spite of the risks. Someone had to do it. In fact, whole city councils in some places simply begged for the doctors to come. Giovanni de Ventura, a plague physician, was offered a renownedly generous contract by the city of Pavia in 1479. This is in a later outbreak. 30 florins per month, not year, and that's paid in advance, along with a free house and Pavian citizenship. This amount was huge. 30 florins was roughly half a year's salary for a skilled craftsman, highlighting the fact that treating the plague was viewed as a job that bordered on simply throwing oneself off a cliff, necessitating high motivation. Money talks. Everyone has a price. Danger. Now that is going to require a little bit of overtime pay. The pattern established in the 14th century is exemplified by that example, which occurred a little after the Black Death. In exchange for their services during epidemics, governments hired plague doctors with special contracts, high compensation, and occasionally promises of immunity or privileges. Records begin to use the title medicus pestis, or physician of the plague, by the early 1350s. Physician, rather. In a time before official health boards, these physicians played a primarily municipal role as public health responders. Their mission was to care for all the patients regardless of wealth, with a particular emphasis on the underprivileged who could simply not afford private medical care. Plague doctors were typically paid a fixed salary and were not allowed to collect fees from patients, in contrast to private physicians, who could simply charge fees to see the infected patients, or, if they were a little bit too infected, just refuse to see them. "I'm sorry, we're booked out. You'll have to come back later." In reality, some did illegally accept gifts, because of course they would, or at least demand additional money for special cures, which damaged their standing with the public. But in general, their official responsibility was to assist the community during a crisis. May I remind you that every profession can become corrupt, especially when you are in this time, especially when the bait for getting you to come and do this very dangerous job with an extremely high mortality rate was throwing money at you. You tend to get a taste for it. One of the first instances of a coordinated, state-sponsored medical response to a public health emergency was the rise of the plague doctors. So that's interesting. But what about the medical therapies and procedures? They had to do something for them, right? Well, they had their ideas. You might be surprised, or perhaps not so surprised, to see how medieval these are. The medical knowledge and treatments used in the 14th century combined traditional and even sometimes magical thinking with scholarly medicine. Based on the humoral theory, they treated the plague by rebalancing the humors and eliminating toxins, because they thought the disease was brought on by the corrupted humors or poisonous air. Of course, bloodletting was one of the main techniques used to extract the bad blood that was causing the illness. During the plague, bloodletting took many forms and was widely used to treat a variety of illnesses. Not just the plague, pretty much everything. Although leeches were costly and not always available, they might be applied to patients to draw blood if they were available. More frequently, the physician would use a lancet or knife to open a vein, then carefully follow humoral and astrological rules regarding the amount of blood to be drawn from and from which area of the body. Some people used cupping, which involved applying a heated cup to the skin to create a vacuum that draws blood to the surface and is said to remove disease. They still do this in Chinese medicine to these days. Arguably, if it works or not. We're not quite sure. Some people say it does, they swear by it. In order to remove what they believe to be poisoned blood, these procedures would frequently be performed close to the swellings, also called buboes, where we get the name bubonic from. But of course it wasn't just bloodletting. In addition to that, the doctors experimented with a variety of chemical and herbal cures. Many people carried out or prescribed theriac, a complicated herbal remedy that was first created as a poison counter. Opium and dozens of other ingredients made up the theriac paste, which was applied to buboes or consumed internally as a purported remedy. Other ingredient pastes and poultices were also popular. One suggested a salve that was applied to the plague swellings after lancing and contained a mixture of roots, flowers, and herbs. In one treatment, which is extremely upsetting, a paste was made from human waste and applied to the boils, using the adage, like draws out like. The rotting matter would draw out the rot of the disease. I don't know who came up with that idea, but I don't think it would pass peer review. Other recipes were strange or, frankly, just as disgusting. Not surprisingly, more infections were probably caused when excrement was applied to open wounds. But since clean urine was believed to have therapeutic benefits, patients would also bathe in or consume diluted urine as a last resort. In the Middle Ages, doctors would even pay for fresh urine as a commodity. Now that's a side hustle. Although these actions seem heinous now, they were part of earnest attempts to combat the enigmatic plague with whatever antidotes were conceivable at the time, and when people were in such a panic they were willing to try anything. Of course, in hindsight, it all seems strange and disgusting to us. But what about our modern medical procedures? Think about 500 years into our future. What are we doing now that people are going to criticize and call us barbaric for? Additionally, folk remedies that had gained popularity were embraced by plague physicians. The Vickery method, which involves strapping a live chicken to the plague bubo, was a notorious example. Certainly paints a scene in one's imagination. This remedy, which is frequently credited to Thomas Vickery, an English physician, called for applying the bare skin of a chicken's backside to the swollen nodes. It was thought that by displaying signs of illness, the chicken would draw out the poison. Until the patient recovered, or the chicken, and frequently the patient, passed away, the chicken would be cleaned and reapplied. In a similar vein, some healers applied pigeons or snakes to the buboes, arguing that these creatures, particularly the snake, which is a representation of evil, at least in our Western mythos, might draw the plague toxin away from the body. Exotic ingredients were tried for wealthier clients. Crushed emeralds were given to patients in the hope that the disease would be cured by the purity of the precious stone. In the hope that lesser poison might balance the greater, other poisons themselves with arsenic or mercury potions, which sadly frequently killed more patients than the plague actually did. Physicians may also recommend the well-known Four Thieves vinegar, a vinegar tonic flavored by cloves, sage, and rosemary that was believed to prevent disease if taken on a daily basis. The legend originated that thieves who allegedly used it to ward off plague while robbing victims. But the simplest treatment, if we call it that, was probably just lancing the buboes. To drain the pus and blood, many barbers/surgeons, or plague doctors in their own right, would use a knife to cut open the swellings. Following a lancing, they frequently applied a drawing salve, such as warm plaster of butter, onion, and garlic, as advised by one Italian plague tract, or cauterized wounds with hot irons. In effort to stop further corruption, Guy de Chauliac, a papal physician in Avignon, described and used this technique. He would wait for the bubo to ripen, lance it, and then cauterize the pus pocket with a hot iron. However, Guy acknowledged that the results were subpar, and that the majority of patients still died. Overall, recovery was more of a surprise than an expectation. Boccaccio noted, very few were ever cured. Almost all died within 3 days of the first symptoms. Therefore, rather than actually curing the disease, plague doctors devoted a large portion of their time to palliative care, or merely observing its progression, trying to learn something. One Spanish physician, Jacques d'Agremont, noted the lack of effective cures and offered prevention advice to colleagues and the general public in one of the first plague treatises he wrote in April 1348. Gentile de Fologno of Bologna, another learned physician, painstakingly recorded plague cases and treatment attempts in multiple books before succumbing to the illness himself in 1348. Their experiments, all over, confirmed a sobering fact, that there was no cure for the Black Death, at least not in medieval medicine. Nevertheless, plague doctors continued to use the resources at their disposal in hopes of at least easing the suffering, or just consoling the dying. After all, they all need something to believe in. Now, of course, we have some safety procedures and medical clothing, their equipment. These physicians are, of course, linked to the famous beaked plague doctor costume, but that entire ensemble dates from the 17th century rather than the 14th. This came around much later. Although they were more ad hoc, plague doctors did take as much precaution as they could during the Black Death era. Physicians in 1348 realized that the plague was somehow contagious. According to Guy de Chauliac, one man caught it from another by looking at him, and it spread so easily that physicians felt useless and ashamed, and it did not dare visit the sick for fear of infection. They don't sound very confident, don't they? Many thought that the contaminated air and toxic fumes released by the ill and their surroundings were the source of the infection. They were kind of on to the right path. Almost. They'll get there eventually. So, in order to combat this, physicians attempted to purify the surrounding air. In an attempt to obstruct the noxious air, they would burn incense, juniper wood, or aromatic herbs in the sick rooms and breathe in the smoke. When approaching a patient, it was customary to bring bouquets of flowers or sachets of potent herbs, such as wormwood, mint, or rosemary, and hold them to the nose. People, including doctors, clung to fragrant posies to ward off the plague miasma. And that practice is reflected by the nursery rhyme, "Ring a rosies, a pocket full of posies." You know, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. That came from the plague. Falling down is dying. I'm sure you figured that part out. But some doctors also suggested masking as a form of protection in the 14th century. An early mention dates back to 1373, when a physician by the name of Johannes Jacobi suggested that doctors on plague duty cover their faces in order to filter the air, but he did not specify the look of the mask. To serve as a crude respirator, doctors typically tied a scarf or piece of cloth, often soaked in vinegar or aromatic oils, over their mouth and nose. They were probably dressed in the standard doctor's gown or robe, perhaps with a leather apron or hood, added for a little bit more protection. Wearing layers of clothing could act as a physical barrier to keep fleas and infectious materials away. A waxed cloak, which is a coat treated with wax or suet to repel liquids, is mentioned in some accounts as being worn by doctors. If it had been used, this would have been an early example of personal protective equipment, albeit in its very early stages. But you've got to start somewhere. They also frequently carried a staff or cane and wore leather gloves. Why the cane, though? Well, it had two functions. It indicated the doctor's authority, and also allowed him to examine or guide the patients without coming into direct contact with them. Or perhaps it also helped ward off desperate people who might crowd a little bit too near. There is that too. Nothing beats whacking someone with a good cane. Not speaking from experience. So, all of these small precautions changed significantly over time, thanks in large part to the design created by French physician Charles de Lorme, circa 1619. The now famous beaked leather mask with the glass eye openings and a long coat was adopted by plague doctors by the 17th century. De Lorme detailed the outfit, which included a broad-brimmed hat, leather gloves, boots, a gown coated in scented wax, and a face mask with a half-foot-long beak stuffed with medicinal herbs and perfumes. This costume did not exist during the first wave of the Black Death, as we've said, but the idea of it, creating a head-to-toe barrier, was the pinnacle of medieval ideas about protection from miasma. The beak was supposed to act as a kind of filter, so that as the doctor breathed, the impregnated materials would strain out the pestilential miasma. That's a really good band name, isn't it? Pestilential miasma. That sounds good. Anyway, sorry. Well, spectacles were fitted into the eye holes of the mask to protect the eyes from infectious vapors. Gerhard Autzenbach's 1656 German engraving, which was made by the famous Paulus I satirical print, Dr. Schnabel van Rom, depicts a plague doctor wearing a full-beaked regalia, which includes a wooden pointer staff and a wide-brimmed hat. It's perhaps the most famous depiction that we have. But you really do have to remember that although there was no standard uniform in the 14th century, the concept of it was in its infancy. By self-quarantining, when not in use, burning or changing their clothes frequently, and using barriers gloves, covers, and fragrances while treating patients. The plague doctors really did everything they could with the knowledge they had to prevent getting infected. Following Pope Clement VI's famous practice of keeping fires burning in his chamber during the plague to purify the air, some doctors even sat between large fires. Perhaps apocryphally, this fiery quarantine was said to have kept the Pope safe. So many around him perished, though. Despite their limited knowledge of contagion, these measures demonstrate that the plague doctors were acutely aware of personal danger and instinctively practice an infection control method. But even with precautions, Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes the plague, which we now know spreads through flea bites and respiratory droplets and in pneumonic cases, caused many of the doctors to become ill and eventually die. But we can remember them as their efforts to stay safe with this precursor of the idea of the medical occupation safety. Okay, so that's effectively what they were doing. But what about the social roles and the duties of a plague doctor at this time? Well, during the Black Death, they performed a wide range of social functions in addition to trying to cure people. In addition to being healers, there were also public servants who were frequently expected to carry out quasi-legal and administrative duties. Documenting the spread of the plague was one of their main responsibilities. In order to keep track of body counts and new cases in their community, plague doctors created public records of infections and fatalities. These straightforward tallies were crucial for authorities to determine the severity of an outbreak, during a time when epidemiological science was, of course, lacking. The plague doctor might, for example, visit homes in infected areas, noting who was ill or who was dead, and recording these figures every day for the city register. Being a source of data, these might have been their most helpful service in practice, because effective treatment was so difficult to find. Some plague doctors, according to medical historian Frank Snowden, effectively turned into demographers of death, carefully documenting the disease's progression week by week, month by month. Additionally, plague physicians were frequently asked to observe the dying's last testaments and wills. There were only so many priests to go around, I suppose. They may be the only knowledgeable witness available to certify a will, because they frequently visited the sick beds and arrived when a patient was close to death. The plague doctor's testimony could be used to confirm that a person in articulo mortis had stated their final wishes, because normal legal procedures in many cities simply broke down during the outbreaks. This established a quasi-notarial role for plague doctors. This was expressly stated in some employment contracts too. In the event that priests or notaries were not available, the doctor would take confessions and wills. As a result, the doctors had to handle delicate situations involving individuals getting ready to die, and their presence gave bereaved families some legal certainty. In a similar spirit, they occasionally gave patients advice regarding their behavior prior to death, essentially telling them to settle their affairs, find spiritual solace, or reconcile with their relatives. After the Middle Ages, medical ethics texts state that physicians should treat patients' souls in addition to their bodies. During the plague, this frequently meant serving as the final bridge connecting the dying and the community. But in some cities, post-mortem examinations were even performed by plague doctors. In the 14th century, the plague doctors of Florence and Perugia both asked to conduct or oversee autopsies on plague victims. The objective was to gain a deeper understanding of the disease, the pathophysiology, as a prelude to scientific research. Despite the personal danger of handling infected cadavers, a few trailblazing physicians agreed. Although these autopsies were crude by today's standards, they did produce observations, such as identifying internal lesions or disease tokens, as they called them. In fact, according to one story, a physician who examined bodies in 1349 noticed dark patches on internal organs and came to the conclusion that the corruption had spread through the blood. Although they didn't always result in cures right away, these discoveries improved our understanding of medicine. Some plague physicians, such as George Thompson in London, dissected plague corpses by the 17th century. Thompson is renowned for doing so during the 1665 outbreak, documenting his finding in a treatise called Loimotomia, and masking the stench with incense. These deeds date back to the Middle Ages, when a few courageous physicians went above and beyond the call of duty to investigate the mysteries surrounding the plague. But crucially, plague physicians acted as intermediaries between the infected population and the government. They frequently gave town councils advice on sanitation, quarantine regulations, and how to transport the ill. Some physicians were early proponents of patient isolation because they had direct knowledge of the spread of the plague. Medieval city records from cities like Venice reveal that physicians advocated burning soiled bedding and removing corpses from the streets as practical ways to lessen the miasma. Ibn al-Khatib, a Spanish Muslim physician in Granada, who was not a plague doctor by profession, but was rather a modern medical scholar, even maintained that in 1349 the plague was contagious and recommended quarantine, which was in line with what some astute plague physicians actually suspected. Permanent boards of health were set up in Italian cities following the first wave of plague, in Venice in 1348, and later in Milan, Florence, etc. During subsequent outbreaks, plague doctors often collaborated with these boards to enforce health ordinances. I did a full video about the health ordinances in the town of Pistoia, it was quite funny to see how much it was like the modern times that we had dealt with a few years ago in our own health issues. Therefore, the role of a plague doctor was a combination of public health officer and medical caregiver. While others remained indoors, they were out on the streets, giving orders to mark sick people's homes or to hang white cloths on windows to indicate the sick, as was done during the outbreak in Edinburgh in 1645. To guarantee that the disease were handled properly, they occasionally oversaw the plague carts that carried them from their final resting places. Due to all these responsibilities, plague doctors played a great role in the community's response to the calamity. But personal relationships with patients and the public were extremely difficult for plague doctors. They were feared and needed at the same time. For families who are suffering, the doctor's arrival at the door may offer a slim chance of survival or at least some respite. However, it's also frequently heralded disaster. A neighbor who saw the plague doctor enter a home knew that the residents were probably infected and soon would perish. As a result, the presence of plague doctors on the streets was viewed by many residents as a sign of impending death. The satirical broadside Dr. Schnabel from the 17th century, for instance, portrays the doctor as doing nothing but terrify people and make money from the dead and dying. In fact, there were complaints of dishonest doctors, even in the 14th century, who would demand extra fees for fake miracle cures from desperate patients, capturing this mixed reception in later folklore and art. There were differences in the reliability of plague doctors.
While some remained loyal to their duties and showed great compassion, others exploited the chaos for their own benefit. Quackery accusations are also included in accounts of the time. For example, Boccaccio refers to an enormous number of ignorant men and women set up as doctors, suggesting that many so-called plague healers were simply incompetents or frauds who blended in with the real doctors. Treating patients was frequently a heartbreaking task for those who were legitimate. Despite their best efforts, they frequently witnessed agonizing deaths due to the plague's rapid progression. Marchione di Copo Stefani, a Florentine physician, described how the streets and homes were so crowded with plague victims that the doctors could only provide consolation, while the victims perished without medical attention. In his account of Avignon in 1348, Guy de Chauliac wrote, "People were buried without priests, died without servants." He observed that during this period of social collapse, physicians did not dare to visit the sick for fear of infection, and when they did visit them, they could do very little and accomplish nothing. This moving statement from the doctor himself demonstrates the emotional toll and sense of hopelessness that these doctors would have experienced. Another quote from the work: "Father would not visit son, nor son his father. Charity was dead." In response, some plague physicians like Guy doubled down on their work. He famously wrote, "Did not flee, unlike some physicians who abandoned their charges," and kept treating patients until he contracted the plague himself. Indeed, Guy de Chauliac contracted the illness, experienced a protracted fever, and developed a large bubo in his groin. After 6 weeks of suffering, he survived. He later attributed his survival only to God's will. Patient interactions could include anything from brief examinations to compassionate bedside care. Direct physical contact was reduced in many instances. Using his cane to lift clothing or check for swelling without coming into contact with the patient's skin, a plague doctor may examine a patient from a safe distance. Since uroscopy was a common diagnostic technique in medical medicine, he might look at the patient's urine flask if he needed to verify symptoms more thoroughly. In fact, there is an illustration from 1574 from Leyden which depicts a doctor holding up a flask of urine among plague patients, suggesting that this practice was still in use, though we don't know how widely. Doctor-patient conversations were probably brief and formulaic. The doctor would inquire about the onset of symptoms, possibly the smell of the patient's breath. Breath odor was thought to be a diagnostic sign, and check the patient's pulse and buboes. In response, the patient or family would be, of course, bombarding the physician with nervous inquiries, asking if they could help, to which the physician may cautiously offer regimen recommendations. Common recommendations included praying for divine mercy, taking warm baths or steam inhalations with herbs if one was well enough, and altering one's diet, avoiding cold, moist food and eating more bread and soup. But most doctors, no matter how logical, frequently suggested prayer as a component of the treatment, perhaps not for a medical case, but just to offer some comfort. In the eyes of the public, plague physicians occasionally became suspects, or even scapegoats. People sometimes feared that doctors themselves spread the disease because they frequently handled the belongings of the dying, even to burn them or perhaps for research purposes, and moved among the sick. In certain areas, there were rumors that a naive physician treating a plague might unintentionally spread the disease from home to home on his clothing. Due to numerous contracts that stated that plague doctors should not interact with the healthy population unless absolutely necessary, This resulted in cases where doctors were shunned, or even shunned outside of their duties. In essence, the physician was also regarded as contagious in and of himself. Although it was not specifically directed at doctors, it illustrates the type of fear in which a plague doctor operated, where any association with the pestilence aroused dread. In one extreme case, public paranoia about plague spreaders in Milan in 1630 during a later outbreak resulted in the torture and execution of people accused of purposely spreading the plague, i.e., plague carriers. However, there are plenty of stories that highlight the bravery and kindness of some plague physicians. When everyone else who could ran away, many had stayed. Even priests would not go into the affected hovels they entered. Some plague physicians became local heroes as a result, at least to those they helped. Venetian city records, for instance, commemorate the sacrifice of a number of doctors who died in 1348 while caring for the ill. Chronicles in England mention doctors who died while on duty in places like Norwich and Bristol, suggesting that they were well respected for their work. A sort of archetype of the plague doctor as a selfless martyr to duty developed over time. The plague doctor in Albert Camus' novel, The Plague, which is set in the 20th century, is portrayed at the same level of perseverance, demonstrating how prevalent this archetype is in later literature. The very existence of plague doctors represented society's refusal to completely give up in the face of the Black Death, holding on, if only just by a thread, even though many individual doctors in immediate medieval context failed or faltered. They were gloomy, solemn individuals trudging through deserted streets, in an attempt, perhaps a futile one, to restore some semblance of order or healing to those communities torn apart. And now we will have some notable personal narratives. We are quite fortunate to have some first-hand accounts from Black Death doctors that shed light on their experiences and ideas, but among the most well-known is Guy de Chalier. Guy served as Pope Clement VI's personal physician and was in the center of the 1348 plague outbreak in Avignon. We've already talked about him briefly, but we'll go into a little detail. Later in his medical treatise Inventarium Sive Chirurgia Magna, 1363, he included a section specifically on the plague, and he doesn't hold back when describing his own fear and illness. He gives a clear, clinical account of plague symptoms as follows. It was so contagious, especially that which involves spitting of blood, that one man caught it from another just by living near him, but even by looking at him. Then he sees the collapse of society, where people were buried without priests and died without servants. Father would not visit son, and charity was dead. Guy's candid admission that physicians did not dare visit the sick for fear of infection is remarkable of itself. Shows that a doctor is aware of his colleagues' limitations, and he also isolated himself and just waited after he got his own disease, which was probably the bubonic form and was caused by the aposteme or bubo in his groin. He said he only survived because God let him. Guy de Chalier's account is valuable because it blends personal narrative with medical observation, and he was a model of the devoted plague doctor. Because of his bravery in carrying on his own work, he even returned to duty during another outbreak in 1360. The previously mentioned Faculty of Medicine in Paris report, 1348, is another recent source. Although it isn't a single doctor's private journal, it does reflect the opinions of the learned medical community at the time. In it, They analyze the causes and then offer suggestions for treatments and a schedule. They suggested wholesome remedies, like moderate bleeding, using laxatives to cleanse the body, eating herbs that aid in digestion, and avoiding taking too many baths. Now, why is that? Well, because open pores could allow toxins to enter. In order to purify the air, they also suggested avoiding swampy and odorous areas, sprinkling vinegar and starting fires in homes. Of course, in a safe manner. You don't want more problems on your hand. This document from Paris demonstrates the official medical position and what doctors would have advised at the time. That is just to stay away from excess, bolster your body's humors, and maintain a hygienic and fragrant environment. Some of the advice, of course, such as avoiding spoiled food or dirty areas, had slight advantages, but the majority was still pretty useless. The voice of Jacques d'Agremont of Catalonia, who wrote Regimen of Protection Against the Pestilence in April of 1348, comes from the Iberian Peninsula, that is, Spain, or thereabouts. With the intention of educating lay people, he spoke to the people of Lleida in the local dialect of Catalan. Jacque's treatise stands out for providing methodological explanations of the plague. He makes it quite evident that every plague begins in one region, before being conveyed from place to place through a variety of methods. This suggests early comprehension of geographic spread and contagion, whether they knew it or not. Although he did not support the persecution that followed such rumors, he did acknowledge that human agency or evil men could spread the plague, a reference to the widespread fear of conspirators or well poisoners. Jacque's text contains detailed regimen advice because he wanted to calm his neighbors by giving a sense of control. He advised avoiding fatigue, using protective perfumes, and maintaining a healthy diet to balance the body's humors. As one of the earliest works on the Black Death, his treatise serves as a first-hand public health guideline from a plague physician to the general public. Gentile da Foligno, a physician from Bologna, who was one of the first researchers to examine the plague, also provides us with an indirect voice. In addition to writing multiple consultations, Gentile might have conducted an autopsy on a plague victim according to some accounts. He studied the body of a pig infected with the disease in order to comprehend it. That's a good start. He postulated that a miasma had infiltrated the blood, which was the cause of the plague, and like many others, he attributed its beginning to the planetary alignment in 1345. The fact that Gentile died in 1348 while teaching that one must stay to treat patients, well, that's testimony enough. This type of anecdote emphasizes the personal risk that doctors simply had to accept. One of his students wrote that his master became ill after working among the plague victims continuously, and that he died, I quote, as one who tested his theories to the end. The actions of plague doctors were discussed also by non-physician observers. In Florence, Boccaccio tells of a vivid story about how many doctors were afraid to visit patients with the plague, and those who did frequently failed to achieve anything. Many doctors in England disregarded the oath taken by the monk Henry Knighton, who wrote, "Doctors were bound by oath not to absent themselves." Even when doctors ministered diligently, the outcomes were seldom happy, he continued to write, adding that those who stayed were either extremely compassionate or had no choice. Chronicles such as these, though not from the medical field, support the idea of the plague doctor as a person fighting against insurmountable odds, and you can't argue with that. So let's talk now a bit more about the regulations and the authorities overseeing the doctors. Of course, this is going to be different from place to place and time to time, but we'll provide a general overview and some examples. Now, in essence, plague doctors worked for the city or the state, and their contracts and rules show how officials attempted to control the situation. A normal plague doctor's contract would specify expected duties, salaries, and length of service, which was usually for the duration of the epidemic. Giovanni de Ventura's contract in Pavia, 1479, for example, probably contained provisions requiring to treat all patients, regardless of class, that he could not refuse to enter homes infected with the disease, and that he could not leave the city without authorization or until the pandemic was over. These provisions were required because in the event that things simply became too bad, some hired doctors might become frightened and just get their things and leave, quite literally running for their lives. According to records, some towns had to deprive their plague doctors of their wage or threaten punishment in order to prevent them from abandoning their posts. In order to maintain public safety and compliance, plague doctors were occasionally placed in quarantine themselves. They may have had to reside in a specific home, which could include a temporary medical facility or remote housing. During their tenure, a plague doctor essentially lived in a constant isolation, since they frequently, according to one, had to serve a long quarantine after serving a plague patient. To prevent spreading the infection from patients to others, they were not allowed to go to public events, marketplaces, and they weren't even allowed to go to church. Doctors typically had to go through a rigorous quarantine, 40 days of isolation after their service ended or the plague subsided before returning to normal society. These regulations show that authorities considered plague physicians to be both essential but potentially hazardous carriers. Black Death-era city ordinances provide insight into how plague physicians were incorporated into more comprehensive policies. By the end of 1348, public health regulations in many Italian cities had established pest houses or plague hospitals. I mean, neither name is very inviting. But they also had special cemeteries outside of city walls, prohibited the healthy from interacting with the sick, and mandated street cleaning. Some of these measures were supervised by plague doctors themselves. After all, you better bring the experts. A physician might be assigned to oversee a plague hospital if one existed, where the ill, impoverished were gathered in order to keep them apart from the city. Think of it kind of like a leper colony. While the renowned Visconti method of confining the sick to their homes was being used in Milan, doctors were assigned to periodically visit those homes from a safe distance and report any changes, basically ensuring that if anyone died or recovered, that information was recorded properly. A chief plague physician may have had help from barber surgeons who performed bloodletting and lancings, apothecaries who prepared medications, and local barbers or bathkeepers who may have performed some of the regimen of tasks like bleeding or fumigation under the doctor's supervision. According to accounts of multiple tiers of medical staff, a whole team could be hired by the government, with the top plague doctor providing guidance. Cities employed 2 plague physicians in certain instances, particularly later in the century, and assigned them different responsibilities. One may have been in charge of autopsies and research, while the other handled the daily patient visits. Flip a coin. They're both not very nice. But even with the best of intentions, rules may not have always been applied consistently. Long after the plague was over, some doctors petitioned for their promised pay, showing that governments weren't always quick on the wages. George Ray, who worked as a plague doctor in Edinburgh in 1645, is one example. 15 years later, he was still attempting to get his full payment. This implies that although cities took these contracts seriously, payment may be delayed due to political or financial unrest. Earlier accounts of the Black Death mention town councils rewarding the widows of plague physicians who lost their lives while on duty with bonuses or pensions. The role of plague doctors in the medieval medical hierarchy was one particularly intriguing feature of their work. University-trained doctors typically worked privately for pay and refused to follow directives from public authorities. However, health enforcement's civic role expanded during plague emergencies. In an unusual move at the time, city governments successfully imposed public control over medical practice by employing plague physicians directly. The idea of public health officers was certainly inspired by this. This made some well-known doctors uncomfortable, and some of them turned down such positions, leaving them to less experienced. According to one historical analysis, this is just one of the reasons why many plague physicians were second-rate doctors, or just young doctors trying to make a name for themselves. In the larger medical community, accepting a position dealing with municipal plague might have been somewhat stigmatized, because it was risky and less prestigious than caring for affluent patients during peacetime. But occasionally, those who did serve, if they survived, became quite well known. Since he could claim to be an expert in pestilential disease, a successful plague doctor could later use the experience to boost his reputation. Front page of the resume, that is for sure. A doctor who worked during a plague outbreak, for instance, frequently wrote a treatise on the disease later on, which could improve that reputation further. According to one account, more than 281 plague treatises appeared between 1350 and 1500, indicating that a large number of them were published in the latter half of the 14th century. These were often written by frontline medical professionals, essentially the plague doctors imparting their hard-earned wisdom, but surely a few of them must have been copies or fakes. After all, to improve one's resume, one tends to embellish the facts just a little bit. And now, stories from the plague. There's a few, kind of unusual or interesting occurrences that had happened at this time, all within the context of the greater happenings. So we will go through a few of these that has been documented to put a more human face on this. Now, we have mentioned the fires of the Pope, that is Pope Clement VI of Avignon. This was at the advice of his official physicians. He kept 2 large fires burning constantly on either side of his throne room and just sat there, waiting for the plague to be over. Apparently, this was supposed to purify the air. It was probably advised by his doctors, who also provided the aromatic woods to feed the fires. Additionally, he sat alone. It's noteworthy that none of the papal doctors perished during that outbreak too, which some attribute to this fiery quarantine. The extent to which they went is demonstrated by this striking picture of a ruler surrounded by flames, as the medical professionals dash in and out to treat the ill. And then we have the critique by Matteo Villani. During the time of the Black Death, the chronicler from Florence, Matteo Villani, wrote harshly about physicians, claiming that doctors with their medicines killed many more than the diseases did. Now, this is a little bit exaggerated. It suggests that some of the members of the public believed that certain treatments, such as bloodletting and powerful potions, were actually just accelerating deaths. Villani also described how until the city raised payments, there was never a doctor in Florence available for any price. They'd all either died or fled. And then, of course, we have the well poisoning story. Jews and other minorities were blamed in many places after being accused of causing the plague by poisoning wells. Some plague physicians contributed these incidents by either dismissing the charges as unfounded. Some urged authorities to view the disease as natural rather than malevolent, or by actually giving them legitimacy, depending on their personal feelings towards that group of people. It was all fueled in one Geneva case, when a doctor allegedly testified that a powder discovered in a well was poisonous. It shows how during those anxious times, everyone's always willing to point the finger of blame at someone. But something that you probably didn't see coming is Nostradamus. He did some bit of work on the plague too. Despite being a 16th century man, Nostradamus is frequently brought up in relation to plague physicians because of his creative methods during subsequent outbreaks. You see, he wasn't just a fortune teller, or, well, arguably he was one of them, but he was also a trained physician. He avoided the typical bleeding and purging during the province plague in the 1540s. Rather, he concentrated on preventative care and hygiene. Among his well-known recommendations were to remove the infected corpses as soon as possible, clean the streets, expose patients to sunlight and fresh air, and give them a vitamin C-rich rosehip jam. Reports state that his cure rate was remarkable at the time. Because it depicts a plague doctor departing from medieval customs and hinting at contemporary ideas, this is a pretty remarkable story. We're talking about isolation, cleanliness, and nutrition, rather than going back to the old Galenic theories. A minority view at the time, Nostradamus was also cautioned against bloodletting for plague. He is famous for other reasons, of course, but his time as a plague doctor shows how some practitioners in later times took note of the mistakes made in 1348 and decided to try something different. Well, eventually the image of the plague doctor became so ingrained in popular culture that it was the subject of gloomy jokes. A satirical poem ridiculing the doctor's inutility was included with the Polish first engraving Dr. Schnabel. According to what is written about Dr. Beak, he is a foolish character, despite the fact that he wears an odd mask and carries a cane. Exaggerated features such as a large beak, claw-like gloves, and a winged hourglass on his staff are all purely artistic additions to the doctor's appearance. The widespread circulation of this print suggests that the plague doctor was as much of a folklore figure as a real person by the 17th century. As a macabre joke, people even dressed up as plague doctors during the Italian carnival celebrations. The tradition is still carried out today in Venice's Carnival with the Medico per la Peste mask. Pretty interesting example of how trauma is processed, I think. Such a terrifying role became a masquerade theme. What was once terrorized can now be mocked. Everyone has to deal with the trauma in a different way. Well, finally, we have that tale of John Politus and George Ray. Now, we already mentioned George Ray, the Edinburgh plague physician. John Politus was practicing there too in 1645. It shows the unappreciated nature of the work, at least in some places. Politus began during the outbreak but passed away a few months later. Guess what from? After taking over, George Ray survived the pandemic. But as we mentioned, they didn't pay him. So what did he do? He petitioned the city for the unpaid portion. But he was still attempting to collect the debt 20 years later. Now this leads me to believe that this debt must have been a substantial amount, and I can put a story in my head. Think about it. We're going into a little bit of imagination here. But after poor old John Politus died, it would have been a little bit hard to find someone's position to take over that one. You think about it. If you're going in as a plague doctor, well, what's the worst that can happen? Well, if you look at what happened to John Politius, well, that is the worst that can happen. You can die from the plague. So what does the government do? To get a new doctor, they have to have a plague doctor, right? Well, they offer a sum that is so ridiculous that it is too good to turn down. Of course, George Ray, seeing the dollar signs rolling around in his eyes, of course couldn't refuse that one. But the problem was, it was an upfront payment. And then when the time came where the bill came in, well, there were problems. Always problems. Poor old George Ray. Well, at least he survived. That's one thing. Of course, I'm sure he survived with quite a bitter taste. Well, every one of these little stories, it just adds to the story of how plague developed in a more human sense. The mosaic of the experiences and representations of plague doctors. Occasionally they too were victims of fate, subjects of art, heroes in retrospect, and villains in rumors. The lives of the doctors were linked to the worst disaster of their time, whether they were walking through towns with staff and herbs, or lying fevered in their own beds. Well, for the final part of the video, I'd love to be able to tell you that the plague ends around 1352, somewhat like that, and it just goes away and everybody lived happily ever after. I'm afraid that's not what happens. In fact, we still got the plague today. So we're going to talk about the subsequent plague epidemics, and of course, how did the doctors of the time deal with them? Sure, it's a couple of 100 years, and medical technology and research isn't quite where it is, or it should be to deal with such a problem. But there were some advancements. So, the plague recurred in waves throughout Europe for centuries following the first Black Death in the 14th century. The function of the doctor evolved and remained constant over time. Societies continued to use designated plague physicians in subsequent outbreaks, ranging from the second pandemic that included the Great Plague of 1665 in London and the Marseille Plague of 1720, to all the little intermittent outbreaks in the 18th century. But as public health infrastructure and medical knowledge gradually advanced, the methods of the plague doctors eventually changed. During the late medieval era, the 15th century, plague struck Europe every few decades. The 1361-62 Children's Plague, and the plague of the 1370s, etc. It was just an unfortunate fact of life. At the time, permanent health boards were in place, in places like Milan and Venice. But in those days, the plans of these boards frequently included plague doctors too. More formalization is evident in the establishment of quarantine stations, or as they called them, lazarettos, in the use of health passes to restrict travel, and the role of plague doctor as part of the large response that may have included inspectors, grave diggers, cleaners, and guards enforcing cordons sanitaires. Strict measures, such as sealing off any household with plague, contributed to Milan's success in 1374. They did very, very well, actually, and later in 1630 in controlling the disease. However, doctors continued to visit and confirm cases, albeit from outside the sealed homes. Charles Delorme's description of the plague doctor's costume spread through continental Europe by the 17th century. Many physicians wore heavy protective gear during the Great Plague of London in 1665 and the Great Plague of Naples in 1656. But not all doctors in London in 1665 wore plague suits. For those who worked in particularly dangerous positions, such as the city pest house, might have. Ugh. Just the word pest house. I can only imagine the most miserable place on earth. Well, debatable, sure. Even though they were unaware of the mechanism, more doctors by this point had to accept the concept of person-to-person contagion, and were more careful to isolate themselves whenever feasible. Dr. Nathaniel Hodges, for example, bravely remained in London to treat plague victims before writing Loimologica in 1672. He explained that he kept a sponge soaked in vinegar and camphor to breathe through while visiting patients, drank wine infused with tobacco as a preventative, and self-quarantined in his quarters every night. A clearer understanding of contagion and some chemical disinfectants, tobacco, smoke, and camphor, strong-smelling compound, were believed to clean the air. At least this shows somewhat of an evolution from the 1348 pandemics. The growing use of inoculant-like procedures was another trend over time. Some late plague doctors in Turkey and Russia tried crude forms of variolation, that is, using the smallpox concept, by applying bubo material to superficial cuts on healthy people in an attempt to create a mild illness for immunity, even though there was no real vaccine for the plague. Although these trials weren't very common or effective, they do show that some practitioners in the 18th century began to adopt a more experimental approach, and it was somewhat based in scientific method. They were on the right track. Many people believed that the Great Plague of Marseille in 1720 was the final significant outbreak in Western Europe. Organized efforts played a significant role in the plague doctor during this event. There were several physicians and surgeons in the city, some from outside and some from nearby, and they did dress up in various plague costumes. An illustration from that era depicts a physician in Marseille's lazaretto donning a hooded outfit, long waxed robe, boots, gloves, and of course, a crude mask. Although medical theory had not significantly progressed beyond humors by 1720, some people improved practices, and they were made possible by empirical experience. For instance, the mass burning of contaminated goods and airing out of homes was supervised by plague doctors in Marseille. A compound cordial, plague water, and even an improvised plague vaccine were tried on prisoners by one doctor, Giovanni Pilarni, with varying degrees of success, of course. The outbreak was the last of its kind in Europe, though the death toll was still very high and many doctors unfortunately perished. The plague then disappeared from European life for a time, either as a result of improved quarantine at ports, alterations in the climate, or changes in rat populations. The traditional image of the plague doctor vanished as the disease began to subside. There were still outbreaks in the Middle East and Eastern Europe in the late 18th and early 19th century, though. For example, in 1771 there was a severe plague in Moscow, during which the doctors were working, and, well, one of them was eventually killed by a riot when he attempted to shut down a church to prevent gatherings. However, the role virtually vanished in Western and Central Europe as a result of the disease. And by the 19th century, medicine had moved on to new problems, and even a better understanding of infectious diseases. When the third plague pandemic struck Asia, and then some other parts of the world in 1894, doctors were wearing the hats of modern epidemiologists. Equipped with microscopes, they quickly identified the plague bacillus and the flea that spreads it. The days of the ancient plague doctor, complete with beaked masks and astrologically timed bloodletting, were all but over. So looking back, the legacy of the plague doctors is not entirely positive. In most cases, they did not significantly reduce mortality or even cure the Black Death. Many of the remedies they used were actually quite harmful, or at least ineffective, and their knowledge was limited. But don't write them off. They were by no means useless. When there wasn't much available, they offered care, albeit limited. They documented important information, comforted the dying, and urged authorities to address the situation. Some secondary aspects of the disease environment were at least addressed by some of their preventative measures, such as isolating the ill, burning trash, and using perfumes to cover up some offensive odors. In a time when escaping was frequently necessary for self-preservation, their bravery, for those who served with true diligence at least, is quite remarkable. As one chronicler put it, like a pilot in a storm with no harbor, the image of the lone plague doctor wandering the empty streets still endures. What plague physicians witnessed and experienced over time established a groundwork for public health, including the significance of cleanliness and isolation, as well as the eventual notion that disease may have particular cause that can be looked into. Their autopsies and case notes fed into later scientific inquiries. Well, in any case, the tale of what the plague physicians truly accomplished is still gripping. It's evidence of how people try their best to face the unknown, imperfect, scared, occasionally misguided, and occasionally brave people, standing between a terrible disease and a community so desperate for help. Under all this tremendous pressure, they represented the nexus of medieval science, civic responsibility, and compassion. Even though they were unable to save the millions that died, their efforts were not in vain. They left behind records, gained knowledge, and demonstrated that people could care for the sick, even in the most dire circumstances. And isn't that what a doctor's meant to do? It's an early chapter in the lengthy history of public health epidemic response, and the plague doctor, with his strange cures, his bizarre costumes, and, frankly, sometimes questionable behavior, continues to be a potent symbol of the medieval struggle against the Black Death.
The Silk Road, far more than a simple route for commerce. It was a grand corridor of cultural exchange, connecting civilizations from China all the way to the Mediterranean. From religion and art to language, technology, and even cuisine, ideas moved in multiple directions across deserts and mountains, carried by the camel caravans, passed hand to hand in oasis towns. Today, drawing on the words of those who traveled the route back in the day, the diplomats, the monks, the merchants, explorers of antiquity, will uncover how the Silk Road became a conduit of exchange that shaped the ancient and medieval world. The story of the Silk Road, well, it's not just about business, but more about curiosity, syncretism, and the human desire to connect across great distances. By examining primary accounts and historical records from the era, we'll gain a pretty good insight into how these early interactions left a legacy still visible in our modern culture. So, let's transport ourselves back in time as we go into the cosmopolitan world of the Great Silk Road and see how these cultural exchanges
made this network truly legendary. But where are my manners? Hello, and welcome to the channel. Here we are today to walk the Silk Road together. Aren't you excited? You should be. Well, thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon and those who took the time to check out the merch store. And thank you very much for those who clicked the like and subscribe button and left a comment telling me where it is exactly they are listening from. With that being said, customary welcomes out of the way, let's get started. So, to understand the cultural exchange along the Silk Road, we should probably first picture the network itself and the people who moved along its path. The term Silk Road is kind of a misnomer. It describes a web, rather, of overland routes stretching some 6,000 kilometers, linking the great empires of the East and West. It's not just a single road. During the route's peak, that is from antiquity to the early medieval era, it spanned from the Han Chinese capital of Chang'an, which is present-day Xi'an, and to the oases of Central Asia, such as Kashgar and Samarkand, on towards India, Persia, the Middle East, and finally to the Mediterranean. It was an intricate network of trails across deserts and mountains. Few individuals traveled the entire distance, rather. Instead, goods and ideas were relayed in stages by a succession of intermediaries. For example, Chinese silk might be traded to Sogdian merchants in Central Asia, and then exchanged to Persian caravans, eventually sold to Roman dealers in Syria or Egypt, and then passed on from there. But in this process, each handoff was an opportunity for cultural transmission, as people shared stories, beliefs, and skills along with the products. The origins of this transcontinental exchange trace back to the diplomatic and strategic missions of earlier times. In the 2nd century BC, the Han dynasty of China sought allies and resources to the west. The envoy Jiang Qian was dispatched around 138 BC to find the Yuezhi people and form an alliance against the nomadic raiders. Although he never secured the alliance, Jiang Qian traveled through Central Asia, and when he returned to China, he brought with him some astonishing information about these far-off civilizations, and also a few little souvenirs with him too. According to the Chinese records, his expedition brought back exotic crops, previously unknown in China, and this included grapevines and alfalfa, as well as tall, powerful horses from the Fergana region. His reports described prosperous societies to the west that cultivated the land and made wine from grapes, evidence of Hellenistic influences lingering in Central Asia. For the emperor, that being Emperor Wu of Han, he was pretty fascinated. He honored Jiang Qian, gave him a pat on the head, told him good job, and sent further missions. And this right here is pretty much the effective ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Silk Road as a conduit for regular exchange. And so, as trade networks grew, so did the cosmopolitan nature of Silk Road hubs. No single empire controlled the entire route. Instead, a patchwork of kingdoms and nomadic peoples made their livelihoods from it. The Sogdians of Central Asia, for example, became famed as the Silk Road's master merchants in the early centuries CE. Sogdian traders from Samarkand and Bukhara acted as middlemen, carrying Chinese silks, paper, and ceramics westward, and bringing glassware, precious metals, and spices eastward. They also served as translators and cultural brokers, often multilingual and able to converse with Persians, Indians, Chinese, and Turks. Ancient letters discovered near Dunhuang, written in the Sogdian language, reveal merchants discussing how war in distant lands has had a bit of a disruption to their business. Vivid proof that events in one region could certainly ripple across the Silk Road. Of course, war always shocks the economy. At caravanserai inns along the way, diverse peoples met. A Persian caravan might share a courtyard with Indian and Chinese merchants, all swapping tales over a nice cup of tea. These stops were melting pots where languages, fashions, and ideas intermixed nightly. At the western end of the network, the Romans, and later Byzantines, knew the Silk Road primarily through the luxurious goods it delivered. Silk, in particular, was worth an absolute fortune. The Roman writer Pliny the Elder, in the 1st century CE, lamented Rome's obsession with imported silk and the drain of gold that had to pay for it. But he marveled that the distant Seres, the Chinese, weave webs like spiders to create this diaphanous cloth, which Roman ladies prized despite its cost. I'm sure that the Chinese silk dealers were the enemy of Roman husbands everywhere. But in general, to the Romans, China was a mysterious source of wonders, just so far away. Still, their appetite for Silk Road wares was insatiable. And by the mid-2nd century CE, direct encounters occurred. The Hohanshu, that book of later Han, records that in 166 CE a delegation from the Roman Empire, who the Chinese called Daqin, arrived at the court of Emperor Huan of Han. They brought gifts of ivory, rhinoceros horn, and tortoise shell. They probably got this in India while they were en route, and this was noted as the first official contact between Rome and China. In reality, it was probably a group of Roman merchants posing as envoys, but I suppose they were still Roman. Still, the mere recording of such an event by the Chinese historian Fan Ye underscores how even distant empires grew curious about each other through the Silk Road. And so, by the height of the trade, a vast array of peoples participated in its exchange. Nomadic tribes like the Scythians, Yuezhi, Xiongnu, and later the Turkic and Mongol groups both traded with and at times raided the caravans. City-dwelling merchants from Parthian Persia, the Kushan Empire, the Gupta Indian realm, and countless oasis principalities all took part as well. During periods of stability, such as under the Han and Tang dynasties in China, or later under the unified Mongol Empire, long-distance travel became a lot safer. And of course, that just means that cultural exchange can be accelerated further. Think about it. A Chinese Buddhist monk could venture into India along the protected routes, or an Arab merchant could cross Central Asia under the watch of a Turkic Khan. Each traveler's journey added to the web of cross-cultural contact. And so, with that all in mind, let's explore the major domains of culture that were transformed by these interactions, as this is more of a video about not the history of the Silk Road, but rather an analysis of how it developed different cultures. Religion, art, language, cuisine, and technology. Let's talk about it all. One of the most profound and enduring impacts of the Silk Road exchange was the spread of religious beliefs across continents. The trade routes doubled as missionary routes, allowing faiths to travel with the caravans. But this is a two-way process. Eastern religions now moved westward, and Western faiths moved eastward. The result was a remarkable religious cosmopolitanism along the Silk Road, especially in Central Asia and China. where temples, monasteries, and shrines of many creeds coexisted and still to this day do. One of the most significant religious transmissions via the Silk Road was the spread of Buddhism from India into Central Asia and China. Buddhism, born in northern India in the 5th century BC, gradually moved north and east as missionaries and merchants traveled. By the 1st century CE, Buddhist teachings had reached oasis states like Khotan and Kashgar, and monks were establishing monasteries along the trade routes. In the 2nd century CE, the Han Dynasty court in China received reports of this new faith. A later Chinese tradition recounts that Emperor Ming of Han sent envoys to India who returned in 67 with Buddhist scriptures and monks, leading to the founding of the first Buddhist temple in China. Now, whether this be legend or fact, it is clear that by the end of the 2nd century, Buddhism had gained a foothold in China, aided by the Silk Road contacts. Foreign monks such as An Shigao, a Parthian noble, and Lokashema from Gandhara were translating Buddhist sutras into Chinese in the Han capital. I can imagine that would be one hell of a job to do that, introducing unfamiliar concepts and enriching the Chinese religious vocabulary. But as centuries passed, Buddhism's presence expanded dramatically. The religion thrived in the Kushan Empire, covering parts of India, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, which actively supported Buddhist art and scholarship. This patronage produced the distinctive Gandhara art, Buddhist statues sculpted in the Greco-Roman style, an early example of cultural blending. Caravans carried Buddhist iconography and text eastward. By the 4th century, whole stretches of the Silk Road were dotted with monasteries that catered to spiritual needs of merchants and provided safe havens for travelers. In China, the 4th to 7th centuries saw Buddhism blossom into a major faith, thanks in part to the Silk Road. Devout Chinese pilgrims even traversed the route in reverse to seek the source of their faith. The monk Fa Xian made a journey to India in the early 5th century, and his travelogue describes crossing treacherous deserts and mountains to reach the holy sites he sought. 2 centuries later, Xuanzang undertook an epic pilgrimage from Chang'an to India and back from 629 to 645 CE, which he detailed in his book Great Tang Records on the Western Regions. Xuanzang's writings paint a vivid picture of cultural exchange. He recounts the bustling markets of Samarkand, where the Buddhist monasteries coexisted with the Zoroastrian fire temples, and marvels at the sight of the colossal Buddha statues to Bamiyan in Afghanistan. He returned to China with hundreds of manuscripts, directly bringing Indian knowledge to East Asia. Through such journeys, Buddhism was not only transported, but also transformed. As it took root in China, it absorbed the local influences and changed in character, giving rise to schools like Zen or Chan Buddhism that blended Indian doctrine with Chinese philosophy. The flow of Buddhist ideas is one of the clearest examples of intellectual exchange on the Silk Road. But it wasn't just Buddhism. We also had Christianity, Zoroastrianism, and eventually Islam. Christianity also traveled eastward. By the 7th century, missionaries of the Church of the East, often called the Nestorian Church, had journeyed from Persia across Central Asia. In 635 CE, a missionary named Alupen arrived in Chang'an and received the Tang Emperor's permission to teach his religion. The ensuing Chinese Christian community in China left behind a remarkable monument, the Nestorian Stele of Xi'an, erected in 781 CE. Inscribed in Chinese with a bit of Syriac, it commemorates 150 years of the luminous religion in the Tang Empire, describing how scriptures were translated and churches referred to as temples, were established in several cities. The very existence of this stele signals that a small but thriving Christian presence had been nurtured by the very tolerance that the Silk Road conveyed. Nestorian Christians adapted to Chinese culture, even using Buddhist and Taoist terms to explain their doctrines in local idioms. Older Persian faiths like Zoroastrianism also made their way east with the merchant diaspora. Sogdian and Persian traders living in Chinese cities maintained Zoroastrian fire temples for their worship. Some Tang Dynasty tombs of Central Asian merchants in China are adorned with carvings of Zoroastrian deities, illustrating the persistence of their beliefs, even far from home. Closely related was Manichaeism, a syncretic religion born in Persia too. It spread along the trade routes and won converts in places like Turfan and Chang'an. For a period in the 8th century, the Uyghur Turkic rulers of the steppe officially adopted Manichaeism, which had arrived via the caravans, another testament to the Silk Road's role in transmitting diverse creeds. The rise of Islam in the 7th century added a new dominant faith to the Silk Road mix. As the Arab Islamic caliphates expanded into Persia and Central Asia, they came to control large sections of the overland routes. Islamic rule in cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, conquered in the 8th century, did not end trade, but rather Muslim merchants became active facilitators of commerce along the Silk Road and cultural exchange. Islam itself gradually spread among the Turkic and Iranian peoples of Central Asia through these contacts. By the 10th century, mosques would stand alongside Buddhist stupas in some Silk Road towns. The encounter between Tang China and the Abbasid Caliphate at the Battle of Talas in 751 is famous not only as a military clash, but also for initiating new exchanges. You see, in the following decades, diplomatic and commercial missions eventually resumed between the Chinese and Muslim rulers. The Islamic world gained access to some Chinese technology. One notable example, of course, is paper. The Chinese figured that out pretty early. While the Chinese observers gained knowledge of the new religion of Islam too. In Chang'an, Arab and Persian merchants settled in thriving foreign quarters, where they introduced cuisine, music, and beliefs. A Chinese account from the 8th century even notes that these Western peoples, quote, do not eat pork and do not worship Buddha, an early observation of Muslim customs on a very surface level by a Tang writer. Of course, there were occasional tensions, but the general atmosphere was one of pragmatic coexistence, allowing Islam to become part of the cultural tapestry of the Silk Road. So in short, it was a highway for faiths. By 800 CE, a traveler moving from Syria to China could encounter along the way Christian monasteries in Persia, Zoroastrian fire altars in Bactria, Buddhist cave temples in Dunhuang, and Muslim minarets in Kashgar. This diversity was unprecedented. It fostered an environment of religious dialogue and sometimes syncretism. For example, Central Asian art from this period might depict a Buddhist icon influenced by Christian style or a local deity alongside foreign symbols. The spread of religions via the Silk Road was not only changing the spiritual landscape of Asia, but promoting the exchange of philosophical ideas, art motives, and ethical principles among different peoples. Now, the exchange of material, culture, and art along the Silk Road was as lively as the exchange of faiths and philosophy was. Wherever trade went, art followed. Objects, designs, and artistic techniques traveled with artisans and merchants, resulting in hybrid styles and new art forms that were, well, truly cosmopolitan. An example is the impact of the Hellenistic art from the Greek world on Buddhist art in Central Asia. after Alexander the Great's conquests, which, well, he wasn't so great for most people. The Zoroastrians and the Persians called him Alexander the Accursed, by the way. Either way, Greek artistic traditions lingered in Bactria, modern Afghanistan. Centuries later, when Buddhism spread to that region, local sculptors began depicting the Buddha using Greco-Roman techniques. The result was the Gandhara style, statues of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, with wavy Mediterranean hair and toga-like robes. By the way, that word, Bodhisattva, it's kind of like one of the gods that they worship. I'm not very good at defining it, but it's one of the many gods within the pantheon. Now, these early Gandharan Buddhas were essentially a cultural crossover. Asian religious icons shaped by Western artistic realism. And as these images moved east, they influenced how Buddhists in China and elsewhere visualized the divine. Early Chinese Buddha statues from the 4th century show this influence clearly, resembling an Indian Buddha with a hint of Apollo's face. It's really something to marvel at. Visual motifs and decorative designs also migrated. Silk textiles provide a great example. Chinese silk rolls often reached the West bearing intricate patterns, and conversely, Central Asian and Persian motifs found their way into Chinese art. During the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907, which was a high point of Silk Road exchange and generally a high point of China, well, Chinese art became notably international. Tang nobles wore fashions inspired by Central Asia, for instance, short tunics and boots that came from Turkic styles, and they decorated their homes with imported Western wares. Tang pottery and silk frequently featured motifs like grapevines, lotuses, and winged mythical creatures. Originally, the same ones that had been popular in Persia and India. At the same time, Chinese luxury items like lacquerware and porcelain, very expensive by the way, traveled west and were admired and imitated abroad. They couldn't quite get it right, but they tried to make their own version. Archaeologists have found Tang-era Chinese ceramics as far away as Iraq, and Persian silver plates have been unearthed in Chinese tombs. And that's a two-way admiration, that's for sure. But performing arts, too, they were part of the cultural exchange. Musical instruments and dancers moved along with people. The lute, known in China as the pipa, which is a bit different to our lutes in our imagination for the medieval European viewers. Well, that was adopted from a Persian instrument, the barbat, and has become central to Chinese music. Central Asian dancers and musicians were famous in the Tang capital too. Historical records describe troupe performances from Sogdia and Bactria, entertaining Chinese courts with lively music, exotic costumes, and new dance forms. In the other direction, elements of Indian and Chinese music filtered into Middle Eastern musical traditions through these contacts. Even architecture did not remain immune. The design of Buddhist religious architecture in China, the multi-tiered pagoda, was inspired by the Indian stupa form, likely modified through what builders saw in Central Asia. Meanwhile, in Western Asia, some architectural ornaments, such as certain tile designs or lion statues, show influence from Chinese art. Artisans themselves sometimes traveled. A glassmaker from the Eastern Mediterranean might find a bit of work in a Central Asian palace. Or a Chinese silk weaver might go and teach the craft in a Persian court. Though such hands-on exchanges, techniques like metalworking, painting styles, and textile patterns were shared across cultures. And so by examining the art that does survive from the Silk Road regions, we can literally see the layers of cultural exchange. In the Buddhist cave temples of Dunhuang in western China, for example, paintings from the 8th century depict donors wearing Sogdian-style garments and heavenly figures with Iranian facial features. And in Central Asian ruins, we find murals where East Asian motifs appear alongside Mediterranean ones. The blend was not accidental. It was the direct result of artists drawing inspiration from the cosmopolitan milieu that was all around them. So, along the Silk Road, the arts became a universal language. Styles from one culture were readily adopted and adapted by another. The beauty of a Persian carpet or a Chinese silk panel was appreciated far from its origin, and local artists tried to emulate it or merge it with their own traditions. This cross-pollination produced new artistic innovations and a shared artistic heritage that spanned continents. And so with the constant movement of people also comes the mingling of languages. The Silk Road was, of course, a corridor of polyglot communication. Polyglot, of course, meaning one who speaks multiple languages. Merchants and diplomats often became multilingual by necessity, and they carried words and writings across borders. It resulted in noticeable loan words entering different tongues. For example, as new fruits and foods arrived in China, their foreign names were adopted. In fact, the word for grape, pu tao, in Chinese, likely came from the Persian term, just as the word for lion, shizi, came from the Persian shir. Likewise, Western languages borrowed terms for Chinese items. The Greek word for silk, serikos, was derived from Ceres, the Chinese people. Such linguistic borrowings are only tiny clues of contact, but many survive to this very day. Pu tao, of course, is just the main example. More dramatically, entire writing systems were spread via the Silk Road. The Aramaic-derived scripts of the Middle East inspired Central Asian alphabets. The Sogdian script used by Sogdian merchants was adapted from Aramaic and became a kind of universal script along the Silk Road, and it was later adopted by the Uyghurs, and from them it passed to the Mongols. The traditional Mongolian writing used today is thus a direct descendant of a script used by Silk Road traders over 1,500 years ago. Similarly, Indian scripts traveled into Central Asia along with Buddhism, and Sanskrit inscriptions have been found besides Chinese texts in the desert oasis. In the famous library cave of Dunhuang, manuscripts in a dozen languages were preserved. We're talking Chinese, Tibetan, Sogdian, Sanskrit, Khotanese, and many others. This often indicates that scholars along the Silk Road were versed in multiple languages and worked to translate holy texts and documents from one language to another. Translation of literature and religious texts was one of the greatest intellectual byproducts of the Silk Road. A prime example is the massive effort to translate Buddhist scriptures from Sanskrit and related languages into Chinese. Generations of missionary monks and Chinese scholars collaborated on this in Chinese cities. The esteemed translator Kumarajiva, from around the 4th century CE, who came from the Silk Road city of Guja, led a team that rendered dozens of Buddhist sutras into fluent classical Chinese. Of course, this profoundly influenced Chinese philosophy and literature. It would have been a hell of a job doing that, telling you that much. Such work required not just linguistic skill, but cultural brokerage. Finding concepts in Chinese to match Indian ideas, too, that's a bit hard. Either way, it enriched both cultures' thought worlds. Conversely, stories and books from the East traveled west. Knowledge from faraway China and India filtered into Persian and Arabic writings. For instance, the collection of animal fables known as Kalila Wadimna in the Islamic world was translated from a Sanskrit Indian source, the Panchatantra, reflecting how narrative traditions spread through trade links, often via Persia. By the medieval period, the idea of the Silk Road land had entered literature. In the 9th century, the Arab geographer Ibn Khordadbeh described a network of Jewish traders, the Radhanites, who could speak many languages, and connected the trade between the Frankish Europe and China, evidence that the concept of a connected Eurasian world was recognized. Later, travelogues of adventurers such as Marco Polo in the late 13th century and Ibn Battuta in the 14th century became famous books precisely because the readers were hungry for descriptions of distant cultures, linked by these age-old routes. The works in turn sparked further curiosity and journeys. Not all of them ended well. So in summary, the Silk Road not only exchanged goods, but it facilitated that exchange of words and ideas. It broadened linguistic horizons of those who lived along its paths and created a tradition of translation and storytelling that made the world of that time intellectually richer. Scholars and storytellers, aided by the routes, wove a tapestry of literature that had threads from many cultures, a legacy still evident whenever we find similar folk tales or common terms shared between the East and West. Deep roots, thousands of years. Cultural exchange also took place on the dinner table. Foods and cooking techniques traveled across continents, transforming local cuisines. Many common ingredients in Eurasian diets today were introduced through these ancient trade contacts. From West and Central Asia, we see a parade of new fruits and nuts. Grapes are a prime example. Prior to the Silk Road, grapevines were rare in China, but after Zhang Qian bought them in the 2nd century BC, the Han court began planting vineyards with cuttings bought from Fergana. Along with grapes, of course, comes the art of winemaking, a foreign concept in East Asia at the time. Other produce like pomegranates, walnuts, and melons also arrived from Persia and Central Asia, quickly taking root in Chinese orchards. Conversely, fruits that originated in China traveled west. The delicate peach spread through Central Asia and the Mediterranean. The Romans actually called it the Persian apple, hinting at its path. Apricots similarly traveled from China via Central Asia, known to the Romans as Armenian plums. Over time, these Silk Road imports became local staples, far away from their original homes. Staple crops and seasonings moved as well. For example, Central Asians introduced China to alfalfa, a highly nutritious fodder for horses that improved Chinese animal husbandry. In return, China's cultivation of certain millets and rice varieties spread to oasis communities who hadn't grown them before. Spices like saffron and cinnamon were traded in small quantities overland, though many spices moved by the sea, allowing Western palates a taste of Eastern aromatics and vice versa. One medieval Persian recipe for stew, for example, uses Chinese cinnamon to flavor the broth. Perhaps the most enjoyable are the exchanges of prepared foods and cooking styles. In the cosmopolitan cities of the Silk Road, people were exposed to foreign delicacies. In Tang-era China, they developed a taste for Hu cuisine, that is H-U, foreign dishes introduced by immigrants from Central Asia. They sampled treats like roasted lamb with cumin, yogurt-based sauces, and baked flatbreads, which were novel compared to the indigenous Chinese fare of stir-fried meats and steamed grains. Persian and Sogdian immigrants opened eateries in Chang'an, serving food spiced with onion, garlic, and dill. Likewise, travelers from the West encountered East Asian culinary ideas. The concept of noodles and dumplings can be found across Eurasia by the Middle Ages, whether it was the filled dumplings enjoyed in China, or the similar stuffed pasties and ravioli in Western Asia and Europe, there was likely a dialogue, direct or indirect, about these cooking techniques. Although legends about Marco Polo bringing pasta to Italy are unfounded, sorry to disappoint you, they serve as an example of a parallel development and exchange of such foods. But beverages, too, were shared. Chinese tea, first an exotic herb, became popular among the Central Asian traders, eventually reaching as far as the Middle East. Meanwhile, the Chinese learned to appreciate grape wine and dairy products through contact with Central Asians. A Tang Dynasty emperor even praised the refreshing sour drink of the Hu, probably yogurt or kumis. Over time, some foreign foods became so integrated that their foreign origins were simply forgotten. The use of sesame and coriander in Chinese cooking, for instance, came from the West via the Silk Road, but these ingredients are now firmly part of the Chinese pantry. Now, the impact of these culinary exchanges was more than just a few new flavors. It impacted food security and nutrition by diversifying crops, but it also provided a common ground for cultural interaction, sharing a meal. When people of different backgrounds dined together in a caravanserai or a market stall, they didn't just trade goods, they shared tastes of their homelands. Such simple daily acts of exchange helped breed familiarity and acceptance between cultures. The legacy was visible every time we enjoy a dish that blends ingredients from different corners of the world, a delicious reminder of an interconnected past, and in fact, something that we're still doing to this very day. Think about things like Tex-Mex food and just these different integrations of different cuisines together. Sometimes for better or worse, but, well, it's all trial and error, and I suppose it's always going to be subjective. But it didn't only carry material goods and art along the Silk Road. It transmitted technologies and scientific knowledge across continents. When craftsmen, soldiers, or scholars traveled or met foreigners, they often exchanged practical know-how. Over time, this led to innovations from one culture taking root in another. The prime example is paper making. It's a big deal. Invented in China during the Han Dynasty, around the 2nd century BC, paper was closely held as a Chinese craft for many centuries. But through Silk Road contact, this revolutionary technology eventually made its way west. A famous story tells us that after the Battle of Talas in 751, when Arab and Chinese forces clashed in Central Asia, Chinese prisoners skilled in paper making were brought to Samarkand. Whether by that event or gradual diffusion, by the 8th century the secret of paper had reached the Islamic world. The first paper mill in Baghdad was established soon thereafter, and paper quickly replaced papyrus and parchment across the Middle East and later in Europe. This simple material fundamentally changed how knowledge was recorded and disseminated in the West, enabling everything from vast libraries in Baghdad to, centuries later, the printing revolution in Europe. In any case, it was a direct outcome of Silk Road-mediated technology transfer. But of course, another well-guarded Chinese secret was silk production, also called sericulture. For a long time, Romans and Persians craved Chinese silk, but they couldn't quite work it out. In the 6th century CE, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian sent emissaries to uncover the mystery. The historian Procopius recounts that 2 monks who had traveled to the east smuggled silkworm eggs back to Constantinople, hidden in hollow canes. From these eggs, the Byzantines learned how to raise silkworms and real silk, and from there the Chinese monopoly was broken. This dramatic act of industrial espionage, if we can use such terms, I suppose there's no better term for it, shows how far people would go to obtain a valuable technology via the Silk Road. After that point, silk weaving centers emerged in the Mediterranean, illustrating a successful westward transfer of knowledge, albeit a very sneaky and underhanded one. Military and maritime technologies also spread in both directions. The simple stirrup, invented in Central Asia, or perhaps China, made its way to Europe by the early Middle Ages, revolutionizing cavalry warfare there. Conversely, techniques of metalworking and siegecraft moved eastward. The exchange under Mongol rule of the 13th century accelerated this. The Mongols employed Chinese engineers in the Middle East, introducing explosive gunpowder weapons to Western battlefields, and by return, they brought Middle Eastern and European metallurgical expertise to China. By the late 13th and 14th centuries, gunpowder knowledge had leapt from China to Persia to Europe, an innovation chain spanning the Silk Road. Scientific ideas and discoveries were all shared too. Astronomers, doctors, and geographers benefited from the information flow. Islamic scholars of the Abbasid era, that being the 8th to 10th centuries, gathered texts from Greece, possibly China and India, translating and synthesizing them in centers like Baghdad. Some of the Indian mathematical concepts, such as the zero-based numeral system and medicinal plants they learned about, were transmitted via travelers and merchants from South Asia, part of the extended Silk Road network. On the other side, Chinese scholars during the Tang and Song dynasties showed interest in Western astronomy and geography. They obtained astronomical tables from Central Asia and heard reports of Roman and later Islamic medical practices. For instance, the Tang court established an Office of Barbarian Medicine, which is just fantastic, to learn therapies from West and Central Asia, integrating them with Chinese medicine. Devices like the astrolabe for star observations, originally Greek but improved by the Arabs, were known in China by the 13th century. Such scientific cross-pollination often happened quietly, through translated books or visiting experts, but it still planted the seeds for the future advances in each region. Even statecraft and economic tools traveled the Silk Road. The concept of using paper money was pioneered in China in the 10th to 11th century, and later observed by Marco Polo in the 13th. While it wasn't immediately adopted in the West, the description spread the idea. Systems of relay postal couriers, widespread under Mongol rule, impressed foreign visitors and were emulated in parts of the Islamic world and Russia. In essence, wherever people met via the Silk Road connections, practical knowledge was exchanged alongside goods. Sometimes it was deliberate. That's when one ruler hired artisans from abroad to, or exchanged scientific texts as a diplomatic gift. Other times it was inadvertent, a caravan driver showing another how to harness a camel team more effectively, or a foreign doctor treating a local patient, and thus sharing medical insights. Over centuries, the cumulative effect was profound. Technologies that originated in one part of Eurasia could end up transforming life thousands of miles away. The diffusion of paper and silk making alone dramatically altered economic and cultural life in Europe and the Middle East. And with countless smaller inventions, the story keeps repeating itself. The Silk Road spurred human progress by ensuring that no civilization's knowledge remained completely isolated, whether they liked it or not, as in the case with the silk smugglers. Innovations could be spread and built upon by others, weaving a shared scientific heritage long before our modern age. And so as we conclude our journey, the magnitude of cultural exchange along the Silk Road becomes strikingly clear. I'm sure you'll agree. This network of caravan trails did a lot more than just move silk and spices, despite its name. It wove together the destinies of distant peoples. Along the Silk Road, a truly interconnected world began to emerge, millennia before any modern conceptions of globalization came about. Merchants, monks, scholars, soldiers, they all played a role in this saga of exchange, often unintentionally acting as cultural ambassadors. We've seen how religions spread and took root in new lands, how art styles blended, creating fresh forms, how languages and stories traveled, diets diversified, and how ideas and inventions passed from one civilization to another. They weren't always symmetrical or peaceful. There were misunderstandings, there were clashes, and even unpleasantries like the spread of diseases like the plague. Yet over time the sharing of knowledge and culture generally outlasted these conflicts. The effect was to expand human horizons. People learned about alternative ways of life and thought. It fostered a greater curiosity and sometimes even tolerance. Sometimes. For example, the cosmopolitan cities of Central Asia became centers of learning where scholars of different faiths met. In China, the Tang dynasty's openness to foreign ideas propelled advancements in science and art. In the Islamic world, information gleaned via Silk Road contacts enriched the literature and scholarship of the Abbasid age. In medieval Europe, the travel tales of Polo and others, based on Silk Road journeys, ignited imagination about the East. Though the old Silk Road declined by the 15th century with the rise of sea trade and new empires, its impact endured. It had set in motion an ongoing process of cultural diffusion. Every time ideas were exchanged between peoples, whether through books, trade, or travel, we see a reflection of the spirit of the Silk Road. And so the lesson is that when cultures meet, both become richer. The world of the Silk Road was one where knowledge was shared for mutual benefit, and that the spirit is worth celebrating and emulating. Understanding this history, perhaps it helps us understand how deeply interconnected human societies have always been. The Silk Road's grand story of cultural exchange shows us how openness to new ideas and cooperation across cultural lines have been powerful drivers of progress and understanding. And that's a truth that is as relevant now as it was thousands of years ago.
That very word, Inquisition, it conjures up a grim image. For centuries, the various Inquisitions, medieval, Spanish, Roman, Portuguese, sought to root out heresy and unbelief, with methods that struck terror across Europe and its colonies. Yet even in those dark times, there were individuals and communities who dared to question the Inquisition's power. Their acts of resistance, whether through words, deeds, or even armed revolt, often came at a terrible cost. But still, these defiant souls, from outspoken peasants and learned scholars to rebellious princes and the common folk, left their own mark on history. So that is the question. What happened when people stood up to the Inquisition? Fortunately, we have a panorama of historical episodes, spanning from medieval France all the way to colonial Mexico, in which courageous dissenters confronted the inquisitors. We'll see saints and heretics, scientists, mystics, nobles, and beggars, all testing the limits of conscience against the institution that claimed divine sanction. And through their stories, some tragic, some triumphant, I think we can gain a deeper understanding of how resistance to the Inquisition helped shape the course of a religious and intellectual freedom. And so, with all that being said, let's go back, journey through the burnings, the trials, the whispered prayers and shouted rebellions. It's a history of defiance in the face of persecution. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first, because that's always good manners, isn't it? If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, well, I invite you to do so. And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships and those who checked out the merch store. The reason that you enjoy this entire video completely ad-free is because of their generous contributions. So consider becoming a member if you feel inclined to. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our topic for today then. Nice and relaxed. And so we begin where the Inquisition begins, and that is in the 13th century. The medieval Inquisition was the papacy's response to popular heresies. In Languedoc, the southern region of France, the Cathars, also known as the Albigensians, had won many adherents of their own with their dualistic Christian teachings. Well, the church's eyebrows were certainly raised, and the answer was ferocious. It came in the form of a crusade launched in 1209, and soon after, inquisitors were dispatched to interrogate and convert, or, worst comes to worst, condemn any remaining Cathars. Of course, many of the Cathars yielded under the threat of fire, but some stood up to the inquisitors with unflinching faith. At the remote redoubt of Montsegur in 1244, over 200 Cathars chose death over recantation. They marched voluntarily onto a colossal bonfire after months of siege, choosing to do this rather than renounce their beliefs. This mass martyrdom demonstrated a form of resistance by endurance. The Cathars' steadfast refusal to surrender their creed, even when faced with certain death, was a powerful statement of spiritual defiance. But not all resistance was so passive. In medieval Germany, the papal inquisitor Conrad von Marburg became infamous for his ruthless zeal. Appointed to hunt heretics in the 1230s, Conrad spared no one. Legend says that he even condemned a noble simply for alleged satanic orgies. I don't know how they found evidence for that, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Well, what we do know is his overreach provoked fierce anger among the local nobility. When Conrad accused the influential Count Sayn without solid proof, the backlash was swift. German bishops hesitated to convict the Count, so Conrad stormed off, only to be ambushed on the road. In 1233, a band of knights attacked and murdered Conrad von Marburg, hacking him to death alongside his assistant. This was a literal blow against the Inquisition's authority. Noblemen who felt wrong, taking justice into their own hands. As for Pope Gregory IX, he was outraged. He called Conrad a martyr for the faith and demanded his killers be punished. But nothing was going to bring Conrad back from the grave, punishment or not. As for the Germans, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. Conrad's terrifying campaign was finally over. The demise even tarnished the Inquisition's reputation locally. Contemporaries noted that the memory of Conrad's excesses, quote, turned opinion against the Inquisition for many years in German lands. In this instance, violence answered violence. The persecutor paid with his life when the accuser fought back. And around the same time period in northern Italy, an outlaw religious sect took arms in open rebellion. Fra Dolcino, a radical preacher, led the Apostolic Brethren, a movement preaching apostolic poverty and spiritual freedom. Branded heretics by the church, Dolcino and his followers retreated to the hills and defended themselves against the Crusades for many, many years. They issued defiant letters denouncing the corrupt clergy and refused to surrender. Ultimately, starvation and winter broke their resistance. In 1307, Fra Dolcino was captured and condemned. He endured a horrific execution, a day-long public torture, ending in the burning at the stake. His rebellion was crushed utterly, but his very existence showed that the Inquisition could be met with armed resistance. Unfortunately, they had to make an example of him, I suppose. The friar's fate was so notable that Dante Alighieri, writing his Divine Comedy around that time, put a warning in the mouth of a damned soul for Fra Dolcino to, quote, supply himself with food, lest hunger undo him in the siege. In other words, Dolcino's defiance had entered legend. Though brutally suppressed, the uprising exposed deep social tensions, a sign that some would rather go down fighting than submit to what they saw was unjust. One of the most striking examples of people standing up to the Inquisition, in the Middle Ages at least, is the story of Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar in Languedoc. Around 1299, de Lisieux witnessed how the Inquisitor's agents in south of France were abusing their power, locking people up randomly on flimsy accusations, and then extorting and terrifying the populace in the aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade. But Bernard would not stay silent. This courageous friar became an agitator against the inquisitors. While serving as prior of the Franciscan convent in Carcassonne, de Lisieux led a revolt to protect two men accused of heresy, who had sought sanctuary in his monastery. He rallied the townsfolk to prevent the inquisitors from arresting these alleged Cathars. In essence, a Franciscan, one of the church's own, dared to obstruct the operations of the Dominican-led Inquisition, a bold act that could easily be deemed heresy in and of itself. But that wasn't the end of the story for Bernard. He didn't stop there. In 1300, he publicly denounced the local inquisitors' records as fraudulent, claiming they invented accusations with, quote, non-existent informants to justify arrests. His vocal criticism was so effective that the inquisitors fled Carcassonne temporarily in fear. And just imagine that scene, I suppose. The dreaded inquisitors, accustomed to instilling fear, were themselves driven out by an enraged community, led by a fearless leader. Well, of course, this was rather emboldening, so de Lisieux took his case to the higher authorities. In 1301, he travelled to appeal directly to the King of France, that's Philip IV or Philip the Fair. There, alongside a royal official ally, de Lisieux laid out how the Inquisitor of Carcassonne and even the local bishop were corrupt and tyrannical, abusing their power and endangering loyalty to the French kingdom. It was a pretty savvy argument that the Inquisition's overzealousness was a threat to public order and the crown's authority, and it certainly struck a chord with the king. King Philip, who often clashed with church power himself, took the complaints very seriously. The offending inquisitor was removed from his post, and the scandalous bishop fined and stripped of secular authority. For the first time, a secular monarch decisively sided with an anti-Inquisition campaign. Bernard de Lisieux succeeded, albeit briefly, in crippling the Inquisition's operations in Languedoc by enlisting royal intervention. However, the triumph had its limits. The Inquisition was down, but not out. By 1303, the Inquisitors attempted to reassert themselves, and de Lisieux once again stirred up the populace. When a secret agreement emerged suggesting that all residents of Carcassonne had been considered relapsed heretics liable to burning, de Lisieux preached a fiery sermon exposing this injustice. The result was an open riot. Townsfolk, inflamed by his words, rioted in Carcassonne. The royal viceroy had to step in with troops on de Lisieux's side, transferring prisoners from the Inquisition's dungeons to the king's jail to reduce tensions. It was an extraordinary scenario. A local uprising essentially forced the authorities to take custody away from the Inquisition, explicitly acknowledging the people's distrust of the Inquisitors' prisons. Such was the power of Bernard de Lisieux's advocacy. But in the end, the friars' crusade against the Inquisition met a tragic fate. The wheels of high justice turned against him once the Pope and conservative forces caught up. In 1317, Bernard de Lisieux was arrested by order of Pope John XXII. After enduring torture, he was put on trial by inquisitors, including the famous Bernard Guy, and charged with a litany of offenses from treason to obstructing the Inquisition. Even the church that de Lisieux served could not tolerate his brand of internal dissent. He ultimately confessed, under torture of course, to impeding the Holy Office, and was sentenced to life imprisonment in solitary confinement. Chained in a tiny cell on a diet of bread and water, the once fired-up friar died in 1320, broken by the institution that he had defied. Bernard de Lisieux's story is a pretty good example of how standing up to the Inquisition could yield short-term gains and inspire popular support. Yet also how formidable the Inquisition was in punishing its challengers. He managed to shake the Inquisition's hold on a region for a few years, a remarkable achievement, but he paid for this with his life. In hindsight, de Lisieux is sometimes hailed as a medieval champion of justice, a rare voice who spoke truth to power in an age of repression. His rebellion shows both the possibility and peril of resistance. Even a humble friar, armed with enough moral courage, could rally an entire community against tyranny. Yet ultimately, the entrenched powers of Church and Pope crushed the revolt. While some medieval resistors fought or rioted, others engaged in moral and intellectual resistance during their trials. The inquisitorial courtroom itself could become a stage for brave dissent. A famous early example, of course, is Joan of Arc, not tried by the Spanish or Papal Inquisition per se, but by an English-backed church court for heresy in 1431. Joan, a teenage peasant who led French armies and claimed divine guidance, found herself interrogated for her unusual claims of faith. When a panel of theologians asked if she was in God's grace, a trick question, a yes would be heresy, a no would be self-condemnation, Joan gave a pretty good answer. She said, "If I am not, may God put me there, and if I am, may God so keep me." Now this clever reply astonished the judges. One recorded that they were stupefied by her words. In that moment, this illiterate farm girl outwitted the learned inquisitors. Refusing to be caught up in this doctrinal trap. Joan's trial transcripts preserve many such bold exchanges. Under immense pressure, deprived of counsel, she mostly held firm to her visions, although she did momentarily sign an abjuration out of fear of execution. She quickly reasserted that her voices were true. Ultimately, Joan of Arc was condemned and burned at the stake. Killed but not conquered, rather, to borrow Montaigne's phrase. Indeed, a generation later, the Church overturned her verdict and declared her a martyr. But her courageous testimony shows that even in an inquisitional trial, utterly stacked against the accused, the human spirit could shine through. Her voice, resolute, shrewd, and faithful, still echoes as an example of standing one's ground to the very end. Another pre-Reformation dissident who stood up during his trial was Jan Hus of Bohemia, an early church reformer influenced by Wycliffe's ideas. Hus was summoned to the Council of Constance in 1415 to answer for charges of heresy. Despite a promise of safe conduct, he was arrested and trialed by church authorities. Well, not exactly the Inquisition, but a similar process against heresy. But Hus refused to renounce his criticisms of ecclesiastical corruption and the sale of indulgences. He declared he would not betray the truth that he understood from Scripture. And as the trial progressed, Hus could see that his fate was well and truly sealed, yet he persisted in defending his conscience. In July of 1415, he was burned alive, dying while singing hymns. But Hus's story did not end in silence. His execution sparked outrage among his followers, leading to the Hussite Wars in Bohemia. For years, the Hussite rebels, composed of commoners and nobles loyal to his memory, fended off successive crusades sent by the Church and Empire. Armed with novel tactics and religious fervor, these Bohemians essentially made war on the inquisitorial impulse to stamp out their beliefs. They succeeded, to the extent that a compromise was reached. The Church allowed the Hussites to have a form of tolerated worship, communion in both kinds, in 1436. Thus, Hus's stance at Constance, although it cost him his life, ignited a popular resistance that actually forced the medieval church to negotiate and grant concessions. It's a pretty striking case, where collective defiance of inquisitorial persecution led to a measure of religious freedom, a precursor to later reformations. But of course, I'm sure you've heard of Jan Hus and Joan of Arc. But not all who defied the Inquisition were famous leaders. Some were ordinary folk whose names barely survive. The Inquisitors' registers from villages sometimes reveal humble individuals. One such figure was Domenico Scandella, known as Menocchio, a 16th century miller from Friuli in Italy. He was tried by the Roman Inquisition for his bizarre but thoughtful religious ideas formed in wide reading. During his trial, Menocchio argued theology with his interrogators unflinchingly. He told them that many church teachings were merely human inventions designed to exploit people. He even dared to say, quote, "The only sin was to harm one's neighbor." Blasphemy, he insisted, didn't truly hurt anyone except for the blasphemer. He dismissed the church's authority, claiming the clergy make their living by selling sacraments and indulgences. At one point, Menocchio burst out to the priests judging him, saying, quote, "You want to know more than God. You are like the devil. The more one thinks he knows, the less he knows." Well, as you can imagine, the Inquisitors did not like that little comment. A little bit too cheeky for them. Such audacious words in an inquisitorial trial were almost unheard of for some random peasant. After all, they were meant to be scared, shaking, frightened. But Pinocchio effectively stood up to the Inquisition with ideas and words, articulating a proto-radical critique of the Church. Unfortunately, the outcome was quite grim. Initially, he was given a lenient sentence in the 1580s, perhaps because he recounted some of his opinions. But he just could not keep quiet. He relapsed into heretical talk, and he was right back there in the trial room. In 1599, he was declared an obstinate heresiarch and was executed by burning. His fate illustrates the pattern of many ordinary dissenters: a brave stand, followed by punishment. Yet thanks to detailed court records that survived, Pinocchio's spirited defense of his personal cosmology has come down to us, allowing us to marvel at this miller who was debating with monks. His story, although it ends in ashes, helps enrich our understanding of her common people's resistance. Not only princes and theologians, but even millers in remote villages could question and resist, albeit at the ultimate cost. Okay, well, we're finally here at the Spanish Inquisition, and when we turn to them, starting in 1478, by the way, the center of gravity somewhat shifts. Here was an Inquisition under royal authority, the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella and their successors. They grew notorious for targeting conversos, that is, Jewish or Muslim converts to Christianity suspected of secret apostasy, and later Protestants and other dissenters. The Spanish Inquisition operated with formidable powers across Spain and its empire. Even so, from its very inception, were those who stood up against it. Opposition began at the highest levels of society. In the Kingdom of Aragon, many elites were of Jewish converso lineage, or at least sympathetic to them, and they resented the encroachment of the new Inquisition, which was actually seen as a Castilian import. This discontent turned violent in 1485 with the assassination of Pedro de Arbues, the Inquisitor of Aragon. Arbues was attacked while praying in the Cathedral of Zaragoza, struck down by a group of converso conspirators seeking revenge for the Inquisition's persecutions. Mortally wounded by multiple stabs, Arbues died of his injuries. The assassination of an inquisitor was a shocking event. It showed that some conversos, pushed to desperation, were willing to strike back. However, the aftermath, I'm sure you've already imagined, was quite brutal. The Inquisition used the murder as a justification to intensify the repression in Aragon. Dozens of converso prominent citizens were rounded up, tortured, and executed for their supposed complicity in the crime. In essence, the resistance in this case provoked a harsher crackdown. The Crown and Inquisition made an example of the plotters. Arbues was later canonized as a saintly martyr, and the converso community of Aragon was decimated. This pattern, an act of defiance followed by ruthless retribution, recurred in the Spanish Inquisition's history. It sends a clear message. Killing an inquisitor was not killing the Inquisition. Instead, it was just going to make them even more fanatical. Nonetheless, the very fact that high-placed conversos dared mount a conspiracy reveals the intense hatred the Inquisition had sown. It was not accepted meekly by all. From its beginning, it faced underground resistance and also resentment. But common people, too, engaged in subtler forms of resistance. In villages, neighbors sometimes warned secret Jews or Protestants to flee when the Inquisitors were coming. There were instances of peasants helping suspects escape or refusing to inform on friends, despite the threat of torture. To stand silent under torture was perhaps the most heroic stance an accused person could take, effectively resisting by refusing to implicate others. For example, during the trials of the clandestine Protestants in Seville and Valladolid in the 1550s, a few brave souls like Julian Hernandez, a Bible smuggler, never betrayed his networks. He went to the stake, steadfast, clinging to his faith. Several Protestant women in Seville, accused of Lutheran heresy, likewise declined to recant. One, Maria de Borges, only in her early 20s, reportedly declared that she would gladly die for God's truth, and proceeded to the stake singing psalm verses. Such conduct, singing hymns on the way to execution, was noted with astonishment by onlookers. It was a direct affront to the Inquisition's purpose. These victims refused to give the Inquisition the satisfaction of public penitence. Instead, they turned their executions into moments of triumph in faith, as if a martyrdom rather than a punishment. While the Inquisition succeeded in silencing those individuals in flesh, it could not prevent the powerful impression such courage made on witnesses and later readers of these accounts. Interestingly, opposition to the Spanish Inquisition also emerged from within the political establishment as time went on. In the late 16th century, King Philip II attempted to use the Inquisition for political ends in Aragon against his enemy, Antonio Perez, a move that backfired spectacularly. Perez, a former royal secretary, had fled to Aragon where local law protected him. Philip induced the Inquisition to charge Perez with heresy, a pretty convenient pretext to bypass Aragonese courts. The Aragonese, fiercely proud of their religious liberties, saw this as a royal affront and rose in revolt in 1591, with mobs in Zaragoza shouting against the Inquisition's interference. They even broke into the Inquisition's jail and freed Perez. Though the revolt was suppressed by Philip's troops, it demonstrated that even devout Catholics in Aragon could turn against the Inquisition when it threatened their rights. And beyond Spain's borders, the Dutch revolt against Spanish rule, 1560s to 70s, was fueled in part by hatred of the Inquisition. The Protestant Dutch called Philip II the new Nebuchadnezzar and decried the Inquisition's bloodshed. Dutch propaganda tales, some exaggerated, about Inquisition tortures galvanized public opinion. In 1556, a league of Dutch nobles petitioned the regent to suspend the Inquisition, arguing for relief from religious persecution. Although this started as a polite request, it became somewhat of a revolution. When Spanish armies under the Duke of Alva instituted a blood council, executing hundreds of Dutch Protestants, a sort of martial law inquisition, I suppose, the Dutch resistance only hardened. Prince William of Orange, in his 1581 apology, enumerated the Inquisition's cruelties to justify Dutch independence, asserting that no people could tolerate such tyranny. In this case, standing up to the Inquisition took the form of a national liberation struggle. The Dutch not only stood up, they broke free. The northern Netherlands successfully threw off Spanish and inquisitorial rule, establishing a republic that became a haven for religious refugees, including those escaping the inquisitions of other lands. Thus, the Spanish Inquisition inadvertently spurred the creation of one of Europe's first bastions of religious toleration, the exact opposite of what they wanted, I suppose. Well, this grand historical turn shows a bit of a paradox of repression. The more fiercely the Inquisition tried to stamp out heresy, the more unified and determined the resistance became, ultimately, with time winning against the odds. I often think, I wonder what those inquisitors would think about our modern world. Good Lord. Well, within Spain itself, by the 18th century, the once dreaded tribunal was facing increasing criticism and pushback from enlightened Spaniards. Figures such as Friar Luis de Leon, a renowned 16th century scholar, had earlier hinted that defiance by maintaining his innocence and serenity during years of Inquisition in the cell, he famously resumed teaching with, "as we were saying yesterday upon release," as if the Inquisition had not broken him. By the 18th century, even some within the church and government viewed the Inquisition as an embarrassment. In 1770, the reformist monarch Charles III and his ministers curtailed the Inquisition's independence. They banned the worst torture practices and censored the censor, prohibiting the Inquisition from banning certain scientific and philosophical works that the Crown actually wanted to encourage. Finally, during the Napoleonic occupation and subsequent liberal revolts, the Spanish Inquisition was suspended and permanently abolished in 1834. Crowds in 19th century Spain reportedly celebrated the end of the tribunal, sometimes storming Inquisition buildings and liberating the last prisoners. It took centuries, but the accumulated effect of all those who had stood up, through writings, revolt, and through martyrdom, helped delegitimize the Inquisition. By the time of its abolition, even many clergy agreed with the statesman Juan Antonio Llorente, a former inquisitorial secretary turned historian, that the Inquisition had been a grievous error. In Llorente's own scathing account published in 1817, after he fled to France, he exposed the secret archives and excesses of the Spanish Inquisition, effectively turning its own record into an indictment of the system. Thus, the pen of a disillusioned insider became the final act of defiance, dismantling the Inquisition's mystique with cold fact. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We still need to talk about the intellectuals in earlier times. So let's go back to Italy during the Roman Inquisition established in 1542. Well, that took a name at theologians, scientists, free thinkers, anyone's ideas who challenged the Catholic doctrine. Some of the most famous run-ins between individuals in the Inquisition are occurring in this period. These were the battles of intellect and principle, often fought in written arguments and inquisitorial hearings. Consider one case, an especially tragic one of Giordano Bruno, a brilliant and erratic philosopher-monk. Bruno had wandered through Europe for many years, promulgating daring ideas, an infinite universe with innumerable worlds, a cosmic divinity present in all things, and various unorthodox theological views. The Roman Inquisition eventually caught him and hauled him before its tribunal. For 7 grueling years, he was interrogated and pressured to recount his teachings, but he stood firm. He refused to renounce his philosophy, even as the noose tightened. On February the 8th, 1800, the Inquisition condemned him as an impenitent heretic and handed him over to secular authorities for execution. At the pronouncement of his death sentence, he delivered a quite legendary retort, turning to his judges and calmly saying, "Perhaps you pronounce this sentence with greater fear than I receive it." Those chilling words, reported by a witness, show Bruno's defiance at the final moment. He suggested that the inquisitors were more fearful in condemning him than he was in accepting his own martyrdom. After this last act of rebellion, Bruno was led to Campo de Fioro in Rome. The Inquisition, in a final indignity, had his tongue gagged to prevent any further speech. And then they burned him alive. Bruno's steadfastness, refusing to abjure even under threat of the stake, made him a martyr for freedom of thought in the eyes of the later generations. At the time, it was a stark warning that the Roman Inquisition would show no mercy to those who persisted in unorthodox beliefs. But Bruno's death also became one of the black marks that gradually undermined the moral authority of the Inquisition. But no account of intellectual resistance to the Inquisition is complete without Galileo Galilei, the astronomer whose name is virtually synonymous with the clash between science and church. Well, Galileo's story is a little more nuanced, for he initially tried to work within the system. In 1610, he publicized his telescope discoveries supporting Copernicus's sun-centered astronomy. The idea of the Earth orbiting the sun was controversial and evidently deemed vehement suspect of heresy. Well, Galileo did not openly defy the 1616 decree. Instead, he bided his time. But as an intellectual, he was internally standing up for truth. He wrote a masterful treatise, The Dialogue on the Two Chief World Systems, in 1632, which defended heliocentrism, indirectly through a clever fictional debate. This was Galileo's way of challenging the Inquisition's ban without overtly breaking it. A calculated, brave gambit to advance science. The Roman Inquisition, however, saw through the ruse. Galileo was summoned to Rome and put on trial in 1633. At nearly 70 years old, threatened with torture, Galileo capitulated outwardly. He kneeled and recanted the Copernican doctrine, declaring he abjured, cursed, and detested the idea of a moving earth. According to popular legend, after rising from his knees, he muttered, "Eppur si muove," and yet it moves, indicating his true belief that the earth does move indeed. Whether or not he actually said those words, the story is apocryphal, but they encapsulate the reality that Galileo's submission was only skin deep. He indeed obeyed the Inquisition's order and lived, spending his remaining years under house arrest. But his scientific findings could not be undone by a forced recantation. His writings were copied and smuggled abroad to the Protestant North, beyond the Inquisition's reach, where they influenced other thinkers. In effect, Galileo found a way to stand up to the Inquisition's censorship by ensuring that his ideas survived. Though he did not embrace martyrdom like Bruno, Galileo's fate, humiliation instead of execution, still showed the heavy hand of the Inquisition against intellectual freedom. It also demonstrated the different forms of resistance that can be taken. For Galileo, quiet persistence and dissemination of truth, even while formally bowing to authority. was a form of defiance that paid off in the long run. By the 18th century, the Church itself tacitly admitted Galileo had been right about the cosmos, rescinding the ban on heliocentric books. His saga remains a pretty classic example of an individual challenging orthodoxy, and through a mix of courage and pragmatism ultimately prevailing, scientifically perhaps, if not personally. Other scholars and philosophers subjected to the Roman Inquisition likewise resisted in their own ways. Tommaso Campanella, a Dominican friar in Italy, was imprisoned for 27 years for heresy and sedition. He reportedly faked insanity under torture to avoid execution, a psychological form of resistance that perhaps saved his life. Despite his incarceration, Campanella continued to write daring works, like the utopian work City of the Sun. Inquisitors could lock up his body, but not quench his intellect. Eventually he was released and even championed by the Pope, a rare, happy turnabout. Another case, Paolo Sarpi, a Venetian scholar and statesman, took on the Inquisition not in a trial but print. In Venice, the Inquisition's influence was curtailed by the proud Republic. Sarpi defended Venice's rights against papal interference and wrote scathing critiques of church policies, including a history of church councils that challenged papal supremacy. Rome, of course, viewed Sarpi as an enemy. An assassination attempt left him scarred by knife wounds. And as he recovered, Sarpi famously quipped, "Agnosco stilum curiae." I recognized the stylus of the Roman curia, comparing the dagger strokes to pen strokes of a papal edict. Sarpi survived and kept writing. His life shows a subtle battle, a Catholic cleric using reason and law to fight the Inquisition's reach, embodying the incipient Enlightenment skepticism within a Catholic context. Meanwhile, in the wider world of print, the Roman Inquisition's index of forbidden books was another arena of resistance. Authors and printers stood up by circulating banned books in secret. This passive cultural resistance sapped the Inquisition's effectiveness over time. Each prohibited book smuggled under the nose of the Inquisition was a quiet victory for intellectual freedom. And by the 18th century, even high-ranking churchmen and royals were reading banned French philosophical works, rendering the index something of a paper tiger. Knowledge ultimately outmaneuvered repression, a testament to the countless unnamed individuals who risked penalties to possess or distribute a heretical book. Every secret personal library of contraband literature was a small little act of rebellion that collectively weakened the control over thought. Well, let's turn our attention away from the Spanish Inquisition in our next section, and we can talk about the Portuguese Inquisition. They don't talk about that one too often, but it's quite interesting. It was established in 1536. It paralleled Spain's Inquisition, but of course it had its own theatres of operation, including the overseas colonies in Brazil, Africa, and Asia, notably Goa in India. But just as in Spain, many victims were new Christians or converted Jews, and they too found ways to resist or escape. A prominent pattern of resistance here was simply running away, a tried and tested strategy. Whole families of conversos fled Portugal to places where the Inquisition had no power. For instance, Uriel de Costa, born into a converso family, decided to revert openly to Judaism. Rather than await punishment in Portugal, he fled to Amsterdam in the Dutch Republic, where he could live pretty much unharmed. Uriel de Costa's story
took a tragic turn. He clashed with the Jewish community's doctrines and felt caught between two inquisitions, the Catholic and a figurative rabbinic one, thrown to the wolves by what he thought were his own people. But the fact remains that many people like him voted with their feet, depriving the Inquisition of its prey. By escaping to more tolerant regions, perhaps Ottoman Turkey, or the Netherlands, some parts of Italy, these conversos denied the Inquisition their conviction. This was resistance through self-removal. They created flourishing ex-converso communities abroad, from which they sometimes spoke out against inquisitorial Spain and Portugal. Some published polemics describing persecution of Jews in Iberia, adding to the growing chorus of criticism from Protestant and enlightened Catholics alike. But not everyone could flee. Some chose to fight from within. One of the most remarkable opponents of the Portuguese Inquisition was Father Antonio Vieira, a 17th-century Jesuit priest. Vieira was a celebrated preacher and a confidant of King John IV. He became an outspoken critic of the Inquisition's harsh treatment of the New Christians and argued that persecuting valuable citizens was morally wrong, and further to that economically foolish. He used the pulpit and court influence to advocate for the conversos, urging the king to implement reforms. But the Inquisition struck back. In 1663 they arrested and charged Vieira with heretical propositions, partly for his slightly mystical writings, but underlyingly for his challenge to their authority. Vieira didn't take it lying down. He defended himself vigorously during the trial, producing learned arguments and refusing to confess to any wrongdoing. After years of detention, he managed to secure release. Pressure from the royal court, and even the Pope, helped resolve the case in his favor. Though silenced for a time, Vieira eventually saw a kind of victory. By 1773, about a century after his efforts began, Portugal granted a general pardon to descendants of New Christians, as the Inquisition's power continued to wane. Vieira's confrontation with the Holy Office demonstrated an insider's resistance, a devout Catholic fighting the excesses of the system, using persuasion and legal defense. His survival and rehabilitation were unusual. It showed that by the 17th century, the Inquisition could not so easily destroy a man esteemed for his eloquence and royal allies. I suppose, in a sense, Vieira beat them at their own game, navigating the Church's hierarchy to outlast his pursuers. But what about out in the colonies? Well, in the New World, the Inquisition often faced logistical limits and cultural challenges. In Spanish America and Portuguese India, standing up to the Inquisition took unique forms. For indigenous people newly Christianized, resistance sometimes meant persisting in their ancestral beliefs and sacred rites, despite the risk of punishment. In Peru, for example, native Andeans continued covert worship of their traditional gods, while outwardly attending Mass, a quiet, everyday defiance of the inquisitors who sought to extirpate idolatry. Occasionally, it flared into open revolt. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in New Mexico against Spanish rule was partly provoked by suppression of indigenous religion. The Pueblo leaders targeted missionaries, though technically the Spanish Inquisition itself did not operate in New Mexico. The spirit of resistance to forced Catholicism was akin to resisting an Inquisition. In Goa, the center of the Portuguese Inquisition in Asia, Hindu and Muslim communities suffered demands to abandon their customs. Many Brahmins and traders simply left Goa for neighboring Indian states when the pressure became too great. thereby undermining the colony's prosperity, a form of economic resistance that made even some colonial officials question the Inquisition's zeal. Within Goa, some Christian converts defied the Inquisition by continuing to observe caste rules and Hindu festivals quietly. One striking colonial case of individual defiance is that of Luis de Carvajal the Younger, a new Christian in 16th century Mexico. Carvajal was a secret Jew who, along with his family, secretly practiced Judaism under the very nose of the Mexican Inquisition. When arrested, Louis initially feigned repentance and was released, but he couldn't resist continuing to observe his forbidden faith. Rearrested and imprisoned, he managed to write a clandestine memoir in jail, signing it with his Jewish name, Joseph Lombroso, and exhorting his remaining family to keep the faith. Even as the Inquisition prepared to execute him, Carvajal found solace in asserting his true identity on paper. In 1596 he was burned at the stake in Mexico City, along with several other family members, all refusing to recant their Judaism. Their ashes mingled with those of others, but their words and steadfastness lived on to inspire later conversos. Meanwhile, the Inquisition in the New World sometimes clashed with colonial authorities who had different priorities. For example, in the 17th century, the Mexican Inquisition pursued an Irish man named William Lamport, who had plotted an uprising against Spanish rule. Lamport was not your typical heretic. He was charged with sedition and also practicing astrology and reading forbidden books. The Inquisition kept him jailed for years. In 1650, Lamport daringly escaped from his cell one Christmas Eve, and instead of fleeing the country, he took to the streets of Mexico to paste up manifestos in the city denouncing the Inquisition and proclaiming a new order of liberty. A pretty bold move, effectively a one-man protest in the capital plaza. It didn't last too long. He was quickly recaptured, and his audacious broadsides earned him a death sentence. At his auto de fe in 1659, legend says that he managed to strangle himself on the stake with ropes, or was perhaps mercifully strangled by a friend so that he died before the flames consumed him. To the Mexican populace, he became a folk hero, later embellished into the figure of El Zorro in popular myth. William Lamport's story is remarkable because he directly attacked the Inquisition in print and attempted to incite the public. Though he perished, the rebellious proclamations calling out the inquisitors by name and accusing them of tyranny were a clarion call that echoed throughout New Spain. And so, by the 18th and 19th centuries, the once all-powerful Inquisitions were well and truly in decline, thanks in no small part to the cumulative effort of the people standing up to them over generations. The Enlightenment brought out a philosophical onslaught against the idea of persecution for belief. Writers like Voltaire relished condemning the Inquisition. His novel, Candide, savagely satirized a Portuguese auto de fe. In Catholic countries, enlightened monarchs took measures to curb or abolish the tribunals. Emperor Joseph II in Habsburg lands, for instance, prohibited the Inquisition in Lombardy and other territories that he controlled. The Grand Duchy of Tuscany, under Leopold II, outright abolished torture and the death penalty for heresy, effectively nullifying the Inquisition there. In 1774, the Pope himself suppressed the Jesuit-run Inquisition in the Duchy of Parma after the enlightened duchy expelled the inquisitors. In Portugal, the powerful minister, Marques de Pombal, expelled the Jesuits and reformed the Inquisition drastically after 1755. even staging a public auto-da-fe in 1761, not to punish heretics, but to disgrace the Inquisition itself for a miscarriage of justice. Pombal then banned autos-da-fe entirely in 1774. These top-down actions were essentially political figures standing up to the Inquisition in the name of modernity and state power. The Italian rulers who curtailed the Inquisition did so not purely from humanitarian toleration, but to assert the supremacy of secular law over church courts. Nonetheless, their actions aligned with goals long sought by critics to end the terror of the inquisitorial persecution. And finally, events came full circle in Spain in 1820. After a brief suppression during the Napoleonic era, the Inquisition was re-established by Ferdinand VII. But Spanish liberals, inspired by constitutional ideas, rose up in revolution. In Madrid, a populous crowd in 1820 stormed the Inquisition's building. According to eyewitness accounts, they freed the remaining prisoners and symbolically burned the Inquisition's records and furniture, as if they were exorcising a demon. Though this was a short-lived episode, the Inquisition was reinstated again before being permanently abolished in 1834. It was a dramatic popular repudiation of the Holy Office. By the time Queen Isabella II signed the decree of final abolition in 1834, the Inquisition was a moribund relic, widely seen as incompatible with this new age of liberty. Looking back, one can trace a direct line from the lonely heretic facing his judges to the throngs of citizens dismantling the Inquisition's edifice. Each individual who stood up, whether by a witty retort or steadfast silent under torture, a secret book or even an armed rebellion, all of them had contributed a brick to the eventual edifice of religious toleration and freedom of thought. As the enlightened former Inquisitor Sebastian Castellio wrote in the 16th century, condemning the execution of heretics, to kill a man is not to defend a doctrine, but to kill a man we do not prove our faith by burning a person, but by dying for that faith. Words penned in the shadow of the Inquisition, resonating as a moral verdict on the entire enterprise of persecution. In the end, they could not extinguish all their opponents. Truth, dignity, and human conscience proved to be much more resilient. Many who defied the Inquisition perished, but in their very defeat they often triumphed in the long run, as Montaigne suggested, by inspiring others and exposing injustice. The quiet of the countryside, up with the dawn, tools down at sunset. The schedule of a simple life. Not much happens around here, and if change comes, it comes so slowly, if in a lifetime at all. For most people in the Middle Ages, this was the normal scene of life, far removed from the noise of those trumpets accompanying the knights of shining armor, or the ladies in silken gowns in those great castles. No, the reality of daily life in medieval England was a little more monotonous than that, but certainly not without its eccentricities. Medieval England was overwhelmingly rural. In fact, over 90% of the population were peasants living in villages and farming whatever land they had. Yet the lives of these ordinary men and women are often overlooked. We always talk about the kings, the castles, the battles, but history is a bit deeper than that. And so today, that is exactly where we go, not to these great, grand events, but to the smaller things. A guided tour through a village
long abandoned, and all those souls that lived within. And I think we can discover a little life, a simple life, difficult and constrained by feudal duties, but is also one of community, tradition, and ultimately, great resilience. We'll span the entire medieval period, but we will stay within England. Talk about how peasants lived, using archaeological and historical evidence, and we'll try and piece together a picture in our mind of what a day for a medieval peasant might actually look like. Well, before we begin, I'll issue the normal welcome to the channel. It's good to see you all here. Here we go again, back to medieval England today. It seems to be geographically a place of quite a lot of interest and quite quintessential when we talk about the medieval period, particularly in a Western cultural scope. In other videos we will go to other parts, perhaps. Let me know what you want to see in the comments. Of course, I will remind you to do the like and subscribe thing, and also this video is completely ad-free like everything else. So this is made possible due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the donations on the PayPal and super thanks. This is all available in the pinned comment and links in the video and channel description. That's if I've not forgotten to put the pinned comment in. Fingers crossed. Well, with introductions out of the way, I think we can get to our topic for today, how medieval English peasants actually lived. So relax and we may begin. And so here we find ourselves in the medieval village, and the peasant having his place in a society. When we say village, what do we mean? Well, it is effectively a small world of its own, a cluster of thatched cottages and barns amid the strips of cultivated fields, with the parish church and often a manor house at the centre. We'll get to that a little bit later. But here the peasants lived under the system of manorial feudalism that bound them to a lord. Now, most were unfree serfs, which were also called villeins, who owed heavy obligations to the lord of the manor, though a minority were actually free tenants, who paid rent in cash or kind for their land. Think about things like if they were farming a certain crop, they would give a certain crop of that to make up for any coin they would not give. That's a pretty typical arrangement. And that was that the peasant family held and farmed some lands for its own sustenance, but in return owed labor and dues to the lord. In many parts of England, villages operated an open field system of agriculture. The arable land was divided into large fields, which were then subdivided again into long strips. Each household's holding consisted of strips scattered across different fields, a kind of a way to share both the good and bad land. Not all soils are created equal, I'm afraid. Well, the system forced neighbors to cooperate. They ploughed and sowed according to an agreed schedule. By the High Middle Ages, a three-field rotation prevailed in many regions. For example, one field planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, and one in spring with oats, barley, or peas. But the third field would be left fallow. Over-farming the soil, well, that's not good for anyone. In any case, this helped maximize yields, but also required coordination among villagers. Now, of course, we go straight into agriculture, and we have to talk about that because, well, that is the life of a feudal peasant, of course. We cannot go past that. And talking about it, in the first place, well, it's certainly a good place to set the scene. You can't have a peasant without farming, of course. Now, for the unfree peasant, there were also feudal obligations. Let me explain. a villein, that is the unfree peasant, owed the lord labor services on the lord's own land. Now, typically they'd work for the lord for 2 or 3 days each week, perhaps more at busy times. During harvest and planting, the lord could demand boon days, that meaning extra work from all of the peasants to ensure the lord's crops were brought in first, perhaps in exchange for a meal, some ale, something like that, a big sack of onions, whatever it is. Now, beyond labor, peasants also paid numerous dues and fines. They paid a yearly rent, often in grain, eggs, or other produce for the small lands they were allowed to farm for themselves. But they also had to pay special fees on life events. For example, a serf who wanted to, let's say, marry someone from outside the manor needed the lord's permission, and they paid what is called a merchet, that is a marriage fine. When a serf died, the family owed the lord a heriot, often the best beast, as a death duty. Could be the finest cow, finest ox. Serfs were typically required to use the lord's mill and grind their grain, and his oven too, to bake bread. Of course, using that, they'd have to pay a portion of flour or loaves of bread as a fee. You can see how it's a pretty good deal for the lord, of course. But even gathering firewood or pasturing pigs in the lord's forest, regardless if he was using it or not, that might incur a small charge. Of course, we have to remember that all of this depends on what the lord is going to charge. You could have lords that were a little bit more tolerant, and ones who were a little bit more, let's say, entrepreneurial. Now, virtually every aspect of a peasant's livelihood in general was still subject to the lord's control, or perhaps a toll imposed upon them. A serf couldn't freely leave the manor or sell his oxen without permission. Everything had to go through the higher-ups. So in effect, the law regarded the villein's person as goods, as the lord's property, not the peasant's property. A state of affairs that most people naturally resented, and which they constantly sought to alleviate. I'm sure you can imagine people saying back in the day, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system we have. They invented other systems. Spoiler alert. Of course, peasants, not all of them were equal. Not all equally oppressed, at least. A free peasant, also called a freeman, well, they owed no labor duty at all. Instead, he paid a fixed rent, and he could move about or marry without seeking the lord's consent. Free tenants were, however, a minority in most villages, but some regions, especially frontiers or newly settled lands, had more of them. There were gradations even among unfree peasants, though. A substantial tenant with 20 to 30 acres lived more securely than a cottager with only a couple of acres, who had no labor for others to survive. But still, all peasants were low in status, at least compared to the nobility, and they lived with few comforts. Now, over the centuries, these feudal bonds did gradually loosen. By the 14th century, many lords found it convenient to accept money payments in lieu of labor, a practice called commutation. And that basically means that if a peasant could scrape together a bit of money, maybe selling their own goods at the market for a surplus rather, he might pay a fixed sum instead of performing days of labor, buying back his time and allowing him to spend more time on his own farm. Now, the catastrophic population loss of the Black Death actually accelerated this trend. We talked about that in the Black Death videos and the aftermath of the Black Death in medieval England video. You see, far fewer workers were available, and the surviving peasants, well, they gained quite a bit of bargaining power. Wages for farm work rose, and lords increasingly had to persuade rather than compel peasants to work. If they didn't like the conditions, well, they would just pack their bags and they would get a job anywhere else. A labor crisis in the favor of the laborers. Well, some serfs even fled their manors to seek freedom in the growing towns, where a common saying held that town air makes free after a year and a day. And over time, in general, social attitudes and legal judgments began to favor liberty over bondage. By the late 15th century, serfdom in England was largely dying out. Most peasants had become tenant farmers, free in a nominal sense, paying rent for their land rather than laboring under these ancient obligations. They were still poor, don't get me wrong, and, well and truly subordinate. It's not real freedom in the modern sense, if you've even got that. But the personal bondage that characterized the early medieval serfdom was well and truly coming to an end. In short, through quiet transformations and the occasional rebellion here and then, the English peasantry gained a greater measure of freedom as the medieval period drew to a close. Well, that's all good and well, but what exactly were they doing between the rebellions and between the transformations? Let's take a look at the daily work of peasants, and we can understand that. Step into the shoes, or lack of. Well, when we talk about the daily work, we pretty much look at it in the cycle of seasons and just the general demands of agriculture. Typically, as we mentioned in the introduction, the day begins at first light. Either at sunrise or at the cock's crow, men and women would rise from pretty simple beds. After maybe a quick bite of bread or a little bit of porridge, modest breakfast if any, time to set out to the fields. Now, work usually started at first light because there were only so many hours of day that they had, and there was plenty of hours of labor to be done, labor that can only be done in that precious daylight. Tasks depended on the seasons, of course. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, threshing. In the fields, peasants often worked communally. For example, several households might pool their oxen to pull a heavy plough. One family alone might not own a full team. You see, it took perhaps 8 oxen to haul a large plough through heavy clay soil. One man would guide the plough, another drive the oxen, while others might follow with harrows to cover the seed. As you can imagine, this is not quick work, rather it being slow and strenuous. In fact, an English poet in the 14th century, William Langlet, gives an image of a poor ploughman at work, hood and shoes full of holes, his hair and toes sticking out, body smeared with mud as he trudges behind the oxen. And that's pretty accurate. Shows the hardship of physical toll on a medieval farm. In any case, the morning had passed, and by midday, peasants would pause for their main meal, or perhaps just a short rest. Now, this would be kind of their dinner. It might be taken at home if the fields were nearby, or more often they would just sit down in the field and partake in a short meal together. We can imagine a group of field laborers seeking shade under a tree at the edge of a field, perhaps, sharing a few bits of bread, cheese, perhaps some weak ale, bought by one of them in a leather jug. They wouldn't be drinking much water. Ale was the drink of choice. Sometimes other watered-down beers and things like that. In any case, after this brief respite, it was back to work until the sun went down. The workday might last until sundown, especially in summer when the days were long. In winter, though, darkness, of course, falls a bit earlier. But winter days were filled with other tasks, like mending tools, twisting rope, or perhaps weaving baskets by the hearth. Really, you've got to spend your time doing something, don't you? And days before electricity, well, you may as well just sit there at the fire and make things. In any case, each season, as we mentioned, had its labors, and medieval calendars often showed the work of the months. Now, what I mean by that is in spring, roughly March and April in England, fields had to be ploughed and sown with barley, oats, peas, and other crops. Ploughing was also a major task. Peasants drove teams of oxen to pull the heavy wooden plough with its iron ploughshare to turn the soil after winter. It often required 8 oxen to pull a single plough, as we mentioned, so contributions, each coming together to make up a full team. After ploughing, the seed was sown by hand and harrowed, and, well, spring in general was also a time to plant peas and beans, repair fences, tend to sheep shearing, and have a little cottage industry. Wool, very important. Well, summer, that is June through August, that was a period of growing and haymaking. Meadows had to be mowed for hay. Peasants, being men, women, and older children, would cut tall grass with scythes and rake it into piles to dry. Now, hay was a crucial fodder for livestock in the winter. Of course, you would try and keep them inside, not to have them starve. Summer was also a time for weeding the crop fields and shearing sheep. In late spring or early summer to gather wool to help the sheep stay cool as well. So by the late summer, the grain harvest arrived. The most intense period of work in the year was well and truly on for young and old when it got to this point. Harvesting wheat, rye, oats, and barley meant long days of reaping entirely by hand. Men and women stooped to cut the grain with sickles or scythes under that hot August sun. The lord's fields also had to be harvested first if you were a serf. Only then could the peasant attend to his own small plot. Priorities had to be in order, of course, and the priorities were set by the nobles. Harvest was truly an all-hands-on-deck affair. Entire families, including children as young as 5 or 6, helped in whatever ways they could. Gleaning, that is, collecting stray stalks left behind, was often done by the very old or perhaps the very young. The timing was also crucial. A rainstorm or early frost could ruin a ripe crop, so the community made a collective effort to get everyone's grain safely in. After cutting, the grain was bundled into sheaves and carted to the barn, and it was there that it had to be threshed, beaten with flails to knock the kernels out of the husks, and then winnowed. That is, by the way, just kind of like tossing it in the air so the chaff blew away. It looks kind of like dust, almost. You know, separate the wheat from the chaff. That's where this comes from. In any case, these tasks often were quite extensive, and they often extended into the autumn months. Now, September to October brought other tasks as well. Some of the harvested grain, especially wheat and rye, was used as seed for the next year. Peasants ploughed and sowed their fields again in early fall to plant winter wheat or rye that would sprout before frost and be harvested the next year. Any animals that could not be fed through the winter might be slaughtered in the late autumn, and thus November was often actually called Martinmas Slaughter, where surplus pigs or cattle were butchered, the meat being salted or smoked for preservation. Autumn was also a time for collecting foods like nuts, berries, and mushrooms in the woods to add to the winter stores. Pretty much anything they could get to throw into that pottage mix. And then we hit winter, November to February. That was the quieter season for field work, and certainly not a time of leisure. In fact, well, it was not a pleasant time for anyone. With the ground hard or barren, peasants focused on indoor and maintenance tasks. They repaired tools, made carts, wove baskets, perhaps made or mended clothing. Women spent long winter hours spinning wool into yarn and knitting or weaving. But winter also was the season to haul timber or cut firewood from the woodlands. A back-breaking chore, but, well, would you rather freeze to death? Also, what else are you going to cook with? The fire doesn't come out of nowhere. As for the livestock, as we mentioned, they needed help throughout the winter. Cows and sheep had to be fed with whatever hay and straw had been stored, and their stalls mucked out. Every peasant learned to be pretty resourceful in winter. If you didn't learn, you died. For instance, making rushlights, that is, candles from animal fat or dried rushes, or carving new wooden bowls and utensils by the fireside. And though the days were short, the winter nights were long. Peasants often rose before sunrise to tend animals, and might gather around the hearth in the evening to tell stories, mend the nets or harnesses, or simply just to conserve a bit of warmth, another precious commodity. But winter was also a time when the community socialized more. Yeah, it was cold outside, but, well, there was less field labor to do. We shall see that later. Many traditional village festivities took places in midwinter too. In any case, throughout the year, every member of a peasant household had work suited to their strength. The men would do the heaviest ploughing, carting and woodcutting, while women performed a double burden of work, assisting in the fields during peak times, and doing endless daily chores of cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing, along with the dairying and spinning. Anything else they could find, really. As for the children, well, the ones as young as 5 were expected to help out. It might have been running to fetch water, these kinds of things, keeping an eye on grazing geese, scaring crows from the newly sown seed. By their early teens, peasant boys and girls were working almost as full adults, the boys in the fields, or learning a craft, and the girls would be around the home. But despite the long hours of toil, peasants did not work every single day. Sundays were the holy day of rest, when field labor ceased, and by church law, everybody attended Mass. In addition, the medieval calendar was filled with saints' feast days and church holidays, on which no servile work was supposed to be done. Many of these fell in spring or summer, giving brief respites from labor, while peasants certainly had to work extremely hard, especially in the peak season. It's a misconception that they never had days off. In fact, many of them probably had more days off than we do in our modern era, which is, well, a little bit scary. Between Sundays and various holy days, a medieval peasant might have upwards of 8 to 10 weeks off over the course of a year. Doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Though on those days they might still do light chores or tend animals, and not all lords honored every holiday. But think about it, if you take time off work, you probably end up cleaning the house at least 1 or 2 days out of that, so it's all in perspective. Nevertheless, these periodic breaks, Christmas, Easter, numerous saints' festivals, these kind of things, they provided a much-needed rest, and of course a time for community recreation, as we'll get to a little bit later. But let's get out of the fields. They had to go home eventually, didn't they? If the fields were the workplace, well, the homes were the humble shelters offering minimal comfort. But of course you make it your own, don't you? Now, a typical peasant family lived in a small cottage, usually made of something called wattle and daub. If you don't know what that is, it's woven wooden rods that were kind of plastered with mud and straw. Rough timber with a thatched roof. We've seen it. Now, these houses were often just 1 or 2 rooms. Pretty simple stuff. The floor was beaten earth, sometimes covered with straw or rushes to absorb dirt, and there were usually no real windows. Perhaps a tiny opening with a wooden shutter, so indoors was pretty dim and pretty smoky. They hadn't quite figured out chimneys yet. In the middle of the main room was a hearth fire burning for cooking and warmth. Smoke from the fire drifted up and escaped through a hole in the roof, or through the thatch at least, which blackened the rafters, so there was something, but still not like a chimney in the modern sense. The atmosphere inside was perpetually smoky because of this, irritating to the eyes and lungs, but, well, people just got used to it. Now as for the furnishings, well, they were sparse and quite homemade. Simple stuff. A few stools or benches, a simple table made of boards laid on trestles, taken down when not in use most of the time, and perhaps a wooden chest to store clothing or grain. Those were the main items. At mealtime, the family would sit on benches at the trestle table and eat from wooden bowls or coarse pottery dishes, using wooden spoons. Knives were shared, and forks were unknown at the time. Cooking was done at the open hearth. There was no oven inside a peasant cottage. Villagers often had a lord's oven or a communal bake oven that everyone used. Instead, simple breads or cakes were baked on flat stones, in the embers or in iron pans propped on the fire. A heavy iron pot or kettle would hang over the flames, used to boil porridge or perhaps stew, the ubiquitous pottage that I've mentioned briefly but will discuss a bit more in the next section. The household wife would have to mind this fire constantly, both to keep the home warm but also to have hot coals for cooking. She likely also used the residual heat of the hearth for tasks like drying grain or herbs. Peasant families did many domestic chores indoors too. Women brewed ale in small batches, churned butter when they had milk, and spun wool or flax into yarn, often with what was known as a drop spindle. Spinning wheels were a bit of a later arrival, even though we do see them quite a lot in medieval artwork. Said those women in the silk dresses spinning at the wheel. They were a bit of a later invention. Now as for laundry, that was infrequent, but when they did do it, it was quite arduous. Clothes had to be soaked and scrubbed with lye. That is a harsh soap made from ashes. It's spelt Lye, by the way. And they would do this in a big wooden tub, and water for washing had to be hauled from the well or the stream, so there's the weight of that as well. The floor, strewn with straw or rushes, was swept now and then and renewed with fresh bedding, with fresh bedding straw only a few times a year. Now, inevitably, the house was dirty by modern standards. No one's really denying that. It didn't help that chickens and other small animals sometimes wandered in and out, and, well, that just adds to the mess, without becoming too descriptive. At night time, the family slept on simple beds or pallets. A bed, if we're going to use that term, might just be a cloth sack stuffed with straw or wool scraps, laid on the floor, or in a crude wooden frame. They used coarse wool blankets or old fur cloaks for covers. Several family members often shared one bed for warmth, just out of practicality. And it was not unusual for husband, wife, and young children to all sleep together on a large pallet on the floor, with perhaps an elderly parent or a visiting relative curled up nearby. As for privacy, good luck with that. It was minimal if you were lucky, non-existent if you were like everyone else. A fire was typically kept smouldering through the night, banked under ashes or a fire cover, so it could be revived the next morning. Now, they had to have the homes double as shelter for animals as well. You see, in many cottages, one end of the building was sectioned off as a pen or byre for a cow, donkey, or a few goats or sheep, especially in winter when valuable animals needed protection from the cold or from thieves or wolves, course, back in those days, wolves were all over the place, so were the thieves. In smaller dwellings, the family's chickens, or a pig, might share this living space, wandering in freely. This gave the animals warmth and safety, and in turn helped warm the house slightly, but it certainly added to the odor. Imagine the smell. Well, fleas and mice were common problems. The continual smoke of the hearth ironically helped deter some vermin, keeping the rafters sooty and the air acrid. Cleaning was a Sisyphean task, if we could put it that way. One medieval writer humorously described how a peasant housewife would sweep out the dirt and straw from the floor, only for the chickens to come in and scratch it all around again. Definitely a task worthy of calling it a Sisyphean. Well, despite the cramped and smoky conditions, it was still a home, and I suppose it's not too bad when you got nothing else to compare it to. A place of family comfort, and it's certainly better than sleeping outside in the cold. In the evenings around the hearth, parents would tell stories or sing to their children. Family members mended their clothes or carved little tools by firelight. And in winter, neighbors might drop in, share a little bit of warmth, or a cup of ale, exchanging tales or gossip. Such moments provided what we can imagine as a bit of emotional relief from the grind of work. Yes, life is difficult, but we're all here together, and that's something at least. And so within those walls, just like our modern-day family life unfolded, children were born and raised, meals were prepared and shared, fights happened, laughter happened, all echoing off those smoky rafters. That humble cottage, serving as a backdrop for all of the peasants' joys and sorrows, from the cradle to the grave. Very, very human. And this is where we come to the next thing. Food. Probably the most important thing next to warmth. A lot of moving parts, sure, but it's pretty complicated to get the right amount of sustenance in that time. The diet was pretty simple, too, not to mention repetitive. The primary staple was bread. Medieval peasants typically ate coarse, dark bread made from cheaper grains like rye, barley, or oats, and wheat was the most prized grain. Unfortunately, it was often reserved for the lord or for market sale, so common folk usually baked loaves of what was called maslin, a mix of rye and wheat flour, or bread made from barley or oats. The result? A dense, heavy loaf, very unlike the modern, fluffy white bread, but I don't think many people are eating white bread anymore. It's a bit, you gotta go the multi-grain sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, a peasant household might grind its grain by hand. Just get that rock out and start bashing it, grinding it on a stone, this kind of thing. Found plenty of those sorts of stones in the old medieval houses, that's for sure. Or perhaps they would take it to the lord's grinding mill, as if the lord had one, but of course you would have a fee charged with that as well. Then they would bake bread in a communal oven or at home on the hearth. Now this bread, along with pottage, a kind of vegetable stew or whatever you could find to put in it, formed the basis of pretty much every meal. Now the other daily mainstay was indeed pottage, a thick soup or stew cooked in an iron pot over the fire, hence the name pottage. Peasant wives became adept in making filling pottage out of really whatever was available, which could vary from day to day, of course. But if we can imagine a basic pottage, well, it might include oats or barley for thickness, some beans or peas, and garden vegetables like cabbage, onions, or leeks, all boiled together in water. They would season it with a bit of salt and herbs, like parsley, thyme, or sage, You could find them in a cottage garden. Most peasant families maintained a small kitchen plot to grow greens and root vegetables, and they kept a few chickens or eggs. If they were fortunate enough, they could have a cow or some goats for milk, and they would also churn a bit of butter, make simple cheese, valuable proteins and fats to their otherwise diet of starch. The pottage was usually meatless. If available, a scrap of bacon fat or maybe a ham bone might be added, but that was a rare luxury. Essentially, peasants ate a kind of vegetarian diet, but rather by necessity, rather, for much of the year, not by their own choice. The peasants' meals were, indeed, remarkably monotonous by our modern standards. Breakfast, if taken at all, might be just a little bit of leftover cold porridge, or bread, perhaps a little bit of cheese, but, well, if you were lucky, you'd have that. The main meal around midday, that'd be bread and pottage, maybe with a bit of onion, some curds, washed down with a bit of ale, and in the evening another round of pottage or broth might be served as a kind of supper. Now, even on workdays in the field, this little picnic would be a hunk of bread, piece of dry cheese or salted fish, and of course that flask of weak ale. So it wasn't like it was better on the weekdays or weekends. It was every day just the same. Still, a diet of high-fiber bread and beans, while pretty bland, provided the essential carbohydrates and a few proteins, especially when peas and grain were combined. Now, ale we've mentioned a few times, and that was the universal drink of medieval peasants. Not just in England either, but quite much the same case on the continent. Because clean drinking water was not always available, and because fermentation killed many pathogens, whether they understood that at the time, they just knew they didn't get sick when they drank it, ale was consumed in great quantities by everyone, and that includes children. The medieval ale was a barley-based brew, made without hops. You see, hopped beer would come a bit later, and it was usually quite weak in alcohol. It might be closer to a soupy sort of small beer, a real light one, often slightly sour or yeasty, and was meant for hydration and nutrition more than intoxication and celebration. According to various records, an adult peasant might drink a gallon or more of ale per day, though ale in this context was more like a low-alcohol porridge than the strong beers that we think of today. As for brewing, that was typically done by the women of the village, and at a household level. If you've heard the term alewife, well, that's where this comes from. Ale provided much-needed calories. It was sometimes even called liquid bread. Peasants would drink ale at every meal. It was safer than most water, certainly more filling. Of course, ale could be festive too. Stronger batches were brewed for holidays and celebrations. But the everyday ale was mild enough that peasants could consume it throughout the day and still labor on effectively. In any case, without ale, the medieval peasant diet would have been even more meager. At least with it, they got a few B vitamins and hydration along with their bread. Of course, they didn't understand all the nutrition back in those days, but they certainly understood when you didn't eat well or when you drank bad water, dirty things, you got sick, things like miasma theory and all the rest. They had an understanding of it, just not on a scientific basis, more of a practical thing. Now, vegetables, legumes, and dairy supplemented this diet when possible. Gardens yielded cabbages, beans, lentils, peas, turnips, garlic, beets, other crops when they were in season. A surprising variety. But peasants also foraged wild foods, berries and nuts from the woods, wild greens like nettles, dandelion, etc. for salads or pottage, and apples or pears from hedgerows. But the dairy products really were prized. Milk from a cow or a goat would usually be turned into butter or soft cheese, because fresh milk, well, that spoiled quickly, and many adults were somewhat lactose intolerant. Butter added fats and flavor to otherwise bland foods. Cheese, often a crumbly, fresh cheese, could be eaten with bread or melted into pottage, which of course thickens it up a little bit. Eggs from hens were another important protein source, used in cooking or eaten on their own when available. And all these elements, of course, had to vary by season. Spring and summer offered fresh greens, eggs, and milk, whereas winter diets, well, you'd be relying more on salted or dried foods, and of course, whatever was stored from the harvest. Well, and meat, of course, if you could get it, good for you. But of course, it's far rarer on the peasant table. Most peasants could only afford to have it every now and then. And it wasn't in that fresh form, it was usually in the form of salted or smoked meat. A common family might raise a pig throughout the year and slaughter it in the late fall. Pork was the primary meat of the peasantry because pigs were relatively easy to feed, and they could forage in the forest for acorns, that kind of thing. They also yielded a lot of fat. Salted pork and lard could last all winter. After the autumn slaughter, the family would have some fresh pork for a feast, but the rest was preserved with salt or smoke. That bacon or ham was then rationed carefully and used to flavor soups or accompany bread on special days. Fresh beef or mutton was pretty uncommon. Cattle or sheep were too valuable alive. Think about milk, wool, traction. They wouldn't butcher them unless the animal was old or injured. Chickens were generally providing eggs and were only eaten when they stopped laying them. So you might be thinking, well, why didn't they just go hunting? Good question. The problem with that is that forests were typically the lord's property, and that meant they were off limits. Poaching a deer or a boar could get a peasant harshly punished. Well, harshly punished, I don't mean a fine. Bad things happen. Nonetheless, peasants did catch smaller game, they just did it on the sly. Rabbits, hares, birds or fish from the streams, no one could really stop them from doing that. They added a bit of meat to their diet every now and then. On Fridays and during Lent, the church forbade meat entirely. So those days peasants ate things like herring, if they could buy dried fish, or they simply went without meat at all. Many inland villages were far from the sea too, but eels from rivers and ponds were a common poor man's fish. Eels were actually so plentiful in medieval England that they were sometimes used to pay rent. You could imagine that, showing up to your landlord, giving him a big bag full of eels. I don't know how many months that would get you. I suppose it depends on how many eels you give them. Well, in any case, yes, food was there. You could get it. You could farm. You could do a little bit of trapping or fishing on the sly, but a lot of peasants always lived close to the brink of hunger. One bad harvest meant real hardship, and you were in trouble if you had two. That could even mean famine, as happened in 1315 to 1317 when incessant rains caused crops to rot and thousands of people across England starved. Bad times. In lean times in general, they stretched their food by mixing filler into bread, like peas, beans, or worse. Who knows whether they could put in there a little bit of sawdust for good measure, or by simply going without. Spring was often a hungry season, when the winter stores ran low, but the new crops were not quite ready to be harvested. And true famine, as in the years of 1315 to 17 as we mentioned, struck occasionally. Conversely, in the good years, while their diet was plain and monotonous, most peasant families could at least fill their stomachs with bread and pottage, and, well, that's enough to keep you alive. And of course, the lords knew it was enough to keep people in the fields working, just enough to work, but not enough to really have a good quality of life. Of course, only on special occasions or holidays did they taste a richer fare. It wasn't like they went their whole lives without having something nice, but they'd have to wait around a bit. Special things for special occasions. A village might collectively slaughter an animal for a feast, or bake some meat pies for Christmas or a wedding, occasions where everyone could briefly eat to their fill. Good times, happy people, this kind of thing. But those were extraordinary days. On the ordinary days, a medieval English peasant just ate to survive, not to savor. A chunk of coarse bread, a bowl of vegetable stew, and a draught of weak ale. Those were the basics that fueled their labor. And what about peasant clothing? That's, of course, another topic of discussion when it comes to the appearance of a peasant. Well, it was above all practical, built for hard use, made from the materials at hand. The primary fabric? Wool, abundant thanks to England's many sheep. Almost all outer garments, tunics, dresses, cloaks, hose, they were all made of coarse woolen cloth that was thick, warm, and hard-wearing, if also a little heavy and scratchy. But for lighter or undergarments, they used linen when possible, woven from flax, by the way, but linen was relatively expensive, so many poorer peasants had no linen at all, and they would just wear the wool raw on the skin. Colors were mostly natural or earth-toned. Wool straight from brown or gray sheep produced drab cloth. Some clothing was dyed with inexpensive local dyes, that is, dull yellows, greens, or russets, but bright and rich colors like deep blues, reds, and blacks were largely the preserve of the wealthy, who could afford such things. Thus, a typical peasant could be seen clad in dull browns, dusty grays, and washed-out greens. The better to hide the dirt, I suppose, and last a bit longer. A peasant man typically wore a knee-length wool tunic as his main garment. It was belted at the waist with a cord or leather strap and served as both a shirt and a coat. For his legs, he had woolen hose, and his long stockings reaching up toward the thigh. On his feet he wore simple leather shoes if he owned them. Otherwise, he often went barefoot in warmer months to save his footwear for winter. In cold or wet weather, a man might layer a second tunic or a rough sleeveless jacket over the first, and on a woolen hood or cowl that covered his head, neck, and shoulders. But even so, his clothing only gave modest protection from the elements. After hours in the field, his hose were often soaked and muddy, and over time his garments became frayed, patched, and stained from hard use. A peasant woman's main garment was a long woolen gown, a basic dress that extended to her ankles. It was usually long-sleeved and loosely fitted, and she cinched it at the waist with a simple belt. Underneath, if she was fortunate, she might have a linen shirt. Otherwise, she wore the wool gown over the bare skin. When doing heavy work, she often hitched up her skirts and tucked them into her belt to keep them out of the dirt. A woman always kept her head covered in public, typically with a wimple or a kerchief, which was a linen cloth draped over her hair, and sometimes around the chin. This head covering protected her hair and satisfied the era's customs of modesty. For footwear, women had much of the same as men: low leather shoes or perhaps clogs when available, and bare feet when necessary. Because cloth was labor-intensive to make, each person owned very few sets of clothes. A peasant might wear the same tunic every day for most of the year, with perhaps a slightly less worn one kept for the holy days or festivals. Your work clothes and your party clothes, I suppose. Garments were patched and repatched and patched up again. Elbows and knees especially showed layers of mending. Washing clothes was difficult. As we mentioned, it required hauling and heating water, making soap from wood ash. So outer clothes were not washed often. Instead, people just wore linen undergarments when possible and washed those occasionally, and simply shook out or brushed off their woolen outerwear. As a result, peasant clothing was usually dingy, having the odors of smoke, sweat, and earth. Contemporary observers sometimes describe the country people as rough and rustic in appearance. We have one vivid portrait in William Langland's 14th century poem Piers Plowman, where a poor plowman and his wife are depicted in patched and tattered attire, the man's hood's full of holes and old, through which his hair pokes out, and his shoes are broken toes sticking through. He is all smeared with mud as he follows the plow. And beside him there is his wife. She trudges with her skirts hitched up, wearing a threadbare smock. She has no proper shoes, only torn cloth wrappings, and her bare feet bleed from the cold ground. Well, it's a literary description, though part of an allegory, but it does match what we know from historical records. He doesn't seem to be dramatizing anything for dramatic effect. Many peasants truly had only very worn garments, and often went barefoot even in harsh conditions. Despite these realities, on Sundays, or at a village festival, they did their best to make themselves presentable. You gotta put on your best face, of course. Well, a man might have a cleaner tunic or a wide-brimmed hat decorated with a scrap of ribbon. And a woman, well, she might have a freshly washed headscarf or a dress with a bit of homemade trim. Small little touches of dignity. They might not be good clothes, but it distinguishes the best they had from the everyday rags. At least they weren't covered in dirt from the fields. Medieval peasant society was organized around the family, but that family unit existed within a larger tight-knit community. Most peasant households were typically husband and wife and the children living in a single cottage, simply because houses were just so small. But extended family members usually lived nearby in the same village, so a child might have grandparents or cousins a few huts away, but maybe not under the same roof. The average peasant married in their early or mid-20s, and couples would set up their own home as soon as they could manage it. Marriages were guided more by practical considerations rather than romantic courtship. A man needed a wife who could work hard and run a household, and a woman needed a husband who could support a family. The approval of the lord of the manor was required if the individuals were serfs. A lord might demand a merchet or a marriage fine, or even sometimes veto a match if it meant losing a valuable worker to another estate. In practice, most peasants married someone from their own community, or at least a close neighboring village. A medieval peasant wedding, well, that was a joyous and communal occasion. The couple exchanged vows at the church door with the priest's blessing, and then the village joined in a bride ale, that is a wedding ale feast featuring food, drink, music, and dancing for all. Children were plentiful in peasant families too, but childhood wasn't. It's not as we think of it today. It was more of a brief and perilous affair. Children were, of course, born at home, attended by local midwives, if they had one, or perhaps an older woman with a bit of knowledge. There was a very high risk of mortality. Many infants died in their first days or weeks, and childbirth was dangerous for mothers as well. Newborns were baptized within a day or two, with chosen godparents as sponsors, because if a baby died unbaptized, well, it was greatly feared that the soul could not enter heaven. The mother, still weak from delivery, typically did not go to the church for baptism. She stayed home recovering until a few weeks later, when she underwent a purification blessing called churching that marked her return to community life. Infancy was fraught with hazards too. Aside from disease, a crawling baby in a busy cottage could easily fall into a hearth or be accidentally smothered in bed. Once childhood grew past toddlerhood, they quickly became contributors to the household. By the age of 5 or 6, a peasant child was assigned small chores, fetching water with a little pail, scaring birds from the planted fields, gathering kindling, things like that. Perhaps they'd watch over the younger siblings too. Bit of responsibility. But there was no formal schooling for peasant children. They just learned by observation, watching their parents and elders and doing what they do. A boy would learn farming, woodcutting, or his father's craft by observing and helping, and a girl would learn cooking, spinning, childcare, and all the arts of managing a poor household from her mother. As for playtime, it wasn't entirely absent. They might be seen kicking a ball around with other village children, or something like that, playing tag. But by their early teens, peasant boys and girls were expected to basically be adults, and work as hard as adults. The village community itself was like an extended family, bound together by necessity and custom. Neighbors helped each other in times of need because everyone that knew misfortune, well, they knew it could strike anyone. If one peasant's barn burned down, or a cow died, others would organize a helping bee to rebuild the barn, or would share a bit of their own grain or milk to get that family through. Many tasks were done cooperatively. For instance, peasants had often pulled their oxen to plow the fields, as we mentioned. And of course, at harvest, the entire community helped reap and gather every family's crops in turn. But beyond the work, villagers shared in each other's life events and festivals. Not only weddings, but baptisms, funerals, the annual cycle of religious holidays, a bit of everything. Really, the church brought everyone together, too, especially on Sundays and holy days, and the churchyard or villages became a social hub after services. For recreation, men sometimes held contests of archery or wrestling on Sundays, and women often socialized while doing chores like spinning or washing clothes together. In the evenings, especially in the winter, villagers gathered at the alehouse or by a cottage hearth, singing songs, telling a few stories, and just relaxing. Village life. It was regulated by both custom, but also a bit of self-government. The Lord's Manorial Court periodically judged local disputes and minor offences with a jury of villagers. Typical punishments were small fines or things like stray livestock or breaking village laws. Serious crimes, though, they were quite rare in the village and were dealt with by higher authorities. In practice, most order was kept by peer pressure and custom. Everyone watched everyone else and held them to standard. If someone behaved disgracefully, for example, an abusive husband, the community might respond with a charivari, a cacophonous prank at the offender's door, banging pots and singing mocking songs to shame them into better behavior. Perhaps we need to bring that one back, This kind of informal social policing often proved to be quite effective in a world where one's reputation among neighbors was critically important, especially if it's your barn that burns down or something like that, and, well, that helping bee, all of a sudden people don't want to show up. Now that is a little awkward. Well, before we go, let's talk a little bit about the truly unpleasant parts, but also a bit of the resilience. You see, as you can imagine, I don't think I need to explain it to you or say it again. The life of a peasant was certainly not a fun affair. It was full of danger and hardship, as even beyond the everyday toil, and foremost among them was the threat of hunger. Peasants lived harvest to harvest, and if the crops failed, well, they had little reserve to fall back on. Bad weather, such as excessive rain or drought, could ruin the grain yield just like it did in 1315 to 17, where the Great Famine was caused by rains across Europe. Well, people in England at this time reportedly either starved to death or survived on acorns, weeds, and possibly even substitutes like tree bark. Even in less dire times, though, winter and early spring, the lean season before the new crops grew, often meant empty cupboards. Malnutrition was a chronic problem, leaving peasants weak or more vulnerable to disease. The poor peasant might be driven to begging or theft to feed his children if his own stores ran out. Starvation was a very real spectre in the Middle Ages. It kept peasant communities in a state of perpetual anxiety about the weather and the harvest. And then there was the disease. Medieval peasants had no knowledge of germs and very limited medical care. A village might be visited by a wandering barber/surgeon, or have a local wise woman who knew herbal remedies, but nothing really resembling a real doctor for the poor. Epidemics could sweep through and kill indiscriminately. Of course, we all know about the Black Death of 1348 to 1350, which killed around half of England's population in a matter of months. Entire villages were emptied out. Those who survived were, of course, traumatized by the loss of family and neighbors. Other diseases also took a great toll. Periodic outbreaks of sickness, dysentery, fevers, things like that, swept through the villages and carried off the weak. Even injuries or infected cuts could turn fatal for lack of effective treatment. Peasant women faced the danger of childbirth without any real care, and many unfortunately died delivering children. So what was the life expectancy? Take a guess. 50, maybe. 40? Well, it could have only been around 30 to 40 years. But this is kind of skewed, because most children died so young, so the averages are kind of off. So we can put it between 40 and 50 years old, perhaps. You might be lucky enough to live to 60, but that would depend on your circumstance. In any case, those who did reach adulthood and avoid lethal diseases, if you managed to get to that natural death point where you could live into your 60s, but that was far from common. The labor, the poor diet, the lack of medicine meant that most peasants were old by our standards when they got to their 50s. That's if they lived that long at all. But peasants also bore the brunt of man-made hardships. Chief among them were the heavy taxes and rents imposed by lords and the king's government. Lords could levy special talligays or fines arbitrarily when they needed money, and the crown expected nationwide taxes, often to fund wars that landlords would just pass on to the peasants. In the late 1370s, for instance, King Richard II's government imposed repeated poll taxes to finance military campaigns. These taxes fell on humble villagers and provoked quite a bit of resentment. Coupled with long-standing grievances, like villeins being legally unfree and owing labor, this unrest erupted in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. It was in that year that thousands of peasants in southeastern England, led by figures such as Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preaching, rose up in an armed people's rebellion. They marched on London itself, calling for an abolition of serfdom lower taxes, and an end to corruption among the royal officials. And for a brief moment, the rebels terrified the ruling class. They even executed the king's treasurer and dragged out a few other hated officials too. King Richard II ultimately quashed the revolt. The rebel leaders were deceived and killed, and the peasants' demands were officially denied. However, the uprising was certainly a turning point. It frightened the nobility, and perhaps it accelerated the decline of serfdom. In any case, in the following centuries, things began to change, and, well, little by little, the peasants got their own back. And so for all these hardships, they demonstrated a remarkable resilience. They developed coping strategies. In times of dearth, they foraged on wild foods and tightened the belt. When epidemics struck, they turned to faith, organizing processions and prayer vigils for deliverance. Surviving community records show that peasant communities provided communal mutual support. If one family was going through hard times, well, people would try to get them back on their feet. They met adversity with a dogged practicality, replanting, rebuilding, and just getting on with it. Over time, some of the hardships did ease. For example, the late medieval decline of serfdom and the slight improvement in living standards after the plague reduced the population. But new challenges, such as renewed warfare or later the enclosure of common lands, would arise. Through everything, the peasantry endured. And the very fact that the English peasantry survives century after century of exploitation and disaster, well, that is a testament to tenacity and the capacity for hope. And so maybe we learn a little bit about perseverance and tenacity that we can apply to our modern day. Who knows? Maybe as well we can learn from the peasants and identify those people in our community that are having a bit of a rough time, and we can pull together and help them out. People are a little bit too scared to put their hands up and ask for help these days, so maybe it's up to us to ask the question first. 14th century France. An itinerant horse dealer stops at a tavern near the coast. But he is no simple merchant. He is Inquisition de Beauce, an English spy sent to infiltrate the French noble household during the 100 Years' War. Far to the east, in 13th century Cairo, a Mamluk agent walks through the market fully veiled, hiding his identity as he carries a secret message for Sultan Baybars. And in a Japanese fortress town, a shinobi ninja silently scales the wall at midnight to map out the enemy defense. We speak briefly of a few examples among many, and these examples spanning different cultures are not something out of fanciful fiction. They rather reflect a very real, though often hidden world of medieval espionage. Spies and informants roamed the courts, camps, temples, and trade routes of the medieval world, quietly shaping history from the shadows. Medieval chroniclers and manuals hint at whispered intrigues, a captured letter revealing a plot, a double agent turning the tide of a siege, or an assassin lurking in the royal court right under everyone's noses. Chivalric knights and roaring battles dominate the popular imagination of the Middle Ages, but behind the scenes, a more subtle war was being waged. And it is what we uncover today, in our time together, peeling back the layers on those hidden agents of medieval times. So come with me, and we'll slip behind the curtain. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. You may not have clicked the subscribe button yet. If you have not, I invite you to do so, and leave your thoughts in the comments below on what you think about medieval spies. Also, this video is 100% ad-free. Thank you very much to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, and those who occasionally donate. Once again, you have my thanks, eternal gratitude. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can look into the world of medieval spies. From the earliest medieval campaigns, commanders understood that knowledge was power, and therefore knowledge could decide a victory or defeat. The use of scouts by those commanders, that's an old warfare tactic, as old as war itself, and medieval leaders, they were no exception. As a matter of fact, medieval war manuals explicitly urged the use of spies. Around 1409, the French writer Christine de Peasants advised every general to dispatch them, for to inquire and understand the purpose of the enemy. But true espionage, that went beyond simple scouting. It meant to penetrate the enemy's secrets, not just observing their movements. This could be a perilous endeavor, yet many took the risk. Medieval chronicles abound with references to covert agents in wartime, from humble camp spies to high-ranking traitors. Let's go back to the 100 Years' War. We mentioned that in the introduction. Perhaps the most quintessential of medieval conflicts, the war between England and France. English forces, fighting on foreign soil, needed the best intelligence they could get. One major hurdle was language. A spy who couldn't blend in would be quickly unmasked. But fortunately, for King Edward III, his court included many French-speaking allies, such as Flemish and Gascon knights, whom he sent to snoop around on the French plans. According to the chronicler Jean Froissart, the English even planted multilingual agents, fluent in English, French, and German, within the French army itself. These spies mingled among the enemy ranks, gathering gossip and sensitive information undetected. Froissart dramatically illustrates the payoff. In 1345, the Earl of Derby learned of a French siege plan by means of a spy he had in the French army, enabling a surprise counterattack. The raid succeeded brilliantly, largely because one secret informer kept the English one step ahead. The war intensified, and English espionage grew more daring. In 1386, anticipating a French invasion fleet, the English recruited our aforementioned Antoine Dubos, a mercenary fluent in French, to infiltrate the French high command. Posing as a servant for hire, Antoine wormed his way into the households of two French nobles coordinating the invasion. For a time, he fed London priceless details about troop musters and logistics. However, eventually his luck seemed to have run out. Caught snooping around Montreal, he was arrested and tortured in Paris. Antoine's grim fate, execution after interrogation, showed the risks that medieval spies faced. Yet, after the death of Antoine, there was much more to do. The confessions that he had, screamed out during his interrogation seems to have blown open an entire network of English subterfuge agents within French territory. Now, at the main peak of all this, in 1386 to 87, English spies roamed across northern France in many different disguises, from mercenaries to horse traders and merchants, all the rest, and they took up menial jobs in French households to obey plans. Of course, once the plans were all heard, they would relay these by word of mouth to the English commanders at Calais. Now, Calais is an important city. At the time, it was an English-held port, and it became this intelligence hub, funneling secrets back home to Westminster. So what emerges from these accounts is a proto-spy ring that starts to resemble a more coordinated intelligence service, long before such institutions formally existed. Let's look at other medieval armies, likewise employing espionage, though often in more ad hoc and creative ways. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Roman statecraft, they left behind their own military treatises that frankly discuss the craft of spies. One anonymous Byzantine strategicon, likely 6th century in origin, laid out criteria for selecting good spies. They must not be of the enemy's race, must know the enemy's language and customs, and have no grudges that might skew their loyalty. They must be men of natural intelligence, fluent in the enemy's language, and experienced travelers in their country, the treatise goes on to advise. It even suggests tradecraft for communications. A spy should arrange a secret meeting with a confederate in a busy foreign marketplace under the pretext of trading goods. An early example of what they call a dead drop in plain sight. The Byzantine generals were warned to be as crafty in counter-espionage as in spying. Emperor Leo VI's Tactica, circa 900, recommended that if one's army was outmatched, any enemy spies caught should be killed or locked up immediately to deny information to the foe. Conversely, if one's army was stronger, Leo suggested a clever psychological ploy. Allow enemy spies to observe exaggerated displays of strength, and then release them, so they would report back and their compatriots succumb to cowardice at the thought of facing such forces. The Tactica also outlines methods to flush out infiltrators in the camp, for example, sudden musters to see who did not know the unit passwords. The very inclusion of these tips in military manuals shows that espionage was a known factor at this time, and although it's a little bit before the medieval period, it's certainly worth mentioning as these traditions carried forward into later times. Even legendary warrior kings were not above a good bit of subterfuge. An oft story told, first recorded by medieval writers after the Norman conquest, claims that Alfred of Great Wessex personally infiltrated a Danish Viking camp in the 9th century, disguised as a humble minstrel. While scholars note this tale comes from a later tradition rather than contemporary evidence, its endurance in English lore speaks to a fascination with cunning as a component of generalship. The image of King Alfred strumming a harp by the enemy's fire, all the while noting their numbers and plans, it's the epitome of the ideal of the warrior spy. Brave enough to fight in the shield wall, yet cunning enough to sneak behind the enemy lines in a peasant's garb. Now, whether or not Alfred truly did this, we know many medieval commanders employed agents to scout and infiltrate. During the Crusades, for example, both Christian and Muslim leaders relied on espionage amid holy war. Let's take one example. Before the First Crusade's assault on Antioch in 1098, Crusader Bohemond of Taranto recruited a spy inside the city, a renegade, former Muslim guard, who hoped to facilitate the city's fall by stealth. Decades later, Nur-ed-Din Zangi and Saladin routinely sent spies to Frankish strongholds. In fact, A remarkable anecdote claims Saladin managed to recruit the Frankish queen of the city of Antioch as an informant in the 1180s. The full truth of that is a bit debatable, but it is clear that cross-cultural spying did occur during the Crusades, aided by the region's religious and ethnic mingling. Hospitaller and Templar knights maintained networks of local contacts, and Arabic-speaking Christian converts would move between camps gathering intelligence. The Muslim side likewise used merchants and local Christians as scouts. Spies were so endemic that crusading armies often executed suspicious locals as potential informers, sometimes rather unjustly. And so the war for the Holy Land was not only a clash of swords, but a battle of wits, with each side vying to outmaneuver the other with the help of secret eyes and ears in the dark. But nomadic empires, too, they had mastered espionage of their own style. The Mongols, known for swift and brutal conquest in the 13th century, also excelled at intelligence gathering, a softer tool, a complement for their hard power. Genghis Khan's forces routinely sent agents ahead of the horde, posing as traders, monks, even fleeing refugees, mapping out enemy terrain and probe defenses. Many cities in Central Asia and the Middle East opened their gates in panic after Mongol spies sowed rumors of the horde's invincibility. The Mongols also integrated conquered engineers and officials who brought valuable inside knowledge, and in turn, their adversaries sought information on this seemingly unstoppable horde. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars in Egypt built an extensive spy network to monitor the Mongol movements and frustrate their plans. He established an information network from Syria's northern frontier to Gaza, with mountaintop watch stations to spot invading armies and pigeon posts to relay warnings swiftly back to Cairo. A postal relay with fresh horses allowed urgent messages to cover hundreds of miles in days, a medieval intelligence hotline. Baybars also formed a secret elite cadre called the Kusad, messengers or seekers, whose sole task was espionage and clandestine missions against the Mongols and Crusaders. These agents were so secret that their names were never written down. They operated in complete anonymity. A contemporary biographer of Baybars noted that the Sultan lavished funds upon these spies, paying them, quote, blood money, commensurate with the lethal risks that they took. The Kusad excelled in both intelligence and sabotage. Chronicles account how they recruited disaffected insiders in the Mongol Ilkhanate, and when that failed, they forged letters, falsely implicating loyal Mongol officials as traitors, a ruse that led the Mongols to execute their own generals. In this way, Baybar's spies turned the enemy's fear and suspicion into a weapon, creating chaos behind Mongol lines without ever even loosing a single arrow. From England to Byzantium, the Levant to the Asian steppe, commanders who invested in espionage often gained a decisive edge, or at least mitigated the blind uncertainty of pre-modern battle. The eyes of the army, that's what spies were sometimes called. They could save thousands of lives by preventing ambushes and unwelcome surprises. Yet, espionage in war was inherently unreliable and fraught with danger. Medieval spies lacked many tools modern agents would take for granted. No wiretaps, cameras, or telegraphs back in those days. Just wits, and whatever trust they could earn. And then there was the risk of gruesome punishment if caught. A captured spy might be hanged, beheaded, thrown into a dungeon for years. False information was another pitfall. Some spies were double agents, or simply fed rumors that they'd heard in taverns. As one analysis puts it, medieval spies tended to repeat gossip learned at many hands removed, and we all know how unreliable that can get. Wise generals treated spy reports with caution, corroborating them through multiple sources if possible. But despite these challenges, the incentive to spy was too great to resist. The alternative was to march in blindly, hoping one's enemy was not a step ahead. Thus medieval warfare became a cat-and-mouse game of screening and scouting. Camouflage, code words, and decoys were used to mislead the enemy spies, while counter-spies tried to sniff out those very tricks. The existence of this long-running spy versus spy contest in the Middle Ages, it shows us that human intelligence, in, both senses of the word, has always been a crucial element of warfare. But let's go a little bit beyond the battlefield. You see, espionage thrived in the royal courts and corridors of power too. In the medieval period, politics was intensely personal. Kings and queens guarded their thrones from ambitious vassals, while rival states jockeyed through diplomacy and subterfuge. Without modern bureaucracies or communication technology, rulers often relied on webs of informants to keep them apprised of distant happenings, or in the worst case, hidden conspiracies. A common maxim in medieval governments was that the ruler ought to plant spies on his subjects and associates, like eyes that spy on their whereabouts, their news, especially if there was any doubt about them. This advice, echoed in various mirrors for princes, that is, guides for rulers, from early Islamic eras to late medieval era, showed that the systematic surveillance was considered a normal duty, simply the prudence of an intelligent monarch. One of the earliest organized intelligence networks emerged under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates of the Muslim world. As early as the 7th century, the Umayyads set up the Barid, a state postal service, but it also doubled as an espionage apparatus. The couriers who carried letters were also expected to report on local conditions and officials, earning the nickname Sahib al-Kabar, or bearer of news. In essence, the mailman was just another spy. Early caliphs planted agents in provincial courts to ensure governors remained loyal and that the tax revenues kept flowing in. This, of course, could be as simple as a trusted courier quietly noting the mood of the populace in each town, or as elaborate as a network of informers relaying intelligence back to the capital. By the 10th and 11th centuries, this ethos of surveillance reached a point where in some cities like Basra, people assumed any stranger might be a spy for the caliph and greeted unknown faces with outright suspicion. The Seljuk Turks, they came to power in the 11th century and found their own agents so overzealous that they had to set rules. For example, forbidding spies from invading the privacy of women's quarters or breaking down doors without cause. Clearly, intelligence gathering was so pervasive even in peacetime governance, to the extent that social paranoia sometimes ran high due to it. Back in Christian Europe, royal spy networks were genuinely a bit more ad hoc. But by the later Middle Ages, some rulers developed reputations as spy masters. King Edward II of England, just for one example, early 14th century, well, he employed agents to monitor his treacherous barons. However, his enemies also spied on him.
and famously used his favorite private correspondence as evidence to rally opposition. The Avignon papacy in the 14th century had cardinals who acted as quasi-spies, funneling political information from across Christendom to the Pope. Meanwhile, King Charles VII of France organized a bureau called the Cabinet Noir. What a cool name! They intercepted and decoded letters, an early form of postal espionage that presaged those modern intelligence agencies. But it was Charles' contemporary, King Louis XI of France, who truly earned a nickname as the Spider at the center of the web of spies. Louis XI, reigning 1461 to 83, was dubbed the Universal Spider by his foes for his endless intrigues. He recruited informants from all walks of life, merchants, pilgrims, even shoemakers, to act as his eyes and ears throughout Europe. The shoemakers were the soul of the operation, surely. The Burgundian diplomat Philippe de Comines, who later served Louis, wrote admiringly of how the king maintained secret contacts in foreign courts, always paying for good information. Louis sent agents to follow the movements of rival dukes, bribed messengers to hand over copies of letters, and posted his own spies in the households of powerful nobles, disguised as perhaps grooms or clerks. In one instance, when Louis was plotting against the Duke of Burgundy, he had a surgeon in the Duke's service on his payroll, feeding him details of the Duke's health and itinerary. Such underhanded methods scandalized more than a few contemporaries, as they violated this chivalric ideals of honest dealings among nobles. Yet by the late 15th century, real politic was winning out over chivalry, and espionage in politics was becoming somewhat institutionalized, I suppose. Comines frankly observed that a wise king must know everything he can, and couldn't rely solely on overt ambassadors. And speaking of ambassadors, diplomats in the medieval world were inherently double agents as spies. When Italian city-states like Venice, Milan, Florence began to send resident ambassadors to each other in the 15th century, one of their primary duties was gathering intelligence. These envoys wrote regular dispatches home, not only about treaties and ceremonies, but also the military preparations, finances, and even gossip about the foreign court. Earlier in the medieval era, diplomatic missions were more episodic, but rulers still expected envoys to take note of anything useful. The Byzantine Empire's legendary Bureau of Barbarians in Constantinople managed foreign envoys and very likely collected intelligence they let slip. Byzantine officials were masters of polite interrogation, plying visiting dignitaries and merchants with lavish hospitality, while subtly probing them for information on their realms. In turn, Byzantium sent out its own spies, under the guise of diplomats or traders. Emperor Justinian, in the 6th century, dispatched envoys to the Persian court, who were explicitly tasked with gathering military intelligence. And, time permitting, sow a bit of discord, a mission that sometimes blurred into bribery and subterfuge. By the High Middle Ages, Italian merchant banks and trading houses formed another pan-European information network. The agents of the Medici Bank, for example, reported from far-flung markets about not just commodity prices, but local politics. Venetian merchants abroad routinely wrote letters that doubled as intelligence briefings, knowing the Senate valued such reports. In a medieval world without newspapers, those who controlled the flow of news, well, they had the power.
Rulers often maintained friendly relations with merchant communities, precisely to tap into their knowledge of other regions. Trade and politics intertwined. But nowhere did political espionage and religion intermingle more than in the medieval Islamic states, like the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt. The Fatimid court in Cairo, around the year 1000, was a hotbed of palace intrigue, where spies and counter-spies operated under the patronage of royals. The eccentric caliph Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, 996 to 1021, is credited with an unusual innovation: the extensive use of female spies. You see, chroniclers say that Al-Hakim recognized that women, often overlooked in a male-dominated society, made excellent clandestine agents. He employed elderly women to visit the homes of leading families under friendly pretenses and subtly pry information from the ladies of the household. These grandmothers turned spies would return with reports on who might be fomenting dissent or which nobles were meeting in secret. Well, not to be outdone by her brother, Al-Hakim's half-sister Sit al-Mulk organized her own spy network, of course, to advance her own political goals. The reach of women in domestic spaces gave them access to whispers that male officials could never hear. Another Fatimid vizier, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, notoriously enlisted his mother in an espionage caper during a struggle against political rivals. She masqueraded as a soldier's mother and wandered Cairo, loudly lamenting how badly the current regime treated its servants, a ruse designated to draw out sympathizers of the opposition. When, eventually, an unwary citizen would agree and speak ill of the vizier, the disguised mother spy reported their words back to her son, helping Al-Afdal identify and eliminate hidden rebels. Pretty clever. Well, all of this shows that medieval espionage was an equal opportunity employer. Transcends gender and class when circumstances require. A clever mind and loyalty to one's patron, that was the only real qualification. Religious institutions themselves played their own roles in espionage and information networks. The medieval Catholic Church, operating across Europe, had perhaps the largest intelligence service by default, i.e., the clergy. Monks, priests, bishops, they frequently traveled or corresponded, and they could act as conduits of news, or even secrets between realms. Popes received a steady stream of reports from the legates and prelates in distant lands. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is the one involving the Cathars, by the way, and the medieval Inquisition, 13th and 14th centuries, the Church leaned on local informants to unearth heresy, effectively a domestic spy system, where neighbors would, report on those holding unorthodox beliefs. In the 14th century England, foreign monks became suspects of espionage, simply due to their international ties. Parliament in 1378 even accused French monastic houses in England of harboring spies, and used this as an excuse to dissolve the alien priories. Whether or not those monks actually plotted treason, the incident shows how the specter of espionage permeated political paranoia. Secular rulers were uneasy about any uncontrolled channels of communication, and foreign clergymen or merchants could easily fall under suspicion of spying. Sometimes rightly so, but a lot of the time, not. Conversely, there were, of course, cases of clerics acting as double agents. During the 100 Years' War, an English prior named John Bouquet was caught carrying correspondence from the French. Perhaps it was messages written in code. Well, the poor fellow was thrown into Newgate prison for spying. And if you've watched my video about medieval English prisons, you'll know that was not the place to be. Thus, medieval governance operated amid constant low-level surveillance. Kings watched vassals, popes watched kings, and sometimes even queens and courtiers pursued their own secret agendas. Well, let's move on to the church's involvement in particular, because of course having such a great institution, they've got their hands in many different things. But religion in the Middle Ages, it wasn't just a matter of piety. It was entwined with politics, war, and thus espionage. Holy wars and sectarian strife. That's one way to breed subterfuge, and perhaps the most notorious example of a religious group employing this cloak and dagger tactics is the sect known to crusaders as the Assassins. In the 12th to 13th centuries, the Nizaris, a breakaway Shia Muslim faction, controlled mountain fortress in Persia and Syria under their leader, whom the Franks dubbed the Old Man of the Mountain. Surrounded by larger Sunni and Crusader states, the Nizaris used targeted assassination as their chief weapon, and pulling off those missions required careful espionage. Assassin devotees infiltrated the courts of powerful enemies by posing as converts or servants, sometimes for months, even years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And thus they became experts in blending in. A Nizari agent might serve incognito as a bodyguard to a Seljuk vizier, gathering his trust and intelligence about his routines, and then one day plunge a dagger into his back. The elimination of key figures like Marquis Conrad de Montferrat, assassinated in 1192, entire by Nizari agents disguised as Christian monks, sowed fear and uncertainty, a psychological effect far exceeding the assassins' small numbers. To counter this invisible threat, rulers hired food tasters, doubled their guards, and kept spies of their own to sniff out potential impostors. The assassins demonstrated how religious fanaticism combined with espionage could completely destabilize a realm, and in turn, they forced those realms to adopt countermeasures. But religious espionage was not limited to dramatic assassinations. Often it took the form of information gathering under the guise of piety. Pilgrimages, for example, they allow travelers to cross borders relatively freely, and some pilgrims, well, they were wearing the right outfit, but they were essentially spies. Kings occasionally sent knights on pilgrimages to holy shrines in hostile territories, with instructions to observe fortifications or political conditions along the way. Conversely, members of religious orders wandering abroad could be recruited as informants. The Franciscan and Dominican friars, who ventured into the Mongol Empire in the 1240s, such as John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck, they were true missionaries. Yet, the detailed reports they wrote about the Mongol military strength, customs, and geography were eagerly studied by the Pope and European monarchs. Effectively, intelligence dossiers, cloaked in the mantle of travelogues and journals. Throughout the Crusades, military orders like the Knights Templars and Hospitaller maintained extensive networks from Europe to the Holy Land, and their letters and ciphers criss-crossing the Mediterranean often carried strategic insight. It is telling that when the Templars were suppressed in 1307, one accusation was that they were communicating secretly with the Muslim world, an unfounded charge, but reflective of the suspicion that their international reach had enabled more espionage. Back to the Islamic sphere, the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca each year brought together Muslims from Spain to Central Asia. Rulers sometimes placed agents among the Hajj caravans to glean distant political news. The Mamluk Sultan in Cairo might thus learn of unrest in North Africa, or a new pretender in Arabia via returning pilgrims. The religious diplomacy between Christian and Muslim powers also saw spying under truce. During the Third Crusade, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin famously exchanged envoys and gifts. Meanwhile, each kept spies in the other's camps. Arab chroniclers mention how Saladin's intelligence chief, Rais al-Jasus, the chief of spies, intercepted letters between the Crusader princes and used turncoat Franks to feed false information to the enemy. On the Christian side, Richard had Arabic-speaking knights, and perhaps sympathetic local Christians who passed him intelligence. For example, warning him of Saladin's ambush plans on the road to Jaffa. In one instance, Richard's forces preemptively struck at a watering point, having been tipped off about Saladin's intended surprise attack, which certainly implies effective espionage or scouting on the part of the Crusaders. Espionage served not just war, but also religious persecution and power struggles. We briefly mentioned the Inquisitions, but we'll quickly go over them in a bit more detail. Within Christendom, the medieval Inquisition, especially in the 13th century against the Cathars of the Languedoc region of southern France, relied heavily on informants. The inquisitors, like Bernard Guy in the early 14th century, encouraged the faithful to report clandestine, heretical meetings. Neighbors would observe who attended secret Cathar prayer gatherings. In a sense, the whole society was being mobilized as amateur spies in service of religious orthodoxy. The covert nature of the Cathar heresy, meeting in caves or remote barns, it forced the church to adopt these spy tactics. We're talking disguises, surprise raids, and networks of informers who infiltrated heretic circles. Some inquisitors even planted fake converts to Catharism, who would gain trust and then betray the leaders. It's pretty morally sinister, but you can't deny it's effective, because by the 1320s, the Cathar movement was largely destroyed, thanks in part to espionage from within. You certainly don't see many Cathar churches around, don't you? Meanwhile, at the highest levels, papal and imperial intrigues featured espionage worthy of any royal court. In the 12th century showdown between Thomas Becket and King Henry II of England, both sides maintained agents to monitor the other's moves. Henry had royal clerks spying on Becket's allies, while Becket, still in exile, had informants in England, keeping him apprised of the king's hostility. Similarly, during the Great Schism, the split between the rival popes in Rome and Avignon around 1400, each papal claimant dispatched spies and propagandists across Europe to undermine the other. Effectively, a spiritual Cold War fought through espionage and secret correspondence. Well, to sum it all up, religion provided both a motive and a cover for medieval espionage. Beneath that cloak of faith, spies could travel and converse where soldiers simply could not, and where faiths or sects clashed, from the Holy Land to heresy at home,
The struggle often relied on stealth and information, as much as open preaching, or, on the worst days, force. And let that remind you that even in an age supposedly guided by divine providence, medieval actors took matters into their own hands. They deployed spies in a very human way, in the service of God, or at least their interpretation of God's will. Of course, the medieval world was not just clashes of arms and ideology, but also intense competition for technology and wealth. In this arena, too, espionage stepped in to play its role. Long-distance trade and nascent global markets gave opportunities for industrial spies, those who would steal artisans, techniques, or geographic knowledge to benefit their patrons. And the most famous case of medieval industrial espionage is the theft of silk from China. You see, here's what happened. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire craved the luxurious silk textiles that came via the Silk Road from East Asia. Silk production was a carefully guarded Chinese monopoly. No one else could do it. And exporting silkworms, well, if you got caught trying to smuggle them out, they would kill you. According to the historian Procopius, around the year 5500, Emperor Justinian I managed to break this monopoly with a bold spy mission. Now, I know this is a little bit before the medieval period, but I'm going to put it in anyway, because I want to. Two monks who had traveled in Serinda, the Far East, informed Justinian that they knew the secret of silk, that it was made by the cocoons of worms feeding on mulberry leaves. And so they offered to acquire these wondrous worms for Byzantium. Under Justinian's patronage, the monks journeyed back to the east, likely Central Asia, and smuggled the silkworm eggs hidden in hollow canes, all the way back to Constantinople. Procopius writes that the eggs hatched into worms which fed on mulberry leaves. Thus began the art of making silk in the Eastern Roman Empire. Of course, this cloak and dagger operation, two robed monks as undercover agents, it paid off magnificently. Byzantium established its own silk workshops, freeing it from paying gold to Persian middlemen for Chinese silk. It was perhaps the first recorded instance of international industrial espionage. The stolen secret of sericulture gave the Byzantine economy a boost and altered the balance of trade. Notably, it was achieved not by military conquest, but by stealth. Throughout the Middle Ages, we find similar, if a little bit less dramatic examples of economic espionage. Knowledge, as always, was power, whether the recipe for Damascus steel, or design of an improved windmill, or even the map of a new sea route. Medieval guilds zealously guarded their crafts. If a skilled craftsman tried to emigrate, he might be stopped or even assassinated to prevent trade secrets from leaking. Italian glassmakers in Venice, famous for their quality, were legally forbidden to leave the Venetian lagoon for this very reason. There are accounts of agents sent to lure foreign artisans to a new land with higher pay, essentially talent poaching. For example, in the 15th century, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, eager to develop cannon casting in his empire, enticed European cannon founders to Constantinople, or simply just captured them in war to replicate the latest Christian technology. Conversely, artisans who left Islamic regions for Europe brought technologies in metalworking and textiles that ultimately gave the West a new edge. Trade networks themselves were conduits of intelligence. Merchant spies became commonplace. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Italian merchant republics Venice, Genoa, Pisa, they were all locked in a fierce rivalry over trade with the East. They all kept agents in foreign ports to glean information about each other's deals and about political changes that might affect commerce. A Venetian in Alexandria might secretly report the movements of a Genoese fleet, or bribe a local to obtain a peek at his competitor's cargo manifests. Western merchants in Constantinople were notorious for dabbling in espionage. During wars between Christian and Muslim powers, some merchants sold information to one side or the other, motivated by nothing more than profit. And so, commerce created cosmopolitan meeting points, ports, fairs, caravanserais, where news and secrets inevitably traded hands. Savvy rulers tapped into it. The Crown of Aragon, for instance, used Jewish and Muslim merchants as informants on naval activities in the Mediterranean. In the Indian Ocean, Arab traders closely guarded their navigation methods. Like the use of monsoon winds, they didn't want the Europeans to know about that. But one legend holds that around 1500, a Gujarati pilot revealed the monsoon timing to Vasco da Gama's crew, a revelation that helped the Portuguese establish a direct sea trade to India, albeit just after the medieval period. Earlier, Marco Polo, in the late 13th century, provided Europe with a trove of information about the wealth and politics of East Asia. Whether he was acting deliberately as a Venetian trade intelligence agent is unclear. But his book, it certainly served that purpose for those who followed. Sometimes, espionage targeted strategic resources. A subtle example comes from the 12th century wars between the Song dynasty of China and the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The Song general, Liu Guangshi, facing invasion, devised a psychological ploy involving coinage. He issued special coins as tokens to encourage enemy troops to defect to the Song side. Many of them, by the way, were ethnic Han conscripts under the Jurchens. These coins promised safe passage to any bearer who came over to Song lines. By sowing distrust and offering reward, this act blurred into espionage. It induced the enemy soldiers to become Song informants, or just outright turncoats. Some later theorists even speculated that these coins could have been used as identification tokens for Song spies operating in Jin territory, though the historical record favors this defection narrative. Either way, it was a clever exploitation of information as currency, quite literally. Another arena of economic espionage was geography and exploration. Knowing the exact locations of gold mines, spice islands, or trade routes, that was immensely valuable. States went to lengths to keep such knowledge secret or ferret out each other's secrets. In the late medieval period, as Atlantic exploration began, the Portuguese jealously guarded their maps of the African coast. According to some accounts, rival Spanish agents tried to obtain these maps in the 1480s, essentially engaging in covert ops for cartographic intelligence. Back on land, the trans-Saharan gold routes were object of mystery and desire for Europeans, and there are indicators that the African traders gave deliberately misleading information to Berber middlemen to prevent them from bypassing certain caravan routes, a form of protective disinformation that confused foreign seekers. But by and large, fully fledged industrial espionage in the modern sense was limited by medieval constraints. Many technologies were localized. Stealing a secret formula, for example, the Chinese porcelain recipe, it was futile without the raw materials and skilled context to replicate it. And indeed, Chinese porcelain remained unmatched in the West until much later. All spies could bring back were samples and vague
descriptions. But that doesn't mean that you should underestimate the medieval entrepreneurial espionage spirit. Individuals like the 12th century scholar Adelard of Bath traveled to Islamic Spain and the Middle East, learning advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, written in Arabic, and then smuggled this intellectual treasure back through translations, thus enriching European science. And while not espionage in a cloak and dagger sense, this transfer was sometimes done quietly to avoid the scrutiny of conservative authorities. In a way, books and manuscripts, they were the era's sensitive data, and acquiring a prized manuscript from a distant library, well, that could be as valuable as stealing state secrets. And so, of course, rulers patronized scholars to obtain such works, which occasionally involved some stealth or persuasion in foreign lands. By the end of the Middle Ages, the groundwork for the organized economic intelligence was laid. The Italian city-states and Hanseatic League had established archives of treaties and trade reports. The Portuguese and Spanish had been systematically charting new territories, and cities like Bruges and Nuremberg teemed with correspondents swapping commercial news. So it's really no surprise that in the 16th and 17th centuries, states would formalize these practices with chartered companies and secret services dedicated to securing economic advantage via espionage. But even in earlier medieval centuries, we see that whenever goods and coins crossed border, information rode alongside with them. The medieval merchant was often part adventurer, part diplomat, and part spy, whether gathering news of Mongol intentions on the Silk Road, or carrying letters between European courts as an unofficial courier. You always had to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, even if it was coming with some danger. And so we come to the end. Espionage. It was everywhere, and nowhere. A kind of open secret of statecraft, warfare, and commerce that left very few overt traces, but still managed to have profound effects. We've journeyed across continents and centuries, and we've found spies in princely courts and monastic cells, and also on battlefields and caravan routes. These spies were as diverse as the societies they served. Kings in disguise among their enemies, soldiers of fortune selling secrets for gold, even pious nuns and cunning grandmothers eavesdropping in palaces, double-dealing merchants in distant ports, nameless scouts slipping through moonlit forests. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Well, I hope that you had a good time, and I hope that you learned something. I'm quite sure that no one would disagree that knights are quintessential to medieval study, as much as crusades, castles, and kings are. It's all important, but it's way too often that we see knights in particular in this romanticized form, and that's no fault of our own. Think about it. Basically every non-literary mention of knights dresses them up in this idealized view, and even some medieval sources engage in a bit of that. But there is a truth behind it all, and sometimes the truth is just as fascinating. So today I invite you to look into how knights actually prepared for that crescendo of battle, because after all, no one is born with a sword in hand. In fact, combat effectiveness, and not to mention chivalry, is forged through a long process, and is often quite a gritty one at that. So we'll go through all those little details of knight training today, and by the end perhaps you can decide for yourself if you would be signing up for such a thing. if you were awarded the chance. Well, before we begin, allow me to issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you're new here, well, it's good to meet you, and if you feel inclined, click the subscribe button and leave your thoughts down in the comments. Now, this video, along with all the other videos on the channel, are 100% mid-roll and ad-free, and that's all made possible by the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who checked out the merch store. So thank you once again for those who have followed those links, which you can find in the description and pinned comment if you feel like taking a look. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand: how knights were trained across Europe. Well, where does it all begin? Around the age of 7 or 8. That's your quick answer. About that time, a noble-born lad was uprooted from his home and sent to live in the household of a great lord, or perhaps a higher-ranking knight. And when he got there, he began service as what is called a page, that is P-A-G-E. Well, this practice of fosterage had a few purposes. First of all, it forged political and family alliances, ensured the boy's loyalty to a patron, and most importantly, this would immerse him in an environment where he could learn all the basic skills and values expected of one who would become a future knight. But he was certainly a long way from there. Now, there's an old medieval saying that says, "What a man learns in his youth, he will hold best in his old age." I don't think anyone can argue with that either. Makes sense. And so it was deemed pretty important to begin a knight's education as soon as he was old enough to ride a pony. But what was life as a page like? Were you whisked away for some exciting trip in some far-off land? Not quite. Life as a page was a blend of menial service, a little bit of play, and an introduction to arms. Of course, all of this was under the watchful eyes of the noble household. But pages performed humble tasks, mainly to hammer home the point of humility and obedience. A young page might be assigned to serve at table, carving meat and pouring wine for the lord and his guests. The Chaucerian image of the squire who, well, from the Chaucerian text, quote, was courteous, humble, and willing to serve, and carved before his father at the table, has its roots in the real expectations placed on youth in knightly training. By attending to the needs of his lords and ladies, the page would learn proper etiquette and a bit of deference. They were also instructed in polite speech, how to bow and kneel properly, and how to behave with modesty and courtliness, befitting the chivalric class they were just becoming a part of. Medieval courtesy manuals began appearing by the 12th century, specifically to guide the upbringing of noble children in such refined behavior. And these guides were quite interesting, actually. They were often written in verse for easy memorization, not like a big list of different things, but rather little rhymes and songs, mnemonics, things like that. And they covered everything from table manners to personal hygiene. There is one 15th century English book of courtesy that even admonishes a page to, quote, "Purge your nose of the vile matter inside each morning, and be sure not to do this with your hand," warning that nose-picking was pretty foul and uncourteous. While the young reader is further instructed to walk politely and greet people with a pleasant expression, so that onlookers will say, "Well, here passes a good one." Instructions like this, they show how seriously medieval society was taking the polishing of a young nobleman's manners. The page's training in these early years was thus as much about forming character and social graces as it was about
getting the foundation of martial skills. After all, being a knight is not all about going out onto the battlefield. Now, of course, pages were not confined to domestic chores alone. The martial aspect of their education began in boyhood, yes, but it was in quite a rudimentary form. Castle life provided ample opportunity for warlike play. Pages would engage in mock combats with wooden swords and small shields, enthusiastically sparring with one another in the courtyards. They learned to ride by practicing on ponies, and a strong emphasis was placed on becoming a good horseman from an early age. In noble households known for their martial reputation, a page might even be assigned a page of stables role, or a role as a page of the hounds. Let's take an example. The 14th century master of hunting, Gaston III, nicknamed Phoebus, recommended that boys start training in the hunt at age 7 by serving as a page of the hounds. Well, in this role, the page would essentially help care for the lord's hunting dogs. He'd feed them, clean the kennels out, and memorize each hound's name and temperament, thereby learning responsibility and developing a bit of grit at the same time. 7-year-old with a part-time job, that's one way to grow up quickly. But this was not merely make work. Hunting, well, that was considered excellent preparation for war. There was a bit of crossover of skills. Chasing a stag or wild boar through a dense forest tested a youth's riding ability, strength, and courage. Medieval writers often commented that hunting was a noble pastime that kept a young warrior fit and vigilant, second only to warfare itself in the education of a knight. But there wasn't always warfare on. You could always go hunting, though. Education for pages could also include more scholarly pursuits. Well, this would depend on the household, of course. And while not all knights were able to read, it became increasingly common by the high Middle Ages for young nobles to receive instruction in basic reading, writing, and a few languages, whichever ones were relevant to diplomacy or war at the time. He could learn to read prayers or biblical passages, since piety was of course prized, or to recognize the names of heroes in the songs and romances popular in noble courts. There is evidence, too, that some pages were even taught to compose their own music or verse, accomplishments that would serve them well in later courtly society. The whole ideal of it was a well-rounded gentleman in the making, hardy and skilled in arms, but also conversant in polite letters, and capable of appreciating a bit of music and literature. By the end of his pagehood, a boy was expected to have built a foundation in horsemanship, basic weapon handling, manners, religion, and of course, loyalty. Can't go without the loyalty. He'd essentially been apprenticed to knighthood in all but name, closely observing his elders and imitating their behaviors. And when the boy reached his early teens, 13 or 14 years old, it was time for the next stage. It was here that the page would advance to the rank of squire, and that's where the real combat training would begin in earnest. So here we are at the age of 14, where a page who had proven himself dutiful and capable would be promoted to the status of squire. Now, a squire was essentially, if we're going to boil it down, we can say it's a knight's apprentice. In fact, the word squire, from the word esquire, in French meaning shield-bearer, perfectly captures the role. You see, a squire served as the personal attendant and protege of a knight. He'd literally carry the knight's shield and equipment, and shadowing him in both peace and war. If the page's years were about laying groundwork, the squire stage was about intensive, on-the-job training not just in chivalry but in warfare too. A young squire was typically assigned to a specific knight, often a renowned knight or sometimes a relative who became his mentor. Under this mentor, the squire's responsibilities grew heavier, and his freedom grew broader. You see, he was now expected not only to serve, but also to fight when needed and begin demonstrating those qualities of knighthood. The daily life of a squire was different to that of a page. It was filled with martial exercises and services. Every morning, a squire might assist his knight in donning armor, learning firsthand how each piece, mail hauberk, plate, breastplate, spurs, sword belt, and so on, how it was all properly fitted and cared for. Of course, armor was pretty expensive, so it had to be properly cared for. And that was the squire's job. He maintained his lord's weapons, keeping swords sharp and lances repaired. Now there was also an intimate familiarity with this too, with the equipment of war as a crucial part of the education. Squires also continued to serve at their lord's table, but now they served in a bit of a higher capacity. That carved meat, pour wine, and managed the banquet hall. The combination of such service with arms training produced a knight who could both fight and feast with equal grace, as chivalric culture demanded. But it was in the training grounds, lists, and the battlefield that the squire truly came into his own. Under the tutelage of the knight, a squire practiced every manner of combat skill. Weapon training intensified. He drilled with the sword. Not just wooden wasters now, but real steel, although, that being said, it was often blunted for practice, just in case. He learned to parry, thrust, strike properly, sometimes under the guidance of a master-at-arms, if one was attached to the household. He also practiced with the lance, learning to couch it under the arm and charge at targets. A common training device was the quintain, a rotating arm with a shield on one end and a sandbag on the other. If the squire struck the shield off-center with his lance, the sandbag would swing around and knock him, teaching him to have a proper aim. Contemporary illustrations and accounts frequently mention these young squires running at the quintain as both training and sport. Squires also sparred with each other on foot, using blunted swords or pole axes, and wrestled to improve their grappling skills. And you'd really want that as a last resort. Grappling could be essential in the crush of melee combat. But perhaps the greatest training area for squires and young knights alike was the tournament. Now, I've done a full video on knight tournaments, and if you're interested, you might want to go and take a look. But we'll just cover it briefly in the next minute or two. You see, by the High Middle Ages, tournaments were quite elaborate events that included jousts, that is, single combats with lances on horseback, and melees, team battles with dozens or even hundreds of knights. Initially, a squire might only observe or help at tournaments, holding spare lances, armoring his knight, tending to the injured combatants. But as he grew in prowess, he could participate especially in the melee. Some squires were knighted on the tournament field itself after a particularly valorous performance. And as one way of getting it, certainly a memorable way of earning your spurs. The famous 12th century knight William Marshall is a case in point. As a young squire in the 1160s, he cut his teeth in the rough and tumble of the French tournament circuit. Serving the household of Henry, the young King of England, Marshall became something of a team captain in tournament outings. Chronicles and his own biographers recount how William Marshall excelled to the point of capturing dozens of rival knights in these mock battles. By one later estimate, he took over 500 of them captive over his career in tournaments, of course earning pretty good ransoms for each.
Well, this is likely an exaggerated number, but even if it's a fifth of that, it's pretty damn good. And in any case, it speaks to the critical nature of tournaments, how important they were for practicing martial skills, but also gaining reputation for yourself. Now, in the melee itself, Squires learned the chaos of real combat. Bands of armored horsemen charging, the clatter of swords on steel, and the need for quick thinking and cooperation with allies. A 14th century depiction of a tournament melee shows two massed groups of knights crashing together while squires on the sidelines hold spare lances and watch the fray with anticipation. And these experiences were worth any number of drills, for they taught a youth how to keep his head amidst that chaos of battle. And that's not something you can learn from a book, that's for sure. But speaking of battle, real war eventually came. And when it did, squires were expected to follow their lords into combat as well. And this is where things got quite real. Many a teenager found himself experiencing live battle before he ever formally became a knight. Medieval chroniclers mention squires fighting bravely alongside knights. For instance, at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, a 14-year-old Philippe, future Duke of Burgundy, stood by his father King Jean II of France as a dutiful squire amid the chaos of that defeat. Squires in battle performed crucial support tasks too, bringing up replacement weapons or horses, guarding prisoners, or even pulling wounded knights out of the line of fire. They were effectively light auxiliary troops to the heavily armored knights. A chivalric convention noted that by some writers it is fully fledged knights would avoid deliberately targeting squires in battle if possible, seeking opponents of equal rank for an honorable duel of combat. But squires, on the other hand, earned quite a bit of prestige if they managed to unhorse or capture an enemy knight. This was concrete proof of skill that might hasten their own path to true knighthood. Now, beyond combat, the squire's apprenticeship included lessons in leadership and lordship duties. A squire often acted as a junior officer if his lord had men-at-arms or archers in his retinue. He might be tasked with relaying orders during a skirmish or organizing camp. He continued to learn courtly arts as well, dancing, music, perhaps even composing a poem to impress a lady at court. Nothing impresses the lady like a poem. Chaucer's fictional squire, described as fresh as the month of May, could write skillfully, compose songs, poems, joust, dance, and draw, reflecting that idea that a young noble should be both martially adept and also skilled in the arts. No bloody meatheads around here. You got to earn your spurs in all kinds. Well, all these experiences were meant to prepare the squire for the full responsibilities of knighthood. The length of squireship, of course, varied, and there was no fixed graduation age. Things just happened when they were ready to happen. But that being said, some prestigious knights were actually knighted as early as 17 or 18. This was after proving themselves in battle, while others, especially in peacetime, might remain squires until their mid-20s. Traditionally, 21 was the average age of knighthood. But this was a guideline more than a rule. What mattered most was that the youth had shown the skill, discipline, and the virtue expected of a knight. When his lord or another sponsor deemed that the timing was right, perhaps after a noble feat or simply when reaching maturity, the squire would be formally invested with a knighthood in a dubbing ceremony. But before describing that moment, let's have a look in a bit more detail at the various aspects of training. After all, that's what we're here for, right? Both social, physical, and spiritual. We should touch upon them. It'll give us a more broad picture
of all aspects of the knight. Well, the core of a knight's identity was that of a horse-backed warrior, and the martial training of knights was accordingly intense and pretty comprehensive. Now, physical training in the Middle Ages lacked the scientific programs of modern athletes, but knights intuitively developed regimens to maximize strength, stamina, and, of course, combat skill. Now, much of this training was practical, things like riding and weapons practice, but some dedicated individuals went on to remarkable lengths to condition their bodies for the demands of armored combat. Let's go through a few of them now. One of the most illuminating accounts of a knight's physical training comes from the early 15th century biography of Sir Jean Le Manger, also known as Bossucant, a famed French knight who served the Marshal of France. Now, Bossucant's biographer describes how, as a young man, he imposed on himself a rigorous daily regimen to reach peak fitness. The text recounts that he would practice leaping onto a horse while fully armored. In other words, vaulting into the saddle in full armor without using his hands. Well, this feat required explosive leg strength and agility, proving that despite the weight of the armor, which could be about 50 to 60 pounds, a well-trained knight could be extraordinarily nimble, if he was well-trained, that is. Well, at other times, Bossucant would run long distances on foot in armor, deliberately training himself to not get out of breath and endure long efforts. Effectively doing medieval cardio, I suppose. Conditioning of sorts. He would also spend extended sessions striking a pell, that is a wooden post with an axe or mace, to toughen his arms and accustom himself to the fatigue of swinging heavy weapons. So tireless was his practice that his biographer says you wouldn't find another gentleman in equal physical condition at the time. Bossucant even would perform a somersault in full armor, apparently, though this might be apocryphal, and apparently would dance in mail shirts to demonstrate and hone his balance and agility. And whenever he was indoors at his lodging, he never rested idle. He would challenge other squires to games of casting spears or other tests of war, effectively turning leisure time into training competitions as well. This almost obsessive routine made Bossucant a paragon of knightly fitness. It was recognized even then, however, that his training was exemplary, certainly not typical, and not every young knight went to such extremes. Yet his example illustrates the upper limits of what some knights strove to achieve. It also dispels the myth of that clumsy knight, too, especially when they're wearing their armor. In reality, successful knights were closer to well-conditioned athletes. For most squires and knights, martial training was incorporated into their daily life and duties. Horsemanship, that was the most important. A knight had to practically live on the back of a horse. They learned not only to ride, but to fight from horseback at speed. Training a war horse was itself an art, and knights often started with calmer horses to practice controlling movement while wielding weapons. They practiced maneuvers like wheeling, charging, and riding in close formation. Young knights also practiced in hunts on horseback, chasing deer or boar over rough terrain, which taught them how to handle a horse in the unpredictable situations that battles would present. As one medieval writer, the master of game Edward of Norwich put it, hunting made a man better at arms, because it trained eyes, heart, and courage for war. Now, as for weapons training, that covered a wide array of arms. The sword was the knight's constant companion. Squires would spar with each other under supervision, learning various strikes and counters. The medieval sword could be used in one hand or two, but knights learned to wield it in both, and on foot mounted. They also trained with lancers for the joust and battlefield couched lance charge. Contemporary jousting manuals, like those of the late 15th century masters, show knights how to aim for the opponent's shield or helm in a joust. In earlier periods, before formal jousting was widespread, knights still honed lance skills by charging at rings or dummies. Polearms such as spears, glaives, or poleaxes were taught especially for foot combat in the later 15th centuries and 14th. When plate armor became common at this time too, the poleaxe became a favored weapon for duels and close combat, and knights trained accordingly, often in a competition called the beord, or foot combat barriers. And it is notable that by the 14th century, specialized combat teachers and fencing masters had emerged, and they sometimes wrote illustrated fight books. Well, these treatises, such as that of Fiore del Liberi or Hans Tallofer from 15th century Germany, are primary sources that reveal sophisticated fighting techniques taught to knights and nobles. They include instructions on how to grapple in armor, how to strike weak points in an opponent's plate defense, and even how to fight with daggers or wrestle if you had to. Last resorts. While these manuals came in after the heyday of the classic knight, they showed that knightly martial education could be quite technical. A master like Fiore de Liberi noted that he trained several noblemen in combat arts, and that a knight should be well-rounded in unarmed combat and wrestling in addition to weapon use, because in the scrum of battle, or perhaps a tournament melee contest, well, it often closed into a grappling range, and if that happened, well, you best know what you're doing. Of course, strength and endurance were cultivated through regular physical labor and drills. Knights did not go to the gym like we do in a modern sense. At least I hope you've been going to the gym. But training activities were their workouts, essentially. We hear of squires lifting stones, climbing ladders or castle walls by hand, and engaging in mock wrestling bouts. Some knights practice swimming in armor or crossing rivers on horseback to build confidence. The rule of the Knights Templar, a 12th century military order, implied regular exercise, as it praised discipline and warned against idleness. In his treatise, In Praise of the New Knighthood, St. Bernard of Clairvaux lauds the disciplined regimen of the Templar Knights, noting approvingly that, quote, in the first place, discipline is in no way lacking, and obedience is never despised among the warrior monks. While Bernard's work is more of a spiritual exhortation than a training manual, it certainly draws a contrast between the hardened, austere life of the holy knights and the indulgence of secular knights. Now, but secular knights, too, they recognize the need for self-discipline. Geoffroy de Charnay, a 14th century French knight, celebrated as a true and perfect knight nonetheless, wrote that those who seek honor and chivalry must tirelessly pursue challenges and endure hardship. In Charnay's Book of Chivalry, yes, he literally wrote the book on it, he encourages young men to test themselves in jousts, tournaments, and real warfare. Really, in as many circumstances as possible, from jousting in public festivals to campaigning in foreign wars, since only through varied experience could a knight attain prudence and hardiness that distinguish the great from the average. And implicit in Charnay's advice is the idea that a knight's training never really stopped. Even after they were dubbed a knight, one had to continue honing one's craft, and suffer great pains and labors, achieving that glory to serve the common good. That was what it was all about. But being a knight, it's not just about the fighting. It's a real social station. After all, knights were minor nobles, and you bloody well better act like one, or else. Well, threats aside, they were expected to conduct themselves as gentlemen, and often to serve in a lord's court. And of course, if you're doing that, you better be polite, don't you think? Thus, an integral part of knightly training involved education in the courtly arts, manners, and intellectual skills, all the ingredients for a young aristocrat. From his pagehood onward, the future knight was drilled in the complex code of courtesy and etiquette that governed interactions among the medieval elite. And we've already seen how pages learned basic manners, how to bow, address their superiors, behave modestly, and so on. As the youth matured, those lessons expanded, and he was taught the art of conversation, also when to speak and remain silent, the proper way to greet lords and ladies of various ranks, and the ceremonial protocols for occasions like banquets, hunts, and religious feasts. For example, a young squire would learn how to enter a hall with grace, how to kneel and kiss the hand of a high-born lady, and how to perform services with elegance, carving meat with precision, presenting wine without spilling it, etc. The importance of such training is, well, it's underscored by the proliferation of courtesy books that we've spoken about. We have texts like the Book of Courtesy, or the English Babby's Book, compiling rhyming maxims for noble use on the proper behavior, and one popular admonition was to avoid boorish habits. Now, what do they mean by that? Well, quote straight from the text. Do not scratch yourself in public, nor spit across the table, nor speak with your mouth full. Yeah, that sounds pretty boorish to me. A knight's comportment had to reflect refinement and self-control, qualities thought to distinguish true nobles from the common soldiery. Education in music, dance, and the arts also featured highly in knightly upbringing. A well-bred knight was expected to be able to dance gracefully. Many learned to play a musical instrument too, like the lute or a harp, or at least to appreciate and patronize minstrels. Troubadour poetry and songs of chivalry were the pop culture of high medieval courts, and a budding knight had to be familiar with the themes of courtly love and knightly virtue. Thus it was not unusual for knights themselves to compose verses. Knights like Thibaut de Champagne, or like Ulrich von Liechtenstein, were celebrated for blending arms with arts. While these were exceptional, of course, their fame reinforced the ideal that a knight should strive to be, if not a poet, at least a cultivated audience for poetry, able to exchange witty compliments or recite a romantic stanza to a lady. Even the ability to write letters or keep a journal could be quite valuable, especially for knights who might serve as officials or need to correspond during campaigns. And speaking of which, literacy among knights, that would vary by era and also region. But by the 14th century, at least, many knights in Western Europe could read to some extent. They might read romances and epics that recounted heroic deeds, stories of King Arthur's Round Table, Charlemagne's paladins, or those classical heroes, which both entertained and subtly instructed them and guided them in those old chivalric values. Now, one charming image is of a castle's great hall in the evening, a knight and his family, perhaps listening as a book of chivalry is read aloud by a cleric or by one of the educated ladies, the young squires hanging on every word, as Gawain and Lancelot exemplify their courage and courtliness. Literary exposure like that was all part of the moral and cultural education. Very important. A practical but crucial aspect of a knight's learning was also heraldry, a system of coats of arms and insignia that identified noble families and individuals. In battle or tournament, recognizing the blazons, that is, the colorful emblems on the shields, surcoats, and banners, could mean the difference between friend or foe, and knowing whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Thus, squires were often taught to read a coat of arms like a second language. They memorized the arms of the great lords and knights of their region, and of major kings and princes of Christendom. They learned the language of heraldry, the meaning of colors and symbols, that being tinctures and charges, at least to a basic degree. Many would design their own coat of arms to be assumed at knighthood, so they studied what combinations were honorable and distinct. In some accounts, older knights or heralds would quiz their squires, asking whose banner was whose, or which lord uses what kind of symbolism. And of course the squire was expected to answer correctly. The pageantry of tournaments, where knights paraded with banners and crests, provided a living classroom for his knowledge. The Order of the Garters ceremonies in 14th century England, for instance, involved elaborate heraldic display. A squire assisting at such events would learn all the symbolism and formalities. By mastering heraldry, a knight demonstrated that he understood and respected the hierarchical and honor-bound nature of his society. It was essentially the visual language of chivalry. But we should note that knightly education for social and intellectual skills was not something restricted to males only. We had high-born ladies playing their own roles in instructing young boys in refined behavior. Chronicles often mention that a page would learn courtesy and gentleness from the lady of the house. The lady or other noblewoman might teach the page courtly speech, or how to act around women, even skills like reading or singing. This female influence helped ensure knights were not purely rough warriors, brutes out to just smash people's heads in and cave people in half with hatchets, but also deferential and gracious to women, an expectation of chivalric culture. And indeed, by the late Middle Ages, the concept of courtliness had merged with chivalry. If you want to be a true knight, you had to act bravely on the field of battle, but gently and with honor off the battlefield. Well, in the household of a great prince or king, education could be even more formal. Let's take the Burgundian court of the 15th century. They established the Order of the Golden Fleece, which, among other things, encouraged knights to pursue knowledge and good governance. A young noble in that milieu might attend lessons with tutors in languages, learning Latin or the vernacular literature, for example. In history and law, too, especially if he might one day govern lands, and in rudiments of philosophy or theology to sharpen his mind and piety up. The famous knight, Sir Thomas Malory, though writing in prison later, had clearly absorbed enough education to translate the whole cycle of Arthurian legends into English, and Don Luis Zapata de Cardenas, a 16th century Spanish knight, wrote treatises reflecting on knightly behavior. And these are just a few examples, but they show that knights were not expected to be illiterate brutes at all. They didn't want to be either. Many of them strove for some level of learning. Of course, some strove a bit more than others. In any case, by the time a squire was ready to be knighted, he ideally could read and perhaps write, was fluent in the polite dialect of his region's aristocracy. By the way, French was the international language of chivalry in the High Middle Ages, so even English knights often spoke it at court. He also knew how to comport himself at any high social event, and could identify his peers by their heraldic arms at a glance. A later medieval document describing the perfect courtier, the Book of the Courtier of 1513 by Castiglione, slightly post-medieval, but we'll get away with it as long as you don't tell anyone, distilled the expectations that had been in place for knights and nobles for centuries. Grace, ease, and skill in arms and gentler pursuits alike. That's a real knight. Well, let's get to the next section. We've all heard of chivalry, right? And we all know that it's central to that concept of knighthood. That code of conduct blended in with martial values and moral and religious ideals. It has to have all three of them, though. Otherwise, it's not really chivalry. A knight was expected not only to excel in combat and courtly manners, but also to embody certain ethical principles, showing loyalty, mercy, bravery, protection of the weak, and of course, devotion to God. Training for knighthood, therefore, placed heavy emphasis on moral and spiritual instruction. Medieval society, especially the Church, was quite aware that knights were essentially professional warriors, and, well, all that could be quite violent and unruly. So, of course, a concerted effort was made to instill in them a sense of higher purpose and Christian value. From childhood, our aspiring knight would have been exposed to religious education. In a noble household, a chaplain or priest was usually tasked with the spiritual welfare of the lord's family and pages. A young page learned his prayers, the Paternoster, Ave Maria, and the Creed, likely as soon as he could speak. Well, he attended daily mass in the castle chapel, serving perhaps as an altar boy, which taught him reverence for and familiarity with the liturgy. Obedience to the church and respect for clerics were drilled in as fundamental duties. This was reinforced by the broader social movement of the peace and truce of God in earlier centuries, where church councils demanded that knights swear to protect non-combatants and refrain from violence on holy days. Now, while a young lad might not know the details of such decrees, he grew up in a climate where the church tried their best to channel all that knightly aggression towards a more righteous cause. And the most righteous cause, of course, is the defense of Christendom. One of the most powerful influences on a knight's moral outlook was the literature of chivalric romances and epics, as we touched upon earlier. Now, these stories often carried clear moral messages. The hero knight defeats evil. It might be dragons, it might be pagan warriors, it might be just a bunch of wrongdoers. But in any case, it was to exemplify virtues like honor, fidelity, and compassion. For instance, let's look at the epic Song of Roland, circa 1100. It presents the ideal knight as fiercely loyal to his lord, willing to die rather than be dishonored. It's really a good read. You should, yes, that's your homework. Go and read the Song of Roland. Well, the Arthurian romances introduce concepts like chivalry in the service of justice and the protection of the innocent. Sir Lancelot sparing a beaten opponent, or perhaps Sir Gawain showing courtesy to a lady, even under magical testing. Young squires absorbed these tales eagerly, and they served as both entertainment and moral case studies. A knight was to model himself not on the mere brawlers, but on paragons like Sir Galahad the pure knight, Ogier the Dane, the loyal paladin of Charlemagne. At least, that was the aspiration. Not many could really live up to Lancelot and Galahad. After all, they're stories. But at least they had something to aspire to. And we should all have that, I suppose. Anyway, apart from informal influences, there were formal exhortations and treatises that directly instructed knights in virtue. One significant text is the Ordre de Chevalerie, which is the Order of Knighthood, a 13th century French poem in which a captured Christian knight explains the meaning of knighthood to a Muslim emir. Sounds good, but it's a fictional scenario. In any case, in doing so he allegorizes every part of the knighting ceremony as a moral lesson. For example, the ritual bath a squire takes before being knighted is said to symbolize the purification of his soul. The white garment he dons signifies purity and chastity. The knightly sword has two edges, one representing justice and the other loyalty. The spurs remind him to never flee from the enemy, and so on. This kind of symbolic interpretation was apparently common knowledge in chivalric circles by the 14th century. It essentially transformed the practical ritual into a sermon on knightly duties. The fact that such a poem existed and was later translated and even printed by William Morris in the 19th century shows how seriously the knights and their contemporaries took the ethical dimension of knighthood. A knight wasn't just a fighter, but he was a warrior of God in the ideal sense, a protector of the innocent, an upholder of righteousness. Another influential treatise was Raymond Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry. That was written about 1275. Lull, a Catalan philosopher and one-time aspiring knight, wrote this as a dialogue between an aging knight and a squire. It describes what chivalry is, and the qualities that a knight must have, and how a squire should be examined and knighted. Lull emphasizes that love of God and the common good must motivate the true knight. Before knighting a squire, he says, an examiner should question the candidate on his morals and faith. Ask him if he loves and fears God, for no man's worthy of knighthood who does not. A squire should also be made to vow that he will defend the Christian faith, administer justice, and always correct his own faults before judging others for theirs. Which is, well, I think even non-Christians can follow that advice. Lull goes so far to insist that a knight who is a wicked robber or traitor betrays chivalry itself, and he ought to be punished by his fellow knights. Now, this is a reminder that knights were expected to police their own conduct, and each other. Being admitted to the Order of Chivalry was like joining a brotherhood with very high standards. A corrupt knight tarnished the honor of all. According to such ideals, that was the situation, and therefore the training of a knight had to include a formation of a conscience. We can imagine a squire's lord or a resident priest imparting these lessons during long evenings of campaign or the quiet of winter months. And indeed several knightly vows from this era include promises to defend the poor, widows, orphans, and to fight injustice. And don't forget, upholding the church. Now, speaking of the church, they tried to harness knightly fervor through the ideal of crusade and military religious orders. A young knight in training in, say, the 13th century would likely hear inspiring tales of the Knights Templar or the Knights Hospitaller, warriors who took monastic vows and fought in the Holy Land. And this presented a powerful model of pious knighthood. Knights Templar followed a strict rule, partly written by St. Bernard, that forbade luxury and required constant readiness for battle against the infidels. While not every secular knight would follow such austere rules, they're all human after all, the existence of these orders raised the prestige of virtues like chastity, sobriety, and absolute obedience within knighthood. There's a well-known passage from St. Bernard's exhortation to the Templars that contrasts them with worldly knights who dress in silks and seek glory. Bernard praises the Templars for their humility and discipline, noting, quote, "They come and go at the bidding of their superior. they shun idle chatter and frivolous display. Whereas, of course, the secular knights often succumb to pride and sin. Well, pretty harsh criticisms. A class system among knights as well. But such criticisms by churchmen would ultimately filter down, often via sermons, and would be part of a knight's moral diet, especially when clergy had a captive audience of a gathered army before battle, or perhaps during the long ceremony leading to knighthood. And here's another vivid element of knightly moral training: the vigil and fast that preceded the dubbing ceremony. On the night before being made a knight, I know, right, 2 nights, yes, the squire was expected to keep a vigil of prayer, typically in a church or chapel, sometimes all in white and his weapons laid on the altar. It was essentially a crash course in spiritual focus. He would confess his sins and cleanse himself in ritual bath, as we mentioned, and he prayed for guidance to live up to that very strict ideal. Chronicles report that some squires even heard sermons on chivalry that night from a bishop or priest, reminding them of their vows to God, and it's not hard to imagine the psychological impact. You see, after years of training, difficult training, the final hours before knighthood were spent in a kind of soul-searching and communion with the divine. It impressed upon the candidate that his sword was to be made in the service of good, and always, of course, under God's authority. But, of course, if you've watched my other knight videos, the reality often fell short of the ideal. Knights could be greedy, they could be brutal, they could be neglectful of their supposed duties, they could be human. The very existence of so many treatises scolding bad knights, like Chanet's laments about the soft, greedy, and sexually loose aristocrats of his day, tells us that not all trainees took their moral lessons to heart. Yet, the persistence of the teachings in the training process had a cumulative effect on civilizing the martial class, to at least some degree. Perhaps probably the best degree they could get. In any case, by the late Middle Ages, knights who egregiously violated the code, such as by cowardice, treason, or sacrilege, well, they could face public shame or even expulsion from noble orders. And how are you meant to recover from that? The training and rites they underwent had planted the concept of honor so deeply that fear of ignominy, often curbed their worst impulses. Often, not all the time, but often enough. And even a warlike king like Edward III of England, in forming the Order of the Garter, insisted on high moral character and deference to the order's spiritual patron, that being St. George, also the patron saint of England, by the way. So I suppose we can say that though through family piety, household instruction, chivalric literature, church influence, and a bit of symbolic ceremony, a young knight was taught to see himself as part of a greater Christian mission, and to hold himself to those standards of virtue. Now, this did not make the knights into saints, quite far from it, and there's no way that knights would be really going for that kind of thing, but it did differentiate knighthood as an ethical calling, rather than just being a man of arms, another sword-wielding, screaming maniac in the line. Now, the phrase often used was that knights were to be champions of Christendom, protectors of the faith and of the defenseless. As the 14th century French Song of Girard put it, to God and the people a knight owes his sword. So, what do you think? You think you'd be up for the challenge? It's easy to say that. It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a knight, but it's another thing to actually use them. You have to comment if you get the reference. Well, everyone, we reach the end of another video. And if you're still here with me, congratulations. You have entered the bonus round, to which you get a nice little joke. Isn't that nice? A little bonus. Now here's a joke for you. Why were the Dark Ages so dark? Because there were so many knights. That was the joke. On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness, and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire,
formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgild, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitiskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or, perhaps, desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Ardboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these
outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And while there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square, it certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, bourreau,
eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as a extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict. So quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, well, that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living. You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have sore horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centers grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen, to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals, traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn, much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in early medieval times in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity, and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance. A sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, that is the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and, don't forget, the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. Well, in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society.
They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role as salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way. So the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled laborer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern. Though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, or wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying... Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and they had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. You know, my dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses, and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination. So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were locked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholder family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society. Recognized, tolerated, but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work? Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, this mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labeled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing. It was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice, just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable. If that was allowed, it sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. In these acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family. Like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, gotta be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or even conversely swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger. And in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time, so it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. "You're fired." The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, he was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist, and then of course they are hoisting your body up, and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way, so you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, this practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community. One of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course, let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Clamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds, though pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in an iron cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves. Where such sentences were given, this wasn't universal, and also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. You know, when they put your head and arms in the wooden block and people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes, tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Gonna have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? It still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas, the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers, the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment.
These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread. Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees, and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about it in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period seem to have spanned a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theater, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office, especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without
having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit du ravage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took gavage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk. But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if they were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rights could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folktales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document. But occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person, a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. So what do you think? Career change? Perhaps not. Well, of course, we still have executioners in the modern world, and they're just as shadowy. Perhaps not in the country you live in, but they are there. Different places around the world. Who's to say? But I'd like to thank you for joining me today. I really do hope that you've learned something. Or if you've just came here to relax, I hope that this has provided some kind of ironic peace to you. Now let me thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, the Gitmas, Charlene. Oh, I lost where I was. Oh, there it is. Linda Reese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfanir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftith, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, and Mary. Thank you all so much. And our time together for today comes to a close, unless you want to go watch another video, which would be good if you did. But do what you like. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all. Farewell for now, and I will see you when you feel inclined to return. You know where I'll be, right here on YouTube, waiting for the next adventure. Good night.